CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Welcome, everybody. It's CTR Media Network live stream. Yes, we are streaming Monday through Friday. Some of the most amazing podcasters and content creators on the planet here to inspire you, motivate you to walk into your purpose with experts in their niche market to help you grow. Did you miss me? I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, currently hosting the CTR Media Network podcasting stream live. We actually, as you already have seen with the commercial, we are a podcasting platform that not only specializes in podcasting, but also media. What type of media? The virtual side of media that also transitions into in-person events. So if you have an event and you need us to promote or even play it on our network, or if you're an entrepreneur, a coach, an author, influencer, whatever the case may be, and you're looking for more visibility, then our shows right now, yes, all this beautifulness, we are currently booking future guests to be on our shows right now. The Tina Ramsey Show is also booking right now. Many of you have been asking to be featured on the Tina Ramsey Show before 2022 goes out. And to accommodate all of you, we have actually added in an extra day. We normally just go live every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST with an amazing guest, but we added Tuesday onto the plate. So make sure to click the link in the description so that you'll be able to go ahead and book your slide. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Again, make sure that you get in contact. Yes, get in contact with CTR Media Network so that we can book you on our CTR virtual tour. And if you have an event and you want us to come give your people the red carpet experience and interview your guests and show what is going on with your event, we would love to do so. We also have help for you if you are a homeschooler, you desire to be a homeschooler, or you just want to know more about education and have more additional resources for your child that is in public school, because education is education. You just choose what you want to do, whether you want to go to public school or homeschool, but the foundational piece is education. You can go to Amazon and click in the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine or the Homeschooling Magazine, and you can be able to buy one of our copies of our magazine in order to help de-stress the homeschooling or educational process. We also take care of you from a mental perspective with providing you with inspirational notebooks, covers, and different things to help you write out your new life, your new journey. The one in the middle, the motivational journal, is actually for men and women. As you can see, the other motivational notebooks are, geared towards women. But the motivational journal, 90 Days to the New You, is designed for men and women. It has inspirational quotes, Bible scriptures, and so much more in order to propel you into your new life with positive thoughts. I would also like to give a shout out to our sponsor, which is Global Key Capital. Yes, a shout out to globalkeycapital.com with the amazing CEO, Terry Coleman, also known as Terry the Financial Easter. If you interested in, which I know you are, in purchasing that new property, that real estate, that getting a better lender, or maybe you have been turned down by lenders before, then give globalkeycapital.com a call, because they have been able to get people approved that has previously been denied. So give them a try, because they are really getting you the keys to your dream home. Thank you, Terry, for supporting CTR Media Network. And we also have some more sponsorship slots available, so you can find out more about what we have to offer and the pricing by clicking the description in this video, or simply going to ctrmedianetwork.com and click CTR Media Network opportunities to find out more. I hope that you guys are having a fantastic Monday. I am. So I want to just let you know that, listen, you can have anything that you want. Your past do not dictate your future. Your current situation is not the reflection of what your life will become right now, if it's not the place in which you would like to be. Just keep working, keep trying, never give up, and everything will fall in place, okay? Trust and believe. Everything will fall in place. So we are currently booking guests for all of our shows. Click the link in the description to find out more. We would love to get you placed on a CTR Media Network tour. So what we're going to do, we are going to take another commercial break, and then we're going to tie you in to our live broadcasting, where we're going to share with you some of our podcasting shows where you can watch some quality, positive, informative, motivational TV for absolutely free. This is the way that we are making a positive impact in the world, by providing resources and access to the most greatest minds on the planet. So no longer can you say, oh, I just can't. No, you can, because we're openly making it available for the entire world. Shout out to our international audience that not only tune in, but like, follow, share, and subscribe. Shout out to all of our US of A peeps too. On that note, you guys, we're going to have this next commercial break, and then we are going to get started with our CTR Media Network live stream, where we stream our 30 plus podcasters in over 50 plus countries 5 days a week on all major social media platforms and podcasting platforms. And then the rest of the week, you know what we do? You can actually watch us 7 days a week on our website. Yes, ctrmedianetwork.com. We'll be back after we have these commercial breaks from our sponsors.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
And just like that, we are back, and we actually have going on right now the movement for globalhealth.com with the host, Dr. Mary Zenith, which is sharing with you today on how you can have a holistic health and how relaxation and sleep can help just regenerate and help you from a health and wellness perspective. So we're going to go ahead and let you guys enjoy our regular broadcasting. Have a great, amazing rest of your day. Make sure to like, follow, and subscribe at ctrmedianetwork.com and CTR Media Network podcasters on all
But
social
that's
media
a
platforms.
habit and muscle that you can train and learn how to breathe properly during the day, what kind of lifestyle you need to have, how you can rest, so what kind of routine you need to have so you can achieve this deep restful sleep.
Wow. So what you're saying is that people listening, if they are by nature breathing from the mouth, is that they can be trained.
Yeah, that's there's some people who have a problem with the nose, the congestion, they have asthma, they have other issue, but that's something that they really also can learn and train, and that can become a habit and then change everything for them.
Wow. Wow. And you hear so many people today with the sleep apnea,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just not, they're not oxygenating.
Mm-hmm. That's the problem, is just a lack of oxygen. They for that reason they can fall asleep all the time during the day because of this lack of oxygen. And you need to start to use the full capacity of the lungs for our better functioning in general, because the breath also is related to heartbeat. And if you learn how to breathe properly, if you relax, if you train the brain how to stop overthinking and these racing thoughts, and how to fall asleep, you can avoid also a lot of heart disease, a lot of infection, a lot of so many other things that it's related to lack of sleep and not proper breathing.
Right. Let's talk specifically about breath work. Are there several types of breath work?
Yes, there's many types of breath work.
Wow.
I use specifically the pranayama, which is the yogic breath of breathing. There's also holotropic breathing. There's rebirth breathing. There's, I think, two, three, four more types of breathing. Some of them, some of them use the breathing with mouth open. I'm using the breathing with mouth closed. Some of these techniques also they use more emotional effect of breathing, kind of with they have a specific method to return to the root cause of your trauma probably, and to release emotions that can hold you trapped in this particular problem. So with the fast-paced breathing, you can and music, you can kind of release the negative emotions and negative what can be stuck in your energy field.
That are stuck, absolutely. The emotions get stuck in the energy field in the body, and somehow it has to get released. So you're finding the breath work that you're doing is can be very effective for that.
Breath work, that means you control the breath in specific way, and you use this rhythmic or space breath to in most of all the deep breathing. So I most of all use the deep breathing, the three-part diaphragmatic breathing, and actually train the people to breathe more with the belly and pelvic floor than with the chest, because 95% of people of population breathe mostly with the upper chest. And that is also a sign when you're stressed, you start to hold the breath or breathe very fast. So the thing is to breathe slow, steady, and deep.
And in our very sedentary society, we're not using our lung capacity. We're just not. We just, like you say, shallow breaths, not even paying attention, it's subconscious, but it's just, we're not using lung capacity. And then those short, shallow breaths then lead to anxiety. So we're anxious, the thoughts are anxious, and then the breathing is anxious, and it's a vicious cycle.
Yes, actually using the breath, you are more in the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the rest and digest, and not so much as majority is in the these states and fight and flight or freeze. So most of the time you're in this state, fight and flight or freeze, and you feel threatened because of this stress, chronic stress that you're bombarded from environment, bombarded from electronics, bombarded from the media, and you have our own problems. And all this, how you think you can think about breathing. You just forget to breathe. Really, you
Oh,
take
absolutely.
this breathing as something that you have, you all have it in natural, but how you use it and how you actually, how you breathe.
Wow. So let's talk a little bit more about breath work. Do you have classes or master classes or training that people?
Yeah, I have a free weekly classes for the beginners, just to introduce them to begin if they're completely beginners. Even already they practice some other type of breath work on other experiencing some of pranayama. They are yogi, they use the yoga. They still, because I love to combine the styles. I love the combination of the techniques, so they still can learn something.
Oh, that's wonderful. So at the end, we're going to talk specifically about how people can find you and access some of this training. It's invaluable. It's invaluable. And that way it's beginner, it's free, it's not threatening, but it can get people introduced, and then they become more immersed in it.
Yeah, even if they like how that's work, they have a mini course and or more extended course, or just work with me in 101. They have a choices after that. I have workshops also. But let's start with the free weekly classes. I have also Facebook group and a Facebook page, which is called Menopause Support Academy, is my Facebook page. And the Facebook group is Balance Perimenopause and Menopause.
Oh, wonderful. But the Facebook page is Menopause Support Academy.
Yes, they are where I advertise my events, my free events. It's the Menopause Support Academy.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Now, is the breath work the key to help improve the sleep? Because I know you talked about all those problems with sleeping.
I think so. I think it's really can calm the mind and slow the heart rate and also heartbeat, and learning how to activate this nerve that I just mentioned, this cranial called vagus nerve. It can bring you immediately in a relaxation state and bring you in the deep sleep.
Wow. And that's without medication or even...
Yes. I suggest sometimes herbs. I suggest if you want to support yourself, additionally, use a kind of more adaptogen or herbs like valeriana. They have chamomile tea, more these natural things than melatonin, because melatonin in long run can bring the side effect also. And you also feel in the morning, again, a little bit dizzy, not so concentrate. And in the long term, it's not, I don't suggest that. It's short term, if it's really you need from the jet lag or some night shift job, but avoid in the long term. It can create dependency. Instead of that, search, or you can also ask me if you reach out to me, what kind of herbs I can suggest and what kind of adaptogen. That's something I also teach.
Wow. So what you're saying, just to recap, if anybody missed that, the melatonin is not the best. I know it's used a lot.
Yeah, just avoid if it's possible, because it does as the hormone replacement therapy, that's the first thing that people will suggest by pharmacy or doctors. The same thing with melatonin is a more famous thing as a supplement, because it's another talk about the artificial melatonin as a pill and natural melatonin, which is the white, the sunlight and natural light. And actually, I can teach in my program and courses how actually to have natural melatonin and not artificial one.
Wow. So that's something we've got to having our notes and follow up with you,
Yes.
take some of these courses.
Yes, it's important to know. Many people don't know. They simply don't know. They go and buy the melatonin thing. That's how it's helped, I can say, for some cases, but how you feel after, it's also questionable.
Absolutely. And it's very popular. I will tell you this. The melatonin is very, this is very popular, but people need to know that they have other options and that just the melatonin is not the best for you.
Yeah, just the melatonin is not the best. Yeah, there's 3 things like a breath, air, water, food. There's a 3 things that you can learn how to use it.
Yeah, this is wonderful. Are there other tools too that you teach besides the breath work?
I teach a mindfulness, how to be in the moment, and it also relates to the breath. So how to use the breath as an anchor to be in the present moment to overcome this anxiety. And yeah, mindful movement also, gentle movement. And yeah, I create just wellness balance program for mind, body, and mental, emotional, and physical.
Wow. And everybody needs that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. And not many people talk about it. So thank you so much to inviting me about this topic, to share my knowledge. And yeah.
I'm so happy to, because you have so much knowledge. And like we're talking about, it's not talked about enough. It really isn't.
Yeah, it's a kind of underestimate, overlooked sometimes, the sleep, until you really start to suffer.
Until you're really, exactly like you said. I mean, here you were exhausted and you would think you could fall asleep, but you couldn't fall asleep or stay asleep.
Yeah, and then in the next day you're tired again. So that's exhausted. Indication. Yeah, if you sometimes sleep 7-8 hours, if you feel tired in the next day, that means you don't have really deep restful sleep.
And then it leads to the downward spiral, right? You have no energy, you can't focus. And then if you're working your job performance, it's you're going to have problems. Make mistakes.
Also, a relationship that can affect. You can be more not so tolerant and irritable with loved ones, and yeah.
That's right. No, it's a vicious cycle. So what you're saying is get to the root of it. And what you're inviting people is to take the free weekly beginner classes. Now, those are on YouTube.
I have a YouTube channel for for people to watch the video, but this is live with me every Sunday at 9 a.m. And on Zoom. So, but they need to register. I announce the classes on my Facebook page, Menopause Support Academy. And from there, they can register and join me every Sunday to learn some new techniques or just practice with me. If they want watch the YouTube channel, they can. I also upload there some of the recordings, some of my past classes, which is also the same name as my Facebook group, Balanced Perimenopause and Menopause. Is the same name of the YouTube channel, so they can watch the videos first there. If you like it, then join me in a live session, and from there, if they decide to go in the course or the program, they can do that.
Oh, that is wonderful. And what we'll do is we'll have the links at the bottom of this broadcast. But you have Sundays at 9 a.m. You have a weekly Zoom. Now, is that free?
It's free, yes, for people who really want to start, to try, to ask me questions. Yes, just it's just 30 minutes, not much, just to really type in how that works and to bring them in the habit, create the habit to practice.
Well, that's huge. That's a very gentle way to get people introduced.
To try, introduce.
Absolutely, and be comfortable And I mean, this is life transforming. It's
It is. It is. It's nothing. Nothing worse to try. It's free. It's you're with the guide, with the experiencing guide. There's nothing terrifying, and yes, because sometimes if they try by themselves, sometimes they can lead to hyperventilation if they don't use it correctly. Yeah.
right. So there's guidance that's really helpful.
Yeah, the better is to start with the guide, with somebody who already learned that and experiencing that. So yeah, that can guide them.
Exactly. Now, if people want to set up a time to talk with you personally, how do they do that?
I give you my Calendly link. They can set up appointment with me. You can have a chat, coffee chat, and just see how I can help and support them.
Oh, that's beautiful. So you are giving us so many resources here, Dilyana. It's absolutely a privilege and delightful to aid it. You know, you're such a success story to see where you were, right? And how you overcame, and now you're a master. You're really really helping you. And I know people that know you, and they speak so highly of working with you, and you care so much, and the results that they get is that's a testament to you. So thank you.
And everybody can become the same if they are just be committed and be consistent.
Exactly. So there's really light at the end of the tunnel, and there's hope, because I know when you're feeling that way and you're dragging, you feel like there is no hope.
Yeah, I know. I myself feel, oh my God, I cannot see the light, but after a while I see.
That is so awesome. What else, any other tools you want to share with our listeners before we close?
That I want to know that everybody who going through this challenging period of premenopause and menopause, you're not the one. There's many women experiencing the same. We are in the same boat, and you can go beyond together.
It really is a message of hope. And
yes.
And you're giving people a place to start. It's, you know, it's not overwhelming. Just turn on the Zoom for 30 minutes on Sunday. Now, what time zone is that?
It's very important. Yeah, it's Pacific time. I'm in Vancouver, Canada, which is the same like California time, I think. So, yes. But I think the people in Mountain, in Central, in Eastern can benefit because it's ahead of me, and even also European. It'll be the evening for them, but it'll be also possible for them.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then tell us again the name of your Facebook page. It's
Menopause Support Academy.
Okay, beautiful. Because we want to give people the links, but we want people to hear it as well. And you're also on LinkedIn. If they type
I'm with my name, they can find me, Dilyana Mileva, on LinkedIn, and message me there. And whatever they prefer.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right. So heartfelt thanks.
Thank you for having me.
You're helping so many women, and we get the word out, and you'll be empowered to help more.
You too. Thank you to give me this opportunity to speak out.
It is a privilege. All right, then. So we will have the links below. And once again, our heartfelt thanks to Dilyana Mileva. All right.
I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey. My heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it.
Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Hello World. Let's chat and talk and do a little bit of everything. All right. So, how's everybody doing? I hope y'all doing good. I was already exercising before I went on. I'm gonna go to the side so you see what I'm doing. I hope you guys are doing well. I know it's been a while since I've been on, but it is what it is. I got inspired. So what I'm gonna do is make sure my back is touching this mat and not moving. And I'm doing my legs in a 90-degree angle. I'm going straight out. You see how my back, this is 90 degrees. These are 12-pound weights I have. Body on the ground. I've been working on this exercise for a little bit. This is to build the lower core, the lower abs. You know, the ab part, the part of your body where it seems like you can't get that fat to go anywhere, or that pouch, or whatever you want to call it. This will help. I feel it too, which is a great thing. It's like you can do an exercise, but not do it right and not feel where it's supposed to go. So I feel it here, all here. Hey, we have a member. We have a member. And it's swoop. There it is. Like me. Hey, lady, how you doing? Hey, Auntie Mama, how you doing? Good to see y'all. Welcome in. We're going to keep it very mild because I just got my hair done and I don't want to sweat. So that's why we're going to be talking a little bit more than exercising. I have a pouch again, y'all. We're going to be pouch free for the rest of my life or however long that's going to be. You know what? I wanted to say too, I cherish you guys. I really do. The support that you've given me throughout the course of the years, I do cherish it, and I definitely appreciate it. It's not an easy feat to get to know a perfect stranger. And you guys have taken a chance on me and my company for so many years. And, you know, I guess it's the same way you could trust a major company with your purchases. You got a chance to get to know the person behind it. And if anything ever were to happen, I just need you guys to know that I do cherish you guys and I appreciate you. So even if I'm not around, it's not because it's like whatever. It's just, you know, I'm trying to manage a lot of different things. And it's not difficult to manage. It's just time is not allowed it enough for me to be able to be everywhere and anywhere. So that's my thing. So I just appreciate you guys. So yeah, let's go back to this, right? Like I said, these are 12-pound weights. And I'm gonna have my head down. And the more I do it, the more I can extend that arm. Wait, see? I was getting used to letting that back come up, defeating the whole purpose of this exercise. I try to exercise on my own when I'm at home, just to keep up, because I don't even get to come to the gym as often. Well, not get to. I don't come to the gym as often as I used to. So I'm trying to do better to manage my homie. So what else are we gonna do without sweating? Oh, I'm gonna do this. Actually, I'm gonna need the mat again. I'm gonna post this video that I've been wanting to post. Hey Candy, how you doing? Hey Panama. I want to post this video that I've been trying to post for a couple of weeks and I haven't done it. Y'all, I have a bunch of videos, like shorts and stuff that I have that I just have not posted. Just with me doing like everyday regular things. And I still haven't posted that yet. So it's not just you, it's me. So I see this stuff on Instagram. And, you know, like I said, the algorithm is pushing me towards seeing a lot of exercise videos. So I saw this guy. He was doing something. I was like, oh, that look easy. Girl, y'all, it is not easy. So basically, make sure you have your equipment far away from you. This bar is about 40 pounds. So you'll see what I'm talking about. It look easy, but it's not. So you go up as far back as you can, and then you come up without letting your feet go up. And the bar shouldn't even go in front of you. So in the video, I did it good one time. See, that's going too far up. In the video, though, that I'm going to post, I did it good one time. And your legs need to stay on the ground. And you need to come straight up. That junk is hard. But it's not impossible. See? y'all don't think this is hard, I want to see you try it. Yeah. And that's the thing too, you know, I got to learn how to pace myself. When I say pace myself, I have to learn that it's okay not to get it right the first time, because y'all already know I want to get it right just like that. Or if you didn't know, now you do. So at least my arms are going back a little bit more. So, and I don't even know what is working out. I mean, I imagine that it's working out my arms for sure and my core. So this is like, let me see. I've been to the gym like 3 times totally within the last couple of weeks. So this is my 3rd time trying this. All right, let's go. Y'all remember when I was telling you breathing is very important when you're exercising? So when I go back, I should be breathing out. And when I come up, I should be breathing in. Well, I think it's the opposite way around. When I go down, let me check it out. Because it definitely gives you more power when you breathe properly. And then the next thing he was doing was this with that bar. So I got a long way to go. Hey, Dr. Destiny, how you doing? I'm gonna try it a couple more times. I need to figure out I need to dedicate a day where I'm going to come to the gym. I know the weekends used to be the best, Saturday and Sunday, but I was working yesterday, so I didn't even come yesterday. I'll be working next Saturday. This month I'm gonna be doing a couple weekend days, so I need to come up with a day during the week where I just come. I mean, I can make myself come every night. I just have to make myself do it. Let's do this 2 more times, y'all. Try to do it 2 more times. That leg not supposed to come up, just so you know. That's 2. Whew. And the sled I used to do all the time whenever I came, the bottom of my foot, the ball of my foot was hurting so bad after doing it. And I will only do it 5 times. So like I have to limit the amount of time I do it. The amount of times I do it. My right foot is fine. So it must be something with the way I'm walking when I'm with the sled. Maybe I'm using too much feet and not legs. All of that stuff you have to figure out. So we did that. Again, I'm trying to do exercises that's not going to make me sweat too much, because I don't want to sweat. Oh. Y'all see even my socks are falling off. So why is this one arm? See how it's pulling a little bit on the left? The left hand was pulling a little bit. Let's do some kettlebell swings. I got a 35-pound kettlebell. I need to do some squats. First day. It's quiet in here, right? They didn't put the music on, which is fine. I don't mind quiet. So with the kettlebell swing, keep your feet apart. You're going to go back, use your hips to swing forward, just like that. Protect that back. I just did 20. Oh, Ron, you almost got me in trouble last night. We have a member. We have a member. And it's Ron Weasley and Farms. How you doing? Oh, Lord. Again, I'm not trying to sweat. My heart rate is up. We could do other exercises that don't require too much sweat. Put that leg back, weight in the heels, and we're going to a row. Slight little bend, hand out so we're not using it to press on our leg. That just intensifies the workout and puts more weight resistance on the legs. Ooh. Heating up those legs. Slight bend. I'm trying to build these legs. They say I have to eat some protein, y'all. Supplements, but that stuff only goes to my stomach. It never goes to any other part of my body. So we're going to try to whip these legs into some type of shape by just doing more squats with weights. All right, 10, okay? Hand is free, back is straight, and you go straight up. That way you don't hurt yourself. I almost hurt my lower back yesterday because I didn't lift something properly. I felt it about to go. I was like, oh. All right, weight in the heels again. I wish I could hear the music that I'm hearing. It was working out my calves mainly. I felt it down there. Remember, we do everything 2 times, at least. Give me about a week and then I don't mind getting sweaty. I literally just got my hair done on Friday. And we only 2 days in, 1 day in. Y'all know how it is, right? Ladies, even guys. Well, I don't know, guys, how y'all feel. Unless you have some type of length to your hair. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and kettlebell swing it out. 20. Remember, lift properly. If y'all see, this is how I'm going down. I don't feel anything in my back. It's all going to here and in the legs. So when I pick it up, I'm not gonna feel it in my back. And I didn't run before I started this. I like to run 5 minutes on the treadmill, just to kind of burn out some of that inflammation. I decided I'm gonna do a detox once a month. So y'all seen that green drink that the celery juice that I made from my unboxing? So I'm gonna use that juicer to make my green drink. And I'm gonna drink it for like, until all of the products are used up. Wow, thank you, Ron. Yeah, Joy, I'm innocent. Uh-huh. Hey, Afro, how you doing? Good to see you. So, we're gonna get this leg down, like a little arch. Make sure you don't go past, the weight doesn't go past your knee. Let that junk stay right there. Weight is in the heel. Kind of back, keep your back kind of from getting hurt. Your back and your neck, keep those neutral. I'll tell you guys exactly where I feel everything. I felt it here, here, and here. And I also felt it here when I was pulling up. Those are the only places that you should feel anything. And I would recommend using a weight a little heavier, just to challenge yourself. Just a little bit. So like if you're used to using 10 pounds, go to 15. I haven't done these in a while. I just went straight to the 35s because I know I've done it before. So again, slight bend, here, here, keep the body neutral. I'm gonna roll up. And I know 25 pounds wasn't gonna be challenging enough for me. So you know your limits, but then just push yourself a little bit more. So I'm gonna try to put more content out on YouTube too. And you always know when I'm views. I know. Hey, always Tim, how are you? Welcome to Hello World. So we're done with this. And then we're gonna clean off because everybody here seems to forget that cleanliness is next to godliness. Like, for me, I don't understand how you feel comfortable going on after somebody else been on a machine, like especially the ones that you sit on, and you don't want to wipe it down. Like, I don't get it. I always want to wipe stuff down, even if I haven't seen anybody using it. Even when the person before me wipes down, I still go and wipe it down. Anyway, I got these 20-pound kettlebells. Oh yeah, let's do, not kettlebells, dumbbells. Let's do, if y'all haven't seen on my Instagram, I showed an exercise that I did one time. It's like go down and then up. Last time I was doing it with 10 pounds. Let me see if I could do it with 20. Ooh, that feel heavy already. Ooh. Look at how that foot twisted. Ooh.
What are you gonna do?
I think I posted this on Instagram too. I mean on YouTube. Ooh. That's a lot of weight, y'all.
I knew it.
Again, weight should be in your heels. And your arms shouldn't go down like that. It should stop right here. So when you go down and come up, it should stop right here, not go down like that. You'll end up hurting yourself doing that. So that's why if you look at me, you see me not going down that far. It's not doing it halfway, it's doing it the right way. Keep everything aligned. And once you do one side of your body, you do to the other. So. Down. Up. See how I move that leg? It's difficult. Roll those back. You can get a good workout in even with heavy or light weights. It doesn't matter. It's the way you do your repetitions.
All I did was, I did a base. I was like, oh,
I've been throwing a tire too, y'all. But I can't do it today because it's people.
I was almost done.
So I'm getting tired of always saying, it's my first day back since. So let's talk about that for a second, y'all. How many times do we always say, this is my first time, or I'm coming back again? Like, at what point are we going to have a routine? Well, not even a routine, but something that we're doing good for our bodies. At what point are we going to not have to say, I have to start all over again? I know sometimes life happens where we can't do it for like a day. But what happens when we let days and days and days and weeks go by before we get back into it? This is like the things that we all struggle with as people. Your goals. Think of, even if it's not exercising, think about your goals. Think about the things that you promised yourself that you were going to do last week or a month ago. Let's go back to at least a month ago. We all have these conversations in our heads like, yeah, I'm going to do this and I'm going to consistently do it. I'm going to perfect it and I'm going to be like, boom, and it's so excited. Why do we allow distractions to interfere with our progress? It's a legitimate question. Why? What is it about ourselves that we cannot correct those things? It can't, and it doesn't have to be an imperfection, a permanent imperfection where we have to restart. Why don't we all promise ourselves, either quietly or publicly, that we're going to commit to something? And you know what? It might be better to do it silently, because you never know who may really be in your corner and who may not be. But privately commit to something and do it. Keep with that commitment, especially when you feel like, oh, maybe I'm too tired today. And it doesn't even have to relate to exercise, and it could relate to anything else. Because we oftentimes allow our 9-to-5s or the routine, the things that help us get income, to get in the way of allowing us to be too tired to go after what we personally dedicated for ourselves to do. Why do we always keep ourselves that lowly? We put everything else ahead of us except for what's going to be preparing us to be better and happy. Or not even happy, but whole, W-H-O-L-E. So commit to something. Think about it. Don't even think too hard about it, because you know when we think too hard, then we say, well, no, that's going to take extra. Listen, y'all, pandemic was 2020. We're almost in 23. That's 3 years that flew by, 2 years that flew by. So what I'm saying is time is always going to fly. So don't worry about how much you have to do to get to the point to where you want to see the end result. Even if the end result seems like it's going to be 5 years from now, we already lost 2 years. We're about to be in 3 years. So make that private commitment to yourself and do it. Let no excuse, especially too tired, get in the way. We're going to have the rest of our souls to not be human. So while we're here in the physical, promise yourself, this is what I'm going to do. And this is what I'm going to do every day, especially when I'm too tired. Because when you're too tired, that's like, you know, the devil just deterring you from being successful in the goals that you promised yourself. We make promises every day when we get up, faithful and go to someone else's job, we faithfully go. So be as faithful to yourself as you are to other things. The same way you show your faithfulness to your children, grandchildren, be as faithful to yourself. Hey, Terry, how you doing? Good to see you. There's a, yes, premeditated thought, yes. Hey, One Busy Mama, how you doing? Good to see you. So promise yourself this one thing. I'm trying to think right now what I'm gonna promise myself that I'm gonna stick with no matter what. And I want you to work on that every day. So that's gonna require you to do two things. Etch out a little piece of time in the day to work on that thing you promised yourself. Let nothing deter you. And even if something may throw you off a little bit, you go back. But every single day, make it a part of a habit and a routine to do what you said you're going to do for yourself. Because at the end of the day, you came here by yourself. You learned how to breathe. You learned how to read. You learned how to love. Well, let's not put that in there because some of us really didn't learn how to love because no one taught us properly. But you get what I'm saying. You went to your interview for your jobs. You got your job. You made a commitment to get up and be at work. Do it for yourself. Commit to yourself. As much as you commit to everything else, commit to yourself. This time, we got to do it. Hey, Buddha, how you doing? Good to see you. Make that commitment, y'all. And make your goal exciting. Okay, how about make your goal something that you wanted to do when you were a kid? And don't worry about what it requires to get to that space. This is where faith comes into. As long as you're doing what you're supposed to do just to get to where you wanted to get to or want to get to, everything will fall into place. I'm speaking from experience, okay? I'm not trying to sweat today. That's why we just doing a lot more talking than exercising. All right, we could do this real quick. Well, we got 20 pounds. That might be a little too heavy right now. We'll see. Yeah, that's a little too heavy right now. I mean, but why not push myself? Okay, let's push it. Let's push me, right? See? When you focus, all those can'ts become, really? I could do that? Surprise yourself. Because this right here is probably one of the strongest muscles that we have. So start using it. I've never done that before. Not like using it, but I mean, I've never done this little exercise that y'all saw me do just now. That's the first time I did it. But I focused and I said, you know what? We ain't no pump. Well, yeah, I did say that to myself. A lot of times you put in work, man. So, keep those legs up. Keep that pivot. Here I am all alone. got me out here smoking on a whistle, saying, how did you to me? But it took a lot out of me though. I was working out the core. But I was wrong. To everybody, everybody. Ooh. Even your push-ups, y'all can do them.
Oh, bro, I used to hear.
Why you doing this to me? So we put it this way, up, down, up. Let's try not to move that hip. See me going like this? It shouldn't be like that. It's supposed to be in one spot, up, because all of that weight is supposed to be in the arm. That's just like, doesn't exist. So let me see if I could get it one time where I'm not moving my body, the bottom half of my body. It was a tiny little hip movement, but it takes a lot. So wait a second. I don't think I was purposely putting the weight in my core. So let me see. When I do that, down, core. Hold your core. There you go. When you hold your core and you don't move the rest of your body. Huh? Oh, you have your, there. Let me clean this off.
I don't even know how to do them the right way. Like,
You don't know how to do a push-up
I
either?
do them like wide.
Okay.
I don't know how to do
The triceps, there, use these. That's just 12 pounds. So what I do is I hold my core in.
Yeah.
When I go down. So kind of go forward, breathe out, breathe in on the way up. Come on, you got it. Breathe in. Push up, push up. Down. Up. Breathe in. You got it. You know what you probably should start doing more?
the girl push-ups.
No, to build your core. So go on your back. That's a perfect weight to have too. All the way down. Right?
Yeah.
Now, let your left leg and the opposite leg go down. But hold your back to the ground. But don't move that leg and then come back up. Nope. See how I am?
Yeah.
But what the point is to work on the lower abs and my back is staying planted to the ground. You should try to do that a couple of times. And when you do that, you'll be able to get your push-ups good. Because you got it so far. You just got to trust and breathe right. When you go down, you breathe in. When you come out, when you go back up, you breathe out. That'll help you build more stability. And you do squats at all?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see how you do your squats.
I feel like ass to grass.
Make sure that leg, make sure your knees don't go past there. You want to go down like this. Up, and then up. That all builds up your legs and your core. Hold your core in when you go down. And when you come up, just keep your feet planted in the ground. And your heels should have all of the weight. When you come out, you see how my legs are? My knees are like straight down. Yep. And then come up. Straight down. and then come straight back up. Yep. That's the way to do it. And you only feel it here and right here. And when you go down, exactly. It feels wobbly, right?
Yeah, it does.
Because you're building up your core and you're doing squats properly. When you do this, you're gonna end up hurting your knees.
This time I was taught to do it like all the way down.
You can go all the way down, but you gotta build your core all the way up first.
Yeah.
When you do that halfway, that takes a lot more. See? And you keep that butt out. And then come back up and power with your legs when you're coming up.
Thank you.
Yeah. But your push-ups, you'll get them. Just keep on practicing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. So make a commitment to yourself and stick with it, no matter what. Oh, hey, Vibes with the Thompson, how you doing, sis? Long time. Good to see you. So yeah, y'all. Don't let your knees go over your toes. Yeah. Remember when Pow Pow showed me how to do the right way? Because my arms are going out like this. It felt so comfortable doing like that, but you don't work out where it's supposed to work out. So there you go, y'all. Whenever you need help and I'm around, just ask. I don't mind.
Thank you so much.
I'm just thinking about what it is I want to do. I know what I'm gonna do, but I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna just do it because, like I said, what I was saying before, when you tell people, and it's not everybody, but you just don't know who everyone is, everybody's motives, and we're in a public forum right now. We don't all know each other, but whatever you are doing, keep it to yourself and just start doing it. I would say start meditating as well, so that you fix your mind to stay focused on what you want to do, what your goal is to do. All right, so it's time to get to work, y'all. And take yourself just as seriously as you take everything else. How about that? Why don't we all start doing that first? Take ourselves seriously. And that would require us to focus on us. Not externally, but internally. Focus on you. And I'm not talking about like self-indulgently, but just giving yourself the opportunity to grow. Like I'll just tell you personally, I still am learning, right? I've never given myself the opportunity to get to know and focus only on joy, because I'm always so concerned about helping everyone else. I forget about joy. And it doesn't mean like joy like needs X, Y, and Z. It's just I need to look at myself. Remember how I was saying, like, if you want to start healing from your traumas, you have to start looking at yourself in the mirror and seeing if it's something you can stand looking at. It's got a time to go back to those elementary thoughts. Look at yourself. Pay attention to yourself. We on 48 minutes, so let me go ahead and go. So go ahead. Let's get the fundamentals right this time. this stage of our lives. Let's get the fundamentals right. Even if you slip up, it's okay. It's just that we have to try to slip up less. Let's get the fundamentals right, and everything else will start becoming more fluid, right? We don't want to purposely just start doing stuff, right? We want it to become fluid so that we don't get sick and tired of it. We need to fluidly start loving ourselves and understanding who we are, our purpose, what we were birthed to do, who we are. It's time. And I don't have children, I know. I said I know. But it's still no excuse to not etch out a little bit of time to get yourself together. It's like when I told one of my coworkers, she gave all of her life to her kids and they all went to college. She never gave herself room to figure out who she is. So now she doesn't know what to do with her time. I'm not saying ignore anybody, your kids, your husband, your wives, whatever you're married to or dating or whatever. Still find you. And I guarantee you, the goals that you're setting right now, one goal or goals, if you want to be a champ and do more than one, that's fine. You know what you can handle. But leave some room for yourself. Because when everything else and everyone else is gone, guess who you got to be with? I'm here on every platform mainly, but I'll always come back to YouTube. And I appreciate everyone that has been here, giving a little bit of your soul and your time, because that's pretty much what it is your soul, to listen and to think. Because hopefully we're thinking about you. Don't leave you out of the equation anymore. I'm dancing to the song. Hey, hey. All right. Let me see. I always promise myself that when I'm here, I need to do a pull-up, at least 1 or 2 pull-ups. So let's do that. And then we out. Oh. I'm gonna put those weights away too, but I'm gonna do this pull-up before. I don't want to do it no more. Y'all know that's my little favorite piece of equipment. Let me clean it off first. I don't know why I clean down here when I know good well I don't want to use it. Hey,
I'm trying to get in the video through the mirror.
huh?
I said I was trying to get in the video through the mirror.
Oh yeah, they saw you. They saw you.
I texted you a few minutes ago. It was like,
Oh, you did?
I tried to scan in, but I had my headphones on, so I didn't hear a beat. So I walked in, I look at the computer screen and see if it scanned. It didn't, but guess who was the last person who scanned in?
My face is up there. Oh my gosh.
I think so, yeah.
It's the same sweater.
Yeah.
The same sweater. I had that sweater for like 20,000 years.
I was wearing the same sweater all the time too.
But it's warm. I got that in Tennessee.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
My a friend of mine was driving.
Okay.
Somebody's calling me now. But a friend of mine was driving.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, okay. And I don't remember. What do they usually do in NASCAR?
Oh, that I don't know.
Okay, well, either way. It was cold as ever. So we have to go to Target and get warm stuff. I know we had like t-shirts and stuff.
Okay.
So I've had that sweater for like
A few years
then.
now. Yeah.
Yes.
That's similar. So my Byron and I went to New Orleans last winter for my birthday. We thought it was going to be warm. I didn't bring
Cold
those.
is that?
It's like anytime we travel to another state, they happen to be having like a cold front or something. I'm just like, this how it was.
It's like now you gotta have a winter coat everywhere.
Everywhere you go, Florida, winter coat.
Right.
Like 5 years ago, we went to Orlando, Florida for my birthday. Granted, it was during the winter, but still, they're warm states. I think the week that we went, it was 60-something degrees. The week before that, our friend was telling us 90 degrees. We were like, that's what we wanted. If we come to Florida.
And then you got there and it was like 45.
Yes.
The same thing when I went to California. It was, you think California is hot, but it's not.
It's
It's
not.
freezing. I had to buy a towel to sit on the beach. Just to sit there,
The
like-
sand was cold too. That's crazy.
Cold as ever.
Right.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna do our little pull-up. First, I like to stretch. I'm trying to learn how to do a muscle up. So they tell you to go like this. So like you can get whatever going. But I'm gonna stretch. And then we're gonna come all the way up. We did our two. Let's start with the legs out, y'all. Again, I did good. I didn't sweat at all. All right. We did it. Oh, I felt that. I would say I'm always get back to where I was. This was the kind of stuff that I was doing pre-pandemic. But since then, I hurt this shoulder. Y'all know it. Remember when I was telling y'all I hurt this shoulder? It was doing this exercise. Let me show you. It was doing this exercise where I went down, and when I was coming back up, it popped. I'm not gonna do it, but because I don't want that feeling ever again. That pop was something else. So that's it. Make sure you guys are working on those goals. Hey, Journey, how you doing? I'm trying to get it right. And I felt it here. I felt when I was pulling myself up. Y'all, I didn't feel it in my arms. I felt it in my leg right here. Because that's the muscle that I'm trying to work out when I was doing the pull-ups. I didn't feel it in my arms. I just felt it in my legs. That's crazy, right? It's like, how you only feel it in your legs and not anywhere else? Hey, MTG, how you doing, sis? I felt it in my legs, not my arms. Isn't that crazy? Because honestly, when you're doing a pull-up, you shouldn't feel it nowhere except for in your core. You should feel it in your core and other parts, but not in your arms. I know it may sound funny, but try it. But anyway, y'all, remember today's priority. Remember, today's priority is to really focus on you. Really focus on the goal that you're going to set today. And I'm telling you to do it today because we will put it off like we have always done, right? But I'm telling you today, sketch out, map it out. Map out what that goal is. It could be whatever, even from something as a child. Map out what that goal is. Etch out time every day, because you owe it to yourself. However old you are, because I'm ageless, I owe it to myself, all of that time that I've invested in everything else besides looking at me and working on what I want. And not like, yeah, I wouldn't even say it's selfish, but just we have our own things, that ambitions for ourselves. So whatever it is, those are the two things you need to do. Figure out what it is, map it out, the time that you're going to do, and do it every day. And even if you miss a minute or so, that's okay. Just still do it anyway. You work your arms so much. You got to, no, Afro. Then you have to work. Then when you're going down, you breathe out. When you're coming up, you breathe in and you hold your stomach. And I guarantee you won't feel it in your arms. You won't, because your core is what's helping you go up. It's weird, but it's true. Hustler. Listen, y'all. I want to make a public apology to Hustler TV because I promised I was going to do something for Hustler TV, but I completely forgot. And I hope you can forgive me and remember it wasn't on purpose. Not remember, but know that it was never on purpose. I never want to do anything to purposely hurt anybody, okay? So Hustler, I'm publicly apologizing to you, okay? Please forgive me. I guess because you're here, you forgive me. I don't know. But I wanted to publicly apologize to you. I told you, I don't know. Your girl needs to have some ginkgo biloba, whatever you want to call it. Memory crazy. Thank you, Hustler. It's raining. I don't know what it looked like. When I got here, it wasn't raining. But remember, y'all, today is the beginning of you doing something for you, okay? We got this. Don't talk about it, be about it, yeah. You don't have to tell anybody, unless you want to tell your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend what it is. Well, I recommend you don't, because sometimes other people's perspectives can throw ours off, and ours could be so on point, but then everyone else's perspectives can just be like, well, you should probably do it this way. It kind of deters the energy that you started putting in. So maybe keep it to yourself for a little bit until you're strong enough that no matter what other perspective comes in, you're still going to do you. So, well, we got this. I'm here, and I appreciate you guys for being here. I thank you for rocking with me for as long as you have, because it's not about my day ones. It's about the ones who actually stay. I came up with that quote a while ago. I wanted to post it, but it's not about the day ones, guys. It's about the ones who stay. That's what matters, because anybody can become a day one, but it's if you decide to stay. And I appreciate the amount of time that you guys decide to stay. And until we meet again, you can always catch me on other platforms every day doing videos and stuff like that. But I'm here on YouTube. I'm going to try to post more. So until we meet again, my name is Joy from Be The Difference Clothing, and I am signing out on another episode of Hello World. Yes.
For today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctr.
Dr. Liddy. Dr. Liddy is a renowned world-class attorney. She has been featured in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, USA Today, and the New York Law Journal for her work to protect small businesses and small investors. She presented a TEDx talk in London on what the original purpose of corporations was to do public good and what went wrong. Dr. Liddy has a BA from Columbia University, MBA from New York University, JD from Fordham University, and a PhD from University of Barcelona. Corporate executives hire Dr. Liddy to train employees to be more legally mindful in their employment transactions. The United Nations hired Dr. Liddy to instruct small to medium-sized enterprises across the globe on the laws that impact their businesses. Dr. Liddy has spoken at business, law, and tax conferences, from Amsterdam to Bogota, to Cape Town to Los Angeles to Paris to New York, to Barcelona to Miami to Warsaw to Costa Rica to Germany. Dr. Liddy designs legal structures and financial systems for entrepreneurs who are frustrated and disappointed that their business has not been as profitable and successful as they expected. By teaching entrepreneurs how to use the leverage of law, taxes, insurance, and estate planning, entrepreneurs can be 10 times more profitable and successful so that they can build wealth and create a legacy to pass on to their families.
I heard there was a secret legal code that David knew, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care about the law, do you? It goes like this: the law is good, the battle king composing, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. I am Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer and the good business coach. I want to spend a little time speaking with you today about what I call V4. And it begins with your vision, your value, your visibility, and your valor. I want to tell you a little bit about my story, and I hope it is okay with you that I begin at the beginning. So I am the daughter of an Episcopalian priest, and also he happened to be an attorney. And my dad was what I would call a community lawyer. He helped everyone in the community. He helped the butcher, he helped the seamstress, he helped the vegetable store owner, he helped the dry cleaners. And his office was the front porch of our house. So you can imagine that every day when I came home, there was usually a group of people at the front porch listening to him, asking him questions, and he would advise them. And he never asked for money directly. He would say, if what I've given to you today is of value, please leave something in the bowl so we can share it with the church community on Saturday and Sunday. And that's how I grew up, learning at my dad's feet. And one day I came home and Dad was not there. And Dad never showed up at the house again. Now, my mom was beautiful. She was brilliant.
She was an artist. She painted these lovely paintings, and she was a poet. She wrote beautiful poetry. She was also a physicist, but no one hired a woman physicist back really in the 1970s. I don't know where NASA was, but they didn't contact Mom. So for me, I was born in the Caribbean, in the island of Dominican Republic, and I was raised in Brooklyn, New York, very much like Alexander Hamilton, born in the island of Nevis, really grew up in New York City. So I learned at a very young age, I was 9 when this happened, when Dad never showed up again, that without money and without people willing to truly help you, you lose everything really, really fast. And my mom lost a house very quickly. And we wound up at friends' houses, at neighbors, at family, but eventually we really wound up in shelters. And we stayed in shelters for a long time. The church is primarily the place that we would go, but we will often wind up in city shelters as well. And you got 1 cot per family back then. And my mom got the cot, so I got the floor. Little Liddy got the floor. And I was scared, I was cold, I was lonely, I missed my dad. And I would cry myself to sleep almost every night because I was so sad. And I would begin to sing because singing brought me comfort, and it still does. And as I sang, you could hear other people around the shelter singing along with me. And it was just a little beautiful memory for me. And I want to share that song because you will find that I like to sing. 1, it makes me happy, but 2, I find courage in my songs. And I hope that my songs touch you as well to gain more courage than you could ever imagine that one person could have. It's all within us. So the song I used to sing when I was a little girl in the shelters, and please join in if you know this song, is "This Little Light of Mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. No matter what they say, oh, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine." And it was the most beautiful sound to hear the other homeless people singing the song for hours. It just kept bouncing around the room, and that brought me comfort. Then one day, I got a scholarship to Columbia University, and they found out while I was filling out my award letter, it asked for my address, and I put down the shelter, the church's shelter, and they couldn't believe this. And they immediately gathered together and something changed. They got my mom a small apartment on campus for me and her. Isn't that amazing? And I watched this, I said, oh my God, how blessed am I? And I want you to begin to believe, if you don't already, that things can change in an instant. In an instant, you're healthy. In an instant, you're sick. In an instant, you're homeless. In an instant, you have a place to live. And the flow of life is never certain, but it is a journey that we are compelled to ride. So for me, the challenge as I was in college was not so much to work, but that I was broke. I had no money, and the wealthy students had a lot of things that they were able to do, and all I did was work. I worked everywhere. I worked at the front desk at the dorm. I worked at the library. I worked. They called it work study because you're supposed to be studying while you're working. Well, I was working while I was working, and that was a gift. because the parents that came to see their kids recognized that I was always there working, and they felt more confident and comfortable with me and trusted me with everything, with money, with clothing, with food, with special notes for their children. And one day, one of the parents said, Liddy, where do you work? Because you're just such an amazing person. And we would like to thank your supervisor. And I said, well, you can write a note to the school, but this is my work study. I have to work here at the front desk. And they said, really? And they said, don't you own a business? And I said, a business? I'm like, no, 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 no. So parents at the Columbia University taught me how to start and operate and sell a successful business. So what was the one thing I knew how to do? They said, what's the thing you do the best? And I said, take care of others. They said, great, that's a babysitting service, and we've got some other kids at home, so you can watch them. So how much do you want to charge? I said, I don't know, $5? They're like, absolutely not. It should be at least 50. I'm like, $50? And as time went on, $50 became 100, became 200. By the time I left, I was $300 an hour. And because the demand was so great by other families that wanted a trusted person to leave their little children with, I wound up hiring 15, 17, maybe at one point even 18 college friends of mine to do the same thing. And I got a percentage of everything that they did. Years later, we sold that business to a Swiss company. And that's when I learned what real money was really about, that it wasn't how much you could earn, it was how much you had the ability to have others earn that are in your structure. And that's a lot about how business works. How do you multiply yourself? How do you multiply the work? How do you multiply the money? And that is something, unfortunately, we're just never taught, right, in school. We're taught to do what in school? Come on, say it with me. Become an employee and work for someone else. That's the American structure. So to step out of that, you've got to do something different, something unique, something fascinating, something that they don't teach you in a classroom. And that is what we are here to do. We're here to teach each other about the things they're not teaching you in school, because then you'd go out and be a successful business owner rather than becoming an employee for someone else. So what was the challenge for me? The challenge for me is I didn't know that there was an alternative other to being an employee, i.e. becoming a business owner. And it took someone to tell me, to show me, to implement it for me to accept that I can do this. And a lot of what we do with Dominionaire Life is that we teach each other how to do the things that we don't know how to do to become successful business owners. We have a host of training with regard to how we do that. I handle the law. Why? Because it is my heritage. 14 generations of my lineage were both priests and lawyers. I am not a priest, but I am a lawyer. And my gift is I have the ability to process that information that we call legalese and make sense out of it for others and create processes for you to be able to benefit from the law. We call it legal training within Dominionaire Life, and I run that division in terms of protecting your original ideas. We call that intellectual property. We are the only country in the world that in our Constitution, the US Constitution, we put in that every man has the right to protect their creative original ideas. We call that copyright. It is the right to copy. You have the right that is given to you by the federal government, and you can give others permission, transfer that right for them to copy your stuff. We call that licensing. So I train on these things within Dominionaire Life. And we have other fabulous people that train on money in terms of your finances, that train on mindset in terms of getting your mind right. And I say that not to be funny, but to acknowledge that oftentimes there are things that we see or that people teach us that just leads to nowhere. It leads to you being sad. It leads to you being demoralized and not being confident. So what do you do in those moments? So when we came together, when amazing Steve and Scott and we came together, it was to build something different, something that would empower individuals and families to dream again. We stop dreaming. We just go to work. And the ability to dream is so powerful. The ability to see what is not immediately in front of us, but it is coming, is amazing. And when I was a little girl, there was a song that I absolutely adored that helped me dream bigger dreams, even though I had nothing. And that song, and if you know it, come on, sing along with me on this one. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I've heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. And they do. We've stopped believing in our dreams because we've had so much failure that we don't think our dreams are valuable. So that leads me into my first V. V1, you have value. You don't have to believe me. It says so in the holy book. You are so important to our Father. So lovingly, He created you. And somewhere while we are living our lives, we fall into the trap of believing that we're not valuable, which is a fallacy. It's wrong. It's incorrect. But we believe it nonetheless. You are valuable. You are so important to Him. But you've got to believe in yourself as well. I can tell you as much as I want to every day how valuable you are, but until you believe it, it'll never take root. It'll never be grounded. And sometimes you need to surround yourself with good people. So Steve, Scott, myself, we are good people. We value on doing good, which is why I'm Liddy, the good lawyer, because there's some bad ones out there. I know, please don't start saying, I know. I've experienced some myself, and I choose to do good. I choose to use the power and leverage of the law to do good and not evil. That's a choice each of us has. So your value is important. We need your value in the world to elevate our human existence, to do some good for others. How can you do it? As simple as giving a sandwich to someone who asks, as simple as working on your business to really make it successful, as easy as attending training so you empower yourself with knowledge so you can be a resource and a value to others. So value, you have it, share it. My second V that I love so much is vision. What is our vision? What is the vision that you have for yourself, for your family, for the world, for your business? Only you know that vision. And one of my favorite sayings from the Bible, from Habakkuk really, is when God told one of the prophets to write the vision and make it clear upon tablet so those that read it can run with it. For the vision is not for now, but it is for the appointed time. Wait for it. It shall come. And when I first read that, I had no idea what that meant, right? So write the vision and make it clear on tablet. What tablet were they talking about? I guess back then it was clay tablets. They baked them, they put a little pencil mark. I mean, I can't read the Egyptian hieroglyphics. But isn't it interesting that we have a product now that's called a tablet? Actually, I'm taping this video on a tablet. Isn't it interesting that centuries ago that God talked about make it clear upon tablet, and here we are in the year 2022, and we've got tablets that we make things clear, video, right? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it powerful that our all-knowing God knows these things? So the vision for you is to write it, create it, bring it forth from your spirit, the thing that touches you the most, because that is your gift and it's meant to be shared. It's meant to be clear on tablet. So those that see your vision can run with it. Ah, isn't that beautiful? That even though you created, others can see it as well and will know what to do with it. That is vision. My third V that I want to share with you today is about visibility. I am horrible with visibility. People are shocked when I say that, but I don't do all the things that I should be doing with regard to putting my vision, my value out there for the world. I'm not really that visible. I'm not really on social media. I struggle with that, but I've asked Dr. Tina Ramsey to help me with that. So she said, great, Liddy, we're going to give you a podcast and we're going to give you a streaming television show. And by the way, her CTR media network reaches like something like 350 million people around the world. I'm like, what? This is my client and she's now telling me. So, and I spoke to Steve about it recently, and we're going to do some more visibility with Tina. With Dr. Tina. When I first met her 2 years ago, she was Coach Tina. And I said, girl, go get your degree. And 2 years later, she is Dr. Tina. I love it. I absolutely love it. See the vision. And she is such a wonderful spirit. And I mention her specifically because visibility is something that we could all strive to have more of. And it's important to have it with good people that care about you and care about the message that you bring to the world and care very much about making sure that we're adding value to the world. And I love working with my sisters of faith. It is simply a powerful presence to be in when we come together and create amazing things. So your visibility, is it that you speak? Is it that you write and you publish? Is it that you are on Facebook or on YouTube? Get it out there. Let people know that you are here. And again, I do a horrible job at it, but I admit that freely. I need to do a better job. But I can imagine that many of us need to do a better job of being visible and sharing what we stand for, sharing what will help with what we need help with and what we will help others with as well. So visibility is one of the areas that I think is very important for us to focus on a little more. And there are tools out there and people out there that make it easy. And my last V for us is valor. And when I say valor, people often say, oh my God, what is Dr. Liddy talking about? Well, for me, the simplest definition of valor is courage beyond knowing that you will succeed. It's the confidence that you step forward, not knowing where the next step is going to take you, but knowing that you have to take the step. It's trusting in God that your steps are guided and measured, and you are courageously walking into any situation, knowing that you're not alone, knowing that the Spirit of God infuses everything that you do, and that you are valiant. You stand for good. You stand for good people, for good things, for good knowledge. You take a position that you do not back down from because it's yours. It's your vision of what can be. And there's a whole army that stands with you, good people around the world that support that valor that you have. Understand when I say valor, oftentimes you're going to walk alone. I know I say you will have an army, and then I said, what? You're going to walk alone. Well, the army will come, but they'll only come when they are convinced that you are convinced that you will stand strong in your courage. Then they come forward. So if there are things that you care deeply about, stand for them. If there are people that you want to support that others are not supporting, support them. And know that your presence of standing firm in that belief will show the way for others to stand with you. So my work around the world focuses primarily on what I've shared with you. I use law to bring value to people. I use the law to bring vision to people because they don't know what they don't know. They can't see what they don't see. I use law to bring visibility. I argue cases in court. I do arbitrations. I also set up businesses. And I help people to sell them and fund them. I do all that fun stuff for me, but I know that I do these things because I saw my father do these things for others. So we are all part of a lineage. There's a history that comes with us, whether we know it or not. It comes with us, and it is imbued in our very self structure to make us who we are today. Good or bad, it is who we are. And valor. So much of what is happening or what happens to us is without valor. No one courageously steps up on our behalf. You have to be the person that steps up on your behalf and behalf of others that you care about and causes that you care about. And which is why I love Dominionaire Life, because so many of us, Steve, Scott, myself, we stand up for others and each other. And that's a beautiful collaboration to have, knowing that you're not alone, that you're never alone. You've never been alone, and you never will be alone. Just because you don't see people doesn't mean they're not there in spirit and support of you from miles and miles away. So I share these things with you because I want you to know that you are important in the plans that unfold for your business, for your family, for our futures. And I want you to know that Dominionaire Life was created for people just like you that wanted a different way of life, that didn't want to worry about money because you're working on your business and that's bringing you the money, because there's training for you to learn and excel, because there's good people that have come together to say, let's band together to make a difference in this world for other people. And if you can hear me, then you know that what I am saying is true. You know that there's a vibration when people are doing good things, right? Some people get hot, some people get trembles. I get happy. I love it when people do good things. And it hurts me when I can't help everyone. And I know that. So I choose, right? When things come in my path, will I help? And if I can, I do. And sometimes I simply can't, not because I don't want to, but because I don't know how. And I think that's a lot of us, right? We don't know how to help sometimes. So I want to share two thoughts. One is the Mayans have an ancient saying that says, if it is to be, then it is up to me. If it is to be, then it is up to me. And I've adopted that as my own personal philosophy. I'll go first in many situations, not knowing sometimes what the end will be or not knowing exactly what to do, but to know that my presence is important. And I'm so sorry that I can't be with you today. If it was anything other than a medical situation in my family, I would be on the ground with you, as I like to say, boots and stilettos on the ground. But I will be there next time. And I am here now. I'm not far away. I'm a phone call, I'm a text message. Oh, by the way, text message, I meant to share with you. I promised that I would give a gift to you. So on your cell phone, if you send a text to 26786, 26786, and if you type in the word law, LAW, I have a gift for you. It's an infographic of a copyright, meaning it's a picture of what the copyright process looks like. I am adamant about all of us copywriting our original creative ideas because they're good ideas that are worthy of protection and monetization. But the monetization part is for another discussion with you. So I want to say that I believe in you. I believe that there's a pathway for all of us that leads to goodness. And that means locking arms with each other at times and stepping out on our faith and strongly declaring that we are people of faith, we are people of God, and we believe in good business for everyone. I am Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer, and may you always remain as blessed as you are now. Until we meet again, please stay safe, please stay inspired, and please stay absolutely marvelous.
So come join her, monetizing you and your business at a Connect with Dr. Liddy today by visiting.
Was slowly bringing me to a point that would ultimately cost me my life.
Hush topics are those topics that people do not want to talk about, that we keep secrets in our family, we keep secrets at work, and things that happen to us like sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence, if you were part of sex trafficking, if you were molested as a child. Those are hush topics that rarely are talked about, but are really affecting our communities, our families, our churches. That's what hush topics are.
I am a victim of domestic violence,
sexual assault and sexual harassment,
sex trafficking,
child sex abuse,
sexual harassment.
Every single person on this earth has a story, but not everybody has the courage to speak it.
My name is Alicia Harris,
Sheila Renee Bailey,
Brandy Richard,
Joyce Reed, Devon Pierre,
Keith Phillips,
Ursula Kelly,
Linda Skolnitsky,
Chandra Cleveland.
I am Kathy Butler.
My name is Richard Butler.
John Rulak is the founder of Nutiva, a company committed to wholesome organic foods. He talks about the lack of environmental awareness here in the US. This is alarming because so many of us believe we're environmentally aware. But he states we're operating on sound bites and outdated information. We hear about carbon. He states carbon belongs in the soil. Instead, we're transferring it up into the atmosphere and it's falling into the oceans. It's really important that we learn more about regenerative agriculture. It is the fastest path to saving our planet.
It was not your fault. It was out of your control. You didn't know it was going to happen. You can't blame yourself. You are strong. You are powerful. You are a survivor. You will make it. And I know it hurts. And it's gonna hurt. And it's gonna hurt some more. But with that pain, turn it into triumph. Don't let it ruin the rest of your life. Don't let it be a burden. Make the best of what you have. And survive.
For today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Fathers to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you.
I'm Joey Marie Urbina, and I play Xiomara in Snowfall, and you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Next, Michael Finkley, host and executive producer of HBCU 101. Jaleel Thurman is with us as he talks about his brand new season and so much more. Next, Finkley.
It's my biggest dream come true. Hold on, hold on. It's my biggest dream come true.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Now, y'all know I have my educational consulting firm, right? The Finkley Experience, where we assist students that want to go to college. So we assist them in that process. But I'm a bigger advocate for HBCUs. Why? Because I attended an HBCU. From 2007 and 2011, I was a student at the Allen University in Columbia, South Carolina. Y'all, that is where I found myself. I said this many times with you all in different interviews. I found my voice at my HBCU. A few years ago, I actually did a video, which is still on our YouTube channel, so go check it out, about my HBCU experience. It's just something different. You know, I found myself. I found who I was. I found out that I could be anything I wanted to be at my HBCU, and I stand before you today as such. And we're still growing, we're still developing. And so I love when I meet individuals that are advocates of HBCUs as well, and they're making a difference for the culture. They are getting those stories, they're getting those interviews, they're having conversations, they're trying to expose more students to this awesome, awesome culture. As you know, with HBCUs, they were founded by African Americans who were not privileged to go to the white colleges and universities. And so, standing tall today at 101 across the country, we're still educating doctors and teachers and lawyers in large numbers. So I had to bring on our next guest. Jaleel Thurman is with us. He is the host and executive producer of HBCU 101. He is making a difference in getting these interviews and having conversations about this amazing culture. So, y'all, another awesome interview coming your way. Think fam, it's Jared, go away. Back in a moment. Next, Jaleel is with us. Don't go away.
Comedian Eric Escobar, the Mexipino millennial, and you are watching Gold right now. You know why? Because you're watching The Michael Finkley Show. Stay tuned.
Next, Michael Finkley, music at its best. Musical artist Maia is here, and she talks about her single and her time in the industry. Don't miss it. Next, Finkley. Hello, everybody. It's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you.
Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, he is an entrepreneur, and he is also the host of HBCU 101. He is Jaleel Thurman. How are you?
I'm great, Michael. How are you?
I am super, uber, duper fantastic.
Super, uber, duper fantastic. I like that. I like that.
We'll go with that. We'll go with that. It is such an honor to chat with you. You are doing something incredible for the culture, right? And why I love this so much is I am a product of an HBCU myself. I found myself at my HBCU. I have an HBCU experience. And so you're bringing that to television so people can know, yo, we're doing it up. We're doing it up. So thank you for that. When you think of the words, right, the letters HBCU, what comes to mind?
Culture, heritage, history, family, love. Like those are, when I think of HBCUs, that's what first comes to mind. You know, and even if it's not a word, like a phrase, like kind of like growing up, man. Like you just said, you found yourself at your HBCU. I think that's a story that's relevant and prevalent to everyone, that really resonates, right? Like I found myself at my HBCU and, you know, where I wanted to do in my life and what I wanted to do in my career. And so, you know, your story is similar to mine, and I'm sure our story is similar to other people. But outside of that, it's the love, that camaraderie, that when you go back, it's home, right? Like when I go back to Virginia State, it's home. It's, what's up? Like it's not, yeah, I do all this HBC 101 and Yard Talk 101 and, all these different things and ambassadors of programs I've had to be an ambassador for, but it's home. It's like, y'all knew me before I was who I am today, and y'all still open the love and doors for me. So those are the things that come to me when I'm talking about HBCUs.
I love it. What was your experience like at your institution?
Man, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I hated my first semester at Virginia State. Like, being from Chicago, man, it happens, right? Like, and I think that's what makes it so interesting, the story. Like being from Chicago, I only went to Virginia State because they offered me the most money. Wasn't my first choice. My first choice was Morehouse, but Virginia State offered more money. And I just didn't feel the need to pay for an education. And so I never seen Virginia State. It was literally sight unseen. I had some friends that went there. They said it was cool. I said, are the queues on the yard? They said they there. I said, all right, done. I'm there. And my first semester, man, culture shock, going from a lot of our HBCUs are in small towns and in small cities. And I'm from Chicago, you know what I'm saying? One of the top cities in the world for multiple different things. And so to go from such a fast-paced environment into something that's slow in Petersburg, Virginia, it just was like, wow. And I played video games all first semester. I was heavy in the NBA 2K, going to the CAF. I went to parties and I went to homecoming stuff, but I wasn't really engulfed in that HBCU experience. And I told my mom I wanted to transfer. She was like, look, give it one more semester. If, things don't change, see what happens. I said, all right, cool. So we come back in the spring of 2011 because I came in school fall 10. And at that point, I started meeting new people. I ended up joining an organization called the Student Liaison Outreach Team, which is a community service-based organization because I'm big on community service. And then at that point, that's when I started to find family and friends as an extension of where I was from Chicago, just like, oh, okay, it's a new family, like a home away from home. And then I joined SGA same semester. And that's when I was like, all right, okay, I'm SGA vice president. Okay, let's really see what this thing is about. And that was all she wrote after that, came back in the fall, SGA VP org, truly engulfed in HBCU love and the community and the environment. And at that point, the rest of my years at Virginia State was amazing, man, hands down.
Wow. It's funny. Our experiences were somewhat alike. But I think that in so many degrees, so many ways, many people, especially that go to an HBCU, may experience that. Because I was literally about to drop out my first semester as well. I'm like, Mama, please come get me, right? And she was on her way, but my stepfather was like, don't go get him. And that was one of the best decisions that they ever made for me, besides giving birth to me, right? I flourished. I started joining organizations, created some. I was initiated to an awesome fraternity. So it changed because, you got involved, right? You got involved and you found yourself in that right. With your platform that you have, how did this start?
So, HBC 101 is what a lot of people know on a national level from television. However, back in school, at HBCUs, you don't always get the most positive light. And so what happened at my time when I was at Virginia State, we had like a stabbing happened on campus. It was a brawl. Our football team got into it in Winston-Salem at the football championship, CIAA. And, we even had like an off-campus organization. We lost a couple of Trojans to off-campus hazing, like literally like they drowned in Appomattox, and the news, the media, everyone lived on campus, but it was negative. It was never the positive things that we were doing as students, and they were making us seem like thugs, man. And it's like, we still kids, like we're still growing up. Like you do realize that, right? Like, and the media lived and they thrived off the negative energy. We even got blasted by Stephen A. Smith because he's a Winston-Salem grad. So when that football thing happened, he even was on us crazy on ESPN. Like it was it was a wild time at Virginia State during that time. And I so happen to be SGA president now. And it's like, yo, you're SGA president. And so if I didn't become president just for the title, like I became president to impact change. I became president because of a love that I had for my institution. And it's like, wow, how do I navigate this? How do I change the morale on campus? How do I lead, in such a dark time? And so getting my degree in mass comm with a focus on television, I said, I want to address the media, but now let's not do it traditionally. Let's do something different.
Right.
So I work with 3 students on campus. Shout out to Connie, DJ, and Brian, spoken word artists. And, I've worked with a production team, Dion, Nigel, and my man Terrell, and we addressed the media. It was like we was in the bottom of Foster Hall, our student union. It was dark, and the only people that you could see was like the light was on them. And we just recorded it a few times, chopped it up, and it went very well with our Trojan family. I ended up doing an interview with Channel 12 about it. And at that moment, I said, yo, HBCUs need someone who wants to talk about the positives. They want to let us control our own narrative. And so I graduated college trying to figure out what I'm going to do with my life. And it's crazy because, when you go to an HBCU and you're SGA president of, your fraternity, in different orgs, like really involved, you can't enter into the real world and be at the bottom and not try to match that same energy, right? Like, you don't want to be like, dang, he was that guy in college, but, ooh, so it was like, yo, what am I going to do, right? Like, and so I was talking with one of my frat brothers, and he was like, yo, if you're going to keep talking about it, then do it. If you're not going to do it, then shut up. And I birthed my company, Yard Talk 101, in which we would travel to campuses and I would talk to different individuals like, hey, we're here at Virginia Union University, it's homecoming. Let's see what the scoop is on the yard. Like, that's what it was. Like, but people doing content now, but I was legit content creating on the yard before it was such this huge thing. And over the years, the consistency has granted me opportunities, put me in rooms, and met a good dude by the name of Ty Johnson over at Aspire TV. And he the bros, and we just really connected. And he gave me an opportunity on the digital side. We stayed building, and then the opportunity came to do linear on TV, and then that was birth HBCU 101.
Wow. Did you imagine way back when, right, that you would be at this point today?
Yeah, no. I think that I always wanted TV. I just didn't know when it was going to happen. HBCU 101 is my baby. I have other projects that I'm looking forward to bringing to life. But when you want something so bad, it's inevitable that it's going to happen. You just got to stay the course, and so, but when you in it, you like, ooh, wait, like, and when it happened so fast. It was like, look, I got this opportunity, you do this. And then I'm just learning as I go. Right. And now I kind of got it down and looking to do bigger and better.
Yeah, I got you. Within your platform, right? You've done so much in helping others. What have you learned about yourself along the way in doing this?
That's a great question, man.
Hey, I'm John Marshall Jones. Some of y'all know me as Smart Guy Daddy. And you are watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father Charleston, South Carolina is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org.
on season 6, September 11th. And congratulations again, congratulations on your platform. Within this new season and viewers watching, what can we expect?
Honestly, man, we got some dope guests, man. One thing I try to do is try to have variety from celebrities to influencers to people that you may not know about. I mean, this season alone, shout out to all my guests. I mean, season premiere was with Jay Murphy. He just got crazy with BET Awards. He did end up DJing some stuff for Rock Nation. So being able to show that. I got Trav Q this season, my dog from Lincoln. Also switch it up. I always like to touch with the ladies. I always like to keep the ladies involved. And I got two dope. I actually got a couple ladies on the show. Arian is this week coming up. She's killing it with the Fearless Fun, Destiny Williams. I've never had nobody from Shaw. So Des is representing Shaw, former All-American, talking about what she does in the beauty industry. And then I have a lawyer, man, and I've never had a lawyer on the show. So I always try to find these different gems of people. So, and the lawyer is Jazz. So, shout out to Jazz Talks Law, to really give different insights on, who they are, where they came from, and what they're doing now.
I love that. I love that, especially giving them a platform of speaking their truth, especially about their experiences. I think that's very impactful. What has been the most memorable interview you have done thus far?
Honestly, man, I got so many. But those that first come to mind, Will Packer. Will Packer. So season 1, we were in person, and Will Packer pulled up, and we talked outside, for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, just rapping, yo, what's good? And shout out to Fred Witt, man, my manager and one of the executive producers that helped make a lot of this stuff happen. We were all three of us were just talking. And, when you meet someone that has the caliber and resume and stature of a Will Packer, you don't know what you'll get, right? And this is season 1. So we was piecing a lot together. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but he appreciated the nostalgia. He'd appreciated the grind. He appreciated where we were. And, he was really just down to earth, man. Ended up inviting me to his Christmas party that year. So Christmas holiday, I was in there. It was like, yo, what's up? It was like a family. That's one. Lance Gross, cool dude, down to earth. Terrence J, shout out to the big bro. Someone that I've admired and looked up to from his career. So be able to have TJ come on my show and, be able to interview him and talk with him. Those are some that come out. Keisha Knight Pulliam first season as well. She's cool, down to earth, always show love. The list goes on and on, but when I look at some of those are cool. I look back at some of my favorite interviews.
I love it. I love it. Where do you see yourself and this platform going in the future?
I don't see HBCU 101 going anywhere. I think that, interesting enough because of, the pandemic and the George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter and all of this. Now, all of a sudden, a lot of our corporations are trying to find ways to be involved in the HBCU space. And I think that what we provide is, an opportunity to increase exposure of notable alums and different people talking about their experience. So I don't really see the show going anywhere. I think it's going to grow. I think we'll bring some stuff to campuses in just different ways just to continue to increase that additional HBCU exposure.
And that you are. Definitely that you are. I just read an article that enrollment is up at various HBCUs across the country. So definitely keep up the good work because it is making an impact within the world we live in, especially among our students within education. Within your platform, right? You've done so much in helping others. What have you learned about yourself along the way in doing this?
That's a great question, man. Honestly, the dog in me, man. The fight. People's struggles and journeys are all different. And the end goal for some people are the same, they're similar. And you know, in any different industry, we all want to just have success. We all just want to taste it and be there. But it's a lot you got to go through, man, just to get a taste of it. And over the course of the last 3 years, you know, and being in Atlanta, but if I look at my company whole Yard Talk 101 for the last 7 going on 8 years, the dog in me, man, the resiliency, you when you think of college and you think of high school and you know joining fraternities and you know or sororities or you know organizations and SGA, like these are small battles, man. You know, but this real life thing, it's a different battle. It's an everyday war. Like it's a war. Like it ain't each day is a battle, you know. And I realized that I got that dog in me because I'm still here. I'm still able to progress, even in some of my most darkest times. I've been able to prevail, man. And that's one of the things that I've learned about myself on this journey. I've gotten closer to God. I go to therapy, like just different things in order to keep me mentally sane, to be able to navigate not only the lows, but the highs, because you don't want to get too high, because then when you get low, you can get too low because you don't have a medium. And so, you know, Fred always tell me to stay at a level 5, because if you stay at a 5, you'll never get too low, you'll never get too high. You'll always just navigate through, and you learn to manage your expectations and all these different things. But if I had to answer your question, sorry for the long answer, but
You're good.
That's what I've learned, man.
Wow. Learning about ourselves is a process, right? It's a daily process. And when we get time to reflect on that process and what that looks like, we can better look to see how our future is going to be for ourselves as well. Season 5 for us here on the Michael Finkley Show is all about making your biggest dream come true. This is my biggest dream, bro. What's your next biggest dream?
Man, listen, we got Jalil Thurman Productions. You know, LLC, the company this year, if I believe. I have 3 TV shows that are written up and that I want to pitch, film and pitch, man. I got one that's already, I'm gonna say yellow lit, right? Like it's not red, like it was green light, but now we, you know, and so working with the network on another show in which I'll be an executive producer. I won't host it. But I'm executive producing that. And then I have 2 other shows that I will be hosting and executive producing. And that's my biggest dream, man, is to have impact through television. Like I want to have a star on Hollywood. I want to be, when you think of a host, you think of me, you know, like, you know, someone that's created different types of shows that, you know, how Tyler Perry creates different type of shows that all are living. I want to create different type of talk shows that all have different components and different ideas and things that you wouldn't even think about. So we got 2 things in the can, well, 3, like I said, but the 2 that I'm hosting are very unique, man. And you know, I'm filming a pilot to one very soon. I'll probably throw it on YouTube just to see how it does. And we're gonna shop it around, man. But those are my biggest dreams, man, to live out what you said you want to do with your life, you know?
Yeah, just go do it. You know, in this season in my life, when people come to me and they tell me different things about their dreams and desires, and also when I'm talking to myself, right? Just go do it. Just do it. Just do it, right? You may get a no, that's fine. But I'm waiting on that yes, and it's gonna come because I know that it's here. It's a part of my gift. It's a part of my purpose. It's a part of my drive. So it has to happen.
Yeah, I always say, whenever it's on your heart, that's God's way of talking to you. I think that the difference between great people and, you know, lack of better terms, mediocre people or average people, is because they don't go after it. I think that, you know, you have to trust and have faith that God put these desires in your heart and he's gonna make sure everything's straight. I mean, the Bible says in Psalms 20, verse 4, may he give you the desires of your heart and make all your plans succeed. And that is a scripture I live by every day. That's what pushes me forward, that God, you know, when I talk to him, Like, yo, you gave me these desires, man. Like, so I'm trusting that you're gonna make this stuff come to life because you wouldn't have put this stuff on my heart. You wouldn't have given me the know-how or the relationships or the connections to make these things happen. And, you know, one thing that I always encourage people to understand is that if you come back every day, eventually you'll be there. You know, when I was becoming a bruz, that's one thing that they taught us. Like, if you come back every day, you're gonna be the bruz, you know, and I'm the bruz, you know, like if you come back every day in life, you know, like you'll eventually it has to hit. Like if you keep knocking on the door, somebody's gonna answer. Like at some point.
Yeah.
We don't know how long them knocks gonna be, but imagine somebody knocking on your door right now, they knock again, they keep knocking, you know, like, who are you?
Right, come on.
That's how you have to think about your dreams. That's how you gotta think about everything, because them no's is tough, man. Them no's, because you're gonna hear them no's.
Oh, you're gonna hear.
And you don't, sometimes you don't even hear the no's, you just don't get the replies back. You get the false dreams. It's no's come in so many different forms, but Winston Churchill said something that it's a quote that I live by as well. Success is failure after failure without the loss of enthusiasm. So long as you don't lose your enthusiasm, you're gonna be successful.
That's true. That's true. Again, all stemming back to you. All stemming back to you. How can the Think Fam watch HBCU 101?
And right now,
media.
right now, we weekly Sunday season 6 on Aspire TV 12 Eastern. You're gonna see your boy, Aspire TV. HBC 101 on social media, Yard Talk 101 on social media, and then just Jalil Thurman on social media, all platforms. So that's how you keep up with me, everything we got going on, and what's next.
All right, you heard it here, Think Fam. Please make sure you go watch this amazing, amazing show on Inspire TV Sundays at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much for being with us.
Boom. Oh, the pleasure has been mine. I love the opportunity. Thank you for having me. I love talking about the journey, what we got going on, and how we keep showing love to these HBCUs.
There you go. There you go. All right, Think Fam, let's go away. Thank you.
Love, go by sincerely yours.
This hip hop artist since 9'6", hailing from Chicago, Oak Park. And you watching the Michael Finkley Show right now. Tune in.
You get the feeling, give me rhythm for your heart's beating, arms reach, cross streets, baby, got back like the car.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
It's not going to give you anything that you didn't work for. Like, you can't go to work and not do nothing and expect to still get paid. You can't call in and expect to still get paid as if you went to work every day of the week. So don't expect nothing in life that you didn't work for. Don't expect it because you a good person. Because just because you're a good person, that don't mean that you're going to receive things just because you're a good person. Just because you believe it, that means that you should be able to get it. No. You know the saying, faith without work is dead. Faith without work is dead. Faith without work is dead. Which means, yes, I believe it. Yes, I manifest it. Yes, I believe that this should be happening. And I believe in myself. But also, when I believe in myself, I put the work behind the belief. And then that's when it manifests. So I need you to stop going for, I've been through this, or I'm a good person, so I should get this. No, I need you to go, I'm going to put in as much work and I'm going to grind as hard as I can until I receive this thing, because it's going to happen. But first, I need to also, one, believe in myself, two, put in the work, then I will get what I need. So understanding, like I said, faith without work is dead, which means I can't just sit around and pray for something to fall out the sky and expect me, because I believe that it should happen to me, that it's going to happen. No, I'm going to put in the work and I'm going to put in the action that I need to receive this, because life going to reward me when I put in the work. It's going to happen. For a long time, I put in the work. For a long time, I grew and I knew that this is what I need to do before I be able to get anything. If I sit around, I'm not going to get anything. And that's just how it worked. You feel me? You got to put in the grind. You got to understand that I'm going to keep putting this thing in their face until they have to give it to me. But if you have that mindset right there, if I keep putting it in their face, if I keep being consistent, if I keep pushing hard on this goal, if I keep pushing hard on this dream, then the dream and the goal will eventually give up, and it's going to break through for me. I'm going to break through that door. If I keep beating on this door, if I keep hitting on this door, eventually the door is going to open. Eventually the door is going to break. But I can't go to the door and say, oh, open, and I'm in my mind just think that, oh yeah, this is going to open because I believe that the door should be open. It don't work that way. Break down the door. Get you a hammer. Get you whatever you need to break down that door and beat on that door until it open. Again, get you whatever you need. Get you whatever tools you need. Beat on the door of your dreams. Beat on the door of your goals. And I promise you, that door will open eventually. But faith without work is dead.
So this is your Louisiana girl, Denise Boutte, coming at you on the Michael Finkley Show. And you guys may know me from Why Did I Get Married as the really sweet girl, Trina, or maybe Meet the Browns as Sasha. But I'm coming at you guys from the great state of California, but originally from Louisiana, because you know I can't lose that Southern girl, baby. All right, you guys stay tuned to Michael Finkley.
Next, Michael Finkley, music at its best. Musical artist Maia is here, and she talks about her single and her time in the industry. Don't miss it. Next, Finkley. Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you were inspired and you learned something from this interview. Thank you so much, Jalil, for being with us and just sharing your words, your experience in your words. Continue, because definitely you're making a difference, and we're still watching. We're going to watch. Please support this awesome show, HBCU 101, again on the Aspire Network. Go, support. Again, thank you so much for being with us. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. Ring that bell for notification. We'll send you an email saying, hey, new content's available. Listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. For more information about what we do, visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com. Of course, again, we're on U42. We're on Roku TV and also on Amazon Music via their amazing podcast platforms. As always, thank you so much for watching, and always remember to pursue your dreams. See you next time. Have a good one.
A magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on Amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'ma just give it 10%. I'ma give it 10% of what I know what I'm capable of. I'ma just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got I'm gonna give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of.
A magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
It is a joy to welcome our guest today, Kimberly Humphreys. Kimberly is a heart-centered coach with unique skills to guide people to lasting healing and recovery. Kimberly has been able to help her clients break free in situations where there seemed to be no hope. Kimberly is very well trained. She is certified in holistic health coaching, emotional freedom technique, holistic healing and spirituality, and is an NLP therapist. Kimberly is the founder of Heart Joy Transformation. Kimberly, it is an absolute pleasure to welcome you.
And I'm so honored to be here, Dr. Mary. I thank you for that gracious introduction. And with all of that, there's one ingredient that is the key, and that's love.
And that's love. And that is love. And I was just going to say, you clearly put your heart and your passion in your work. And the key ingredient is love. Wow.
That's it.
So with that, what is the mission of Heart Joy?
My mission is to spread that everywhere I can, because I wasn't always, I'm not there yet, but I wasn't always, you know, where I am today. I started out as a little girl that was wondering, what is life all about? So for most, where people are struggling, I feel like I've been there through so many life struggles, and we don't have to stay there. So that's the mission is to spread more love and healing in the world, realizing that everything that we experience has a purpose.
Wow. So for people listening, what you're saying is wherever our listeners are at, if they're struggling, hear that they do not need to stay in that place, that stuck place.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Wow. And it's a profound message, because in the world today, we got so much coming at us. I mean, and you struggled, right, for years.
Oh, years.
For years.
years.
For years. But
61 years.
What's that?
61 years.
My God. My God. So the wisdom that you have, and I know you, I mean, we're we're developing a wonderful friendship and colleagues, and I know you, and you are so compassionate, you are so resilient, and you care so much. You care so much. And it's evident in everything you're putting out. And it's your mission for the world.
It is. And I just, I feel like that time has come, because one of the things that I struggled with, well, it's what brought me to where I am. It's why I studied 30 years of the Bible and, so many other modalities. You name it, if it was God-centered, if it was love-centered, if it was heart-centered, and it promised healing, I was on it. On it. And I just learned that the thing that I struggled with, in other words, I was diagnosed with ADD, bipolar disorder, cyclothymia, borderline personality disorder. And I just learned that what it really was brain trauma. Because I couldn't hold on to thoughts. I couldn't hold on to information. If when I receive it, okay, it's gone.
Wow.
I would walk out of the room to go do something. By the time as soon as I got to the door, it was gone. So that was very frustrating for me, because it just made life very difficult.
No kidding.
But but all this time, how many years, 55, 60 years,
right.
I had no idea. I thought I was retarded. I thought I was stupid. I thought, I just thought something was wrong with me. So my intention was to fix it. But I realized that, okay, before it could get fixed, you have to accept it. You have to accept it, and you have to appreciate that it has a purpose. And
wow, and I've heard you talk about self-acceptance, and that's at a root cause. That's what you're talking about.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Whatever it is, whatever our challenge is,
right,
and whatever we see in other people and in the world that bothers us, those are opportunities for self-acceptance. That's what self-love is.
Wow. The thing that concerns me, I've been in the conventional, I'm a psychiatrist, and I'm not actively practicing right now, but it has always troubled me, the impact of these labels. Okay. When we don't understand what's going on, here's a label, here's a label, here's a label. And I'm going to tell you, if you look under the hood, because I know this just from being out there for years, is it's all about billing. Okay, they set up these big manuals. Okay, well, if you've got this label, we're going to bill this. If you got this label, you're going to bill. And I'm like, my God. So I remember, because I've worked with a lot of kids over the years, and I'm just sharing with you.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is real stuff.
It is. This is the real world. I used to share with them, you are so much more than this label. Don't be limited by this label.
Absolutely.
But they're scars, they're wounds.
Well, everything is fixable, and everything has a purpose. Everything. Wow. Those scars, those wounds are for a purpose. They're not permanent, and they have a positive purpose. So they are healable. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So for anybody listening that's hearing, oh, I'm ADD, I'm ADHD, I'm OCD, I'm PTSD, I'm whatever. Your message is you are much greater than that label.
Absolutely.
And there's healing. There's
Yes.
healing on the other side of that.
Yes.
Of that issue and
Yes.
that conflict. Wow. Wow. That is so powerful. So powerful. And next week we're going to have Mental Health Month. So it's no accident that we're talking about this today.
Absolutely.
Wow. Well, and I have a feeling it has to do with physical healing as well.
Oh yeah.
Physical health.
Oh yeah.
Physical
Oh, yeah.
health. How many people do we know that were given literally a death sentence? There's no hope for you. There is no hope for you. But it starts here.
Exactly. See, that physical ailment is a manifestation of the unresolved emotional issues. Mental goes to emotional, goes to physical.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Wow.
We're a multi-dimensional beings.
Right.
And so our beingness has an energetic level, has a spiritual level, has the physical level, has a metaphysical level. And so we operate on all of those levels, but we're not aware. We're only aware of one, and that's the physical. And so it doesn't make sense. And the medical, they're evolving though. I believe that whole system that you described about the billing and all, that's going to be transformed.
It is.
Because they're seeing it doesn't work. It's not healing people. We've created a bigger crisis than it's resolved. But I see the holistic part coming into the Western part, and so there is hope wide scale. But right now, people have to go to the holistic if they really want to resolve the issues now. Because they're just
exactly. So what we're doing, and I've known this in my knowing for a while, and I see us as bridges. We're helping people bridge from one, the conventional school of thought to the holistic school of thought, and they're not mutually exclusive.
Right, they're not.
You can we're not throwing out, like they say, don't throw
the baby
out
with the bathwater.
Exactly. Don't throw all that out, but take the wisdom of the conventional and bring it and move forward at a deeper level. And one thing I know about you, Kimberly, because we've talked well enough times, is that you do dive deep with your clients.
I do. Because if you don't get the root cause, it's like if you go weeding in your yard, and if you don't pull up the root, well, the weed will be back pretty soon. Sooner or later, it's going to come back. But I go to the root, and then so that's done. It's gone.
Wow. So for our listeners, for people listening, they'll say, "Oh, she's going to go to the root." That could be scary, but I know you provide a safe place.
A safe place. And actually, when that root comes up, first of all, it's painless. It's painless for the root to come up. Okay. And then you will go, it's like having an abscess in your mouth. When the dentist goes in, it don't feel comfortable. But when he gets it out, it's like, oh my gosh, thank you, right?
Wow. So that's a very empowering message for our listeners. You're offering a safe place, and once that root is out, it's out.
It's out. And you can heal. And the wonderful thing, let me tell you, when love heals, it's done. It's done. It's never the same. That's why it's Heart Joy Emotional Life Transformation, because this work is transformative. And the other thing that I do, so we get to the root, right? And then we find out, why did I have to go through that? Why did I have to experience that? Because there is a reason. And that reason is to grow you. It's to equip you for your purpose for being here now.
Oh my God. Wow. And you help people you work with, you help them help discover.
Yeah, we're going to
that
find
dream.
out right now. We're going to find out.
Wow. Wow. And there's the joy. There's the joy.
There is the joy. There is the joy. That's why I had to experience that.
My God.
Okay. Okay. Now I have appreciation for it.
Yeah.
And eventually a reverence.
A reverence. If you didn't go through everything you went through, you'd never know.
Not only would you not know, but you would not be who you are now.
Exactly.
You would not be able to fill your purpose for being here.
Exactly.
We have everyone. Did I say everyone? I mean everyone. If you're breathing, you have a purpose. You have a purpose, and it doesn't matter where you've been or where you are now. It's where you're supposed to be. That's why it says you are perfect for your purpose, for being here now. When we learn to accept and appreciate ourselves in that context, that's transformational. And understanding, healing the pain, understanding why you had to experience that, and knowing what to do with it. It's life transforming.
Wow.
So you come into your purpose through the healing process.
Right. Right. So you started out talking about that person that's completely overwhelmed, really doesn't feel any hope. They're like, I'm grasping at straws here. I just don't know where to begin. And what you're saying is you're giving them hope. You're like, no, you're right where you need to be on your journey. Let's walk through this.
Yes.
Let's walk through this to the other side.
Yes.
Wow. 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 So for our listeners, who would you say, like if they're listening, who would you say would be most ready to embark on a journey?
That person right there who's overwhelmed, who's frustrated, who's sick and tired of being sick and tired, who's ready for what life has for them, who's ready for some better, something different, something wonderful.
Yeah.
Would you like something wonderful? Guess what? You can have it. There's a process. And you can trust the process. I tell you what, I don't know how many people, almost all, if not all, have said after their first session with me, wow, I have had more, I've accomplished more in this one time with you than I have in years of other.
Wow. Well, then we've talked about that because you've worked with people that have tried literally everything. When we say tried everything, they tried everything.
Yeah.
But they were still stuck.
The one lady that just stands out for me is, she said after 4 weeks with me, I don't remember what she said after the first time, but I remember after 4 weeks, she said, Miss Kimberly, I have made more progress with you in these 4 weeks, in these past 4 weeks, than I have in 16 years of therapy, Al-Anon, and church, all put together.
Wow.
And I don't walk on water, okay? I'm right here with you. I've been through this. In fact, I knew when I was 15 years old and I was trying to figure out what do I want to do. You're in school, so you're getting ready to graduate. And you're looking at what do you want to study? And I said, I want to be a part of the solution to the pain and suffering in the world. So at that time, it was 74, 75. I said, I want to be a psychologist because that's who I thought would do that.
Right.
And that got completely derailed. That's another story. I won't go into it right now, but about 15 years later, I tried to come back to that, and I couldn't go anywhere with it. And so then I thought, well, maybe ministry, maybe I'm supposed to be doing it through ministry. And I tried that route, and it was kind of a dead end. And so I'm working for this company. I know that who I work for.
Exactly.
And because he's using me in that setting with people every day, the people I'm working around and the people I'm serving on the phone.
It's so awesome. It is so awesome.
So I knew, and after they said, okay, we're laying everybody off, I said, all right, what you gonna do with me now? and that was 13 years ago.
Wow.
So I feel like I have been definitely, when I say you've been prepared and all of those experiences are preparing you, I live that.
Wow. But again, when we listen to your journey, it's not a linear path. It's when you were very young.
Cyclical.
It is.
It's cyclical. And
Talk about
this
that.
is life. We're either cycling up or we're cycling down.
Oh. And that's the message to our listeners, is if you feel like you're cycling down, okay, you're spinning out of control. Okay, it's time to press the reset button and get moving to who you were created to be.
Amen. Absolutely. That is it, Dr. Mary. That is it.
Oh, what a joy. What a joy. And your heart joy.
That is
and go
it.
back to the love. Go back to the love. And, because I know there's people listening, they're like, what is love? What is love?
I want you, if you're listening right now, I want you to do this. Put your hand on your heart, your left hand on your heart. Take your right hand and put it over the left hand, because this hand is the receiving hand. This is the sending hand. See, we have these two coming out of here for a reason. And send love to yourself. See, there's a part of you that can send that love to the other part of you. So I want you to just do this and just be in a receiving mode. Just breathe. Take a deep, slow inhalation, and then slowly release it. One more. And just feel love in your heart. Feel love. Feel, if you've ever felt like you were loved before, just feel that feeling. It doesn't matter where it came from. Just feel the feeling. And if you don't feel you've ever felt love before, imagine what it would feel like. And take that deep breath in and slowly release it. And you can keep those hands there for as long as you want. You can take it down whenever you feel like you're ready to take them down.
How empowering.
The love that we need is only going to come from us. No one else can give it to us until we first give it to ourselves. Our relationship with ourselves sets the tone for all the other relationships. If we feel that people don't love us, or they're not treating us, they're not giving us the respect, they're not treating us like they treat this other person, these other people. I don't care whether it's in your family, if it's your parents, if it's your siblings, if it's your spouse, if it's your children, or your workers, co-workers, boss, whoever it is. They're not the problem. And there really isn't a problem except how you see it. But this is an opportunity. These are opportunities for you to love yourself, to receive the love that you long for. It comes from within. And I'm more than happy to answer your questions about anything that I've said. I want to. So you can put it in the chat or the comments below. I'll answer.
And Kimberly, that gets into how do our listeners reach out to you? We'll put this information in the chat, but you'll have your website and an email address.
My website is heartjoytoday.com.
Okay.
And my email address is Kimberly or info@heartjoytoday.com. Info is where I want to interact with people.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So we'll put this information in the chat, and we encourage our listeners to reach out to you because Kimberly, you're giving us such a gift.
Thank you. Thank you.
And at a time when the world really needs it.
Yes.
The world really needs it. So with this work, because it's intense work, how do you stay grounded and balanced and centered?
As I said, we're spiritual and energetic beings. And so I have a spiritual practice. I have an energetic practice. I have yoga. I have Ayurveda, which are very powerful healing modalities. In fact, Ayurveda has been around for over 5,000 years. And those keep me grounded through, diet, exercise, and meditation.
So you have that foundation, those spiritual practices.
Yeah, you have to have something. At the very least, know there is a power breathing you that's greater than any situation, circumstance, or condition. Know that. Whatever is going on, the purpose is to draw you into that power, to know that there's something greater. So if you think you can't do it, you're probably right. You can't do it without acknowledging that power in you that is able to do it where you cannot.
Right. But that's where you help people shift that mindset, turn that switch on.
Yeah.
And that can be hard after decades of conditioning and
Yes.
messaging. I can.
The healing has to happen because when we are hurt, when we are broken, we're not thinking right because we have misunderstood, misinterpreted, digested things that they're not serving us. We've digested them in a way that is making us sick. We're talking mental now.
Absolutely.
Because we digest our thoughts. We digest our experiences. We digest everything, or at least there's a system and process to do that. But if we don't do it right, it's going to cause us illness. And so there are many levels that I operate on when we're working together.
And like you talk about, it's the mind, body, spirit connection. So and those conflicts can be manifested in physical.
Absolutely.
You know, we have vulnerabilities, and then energetically they take root.
Exactly. And when we have those experiences, remember I said that they have a purpose.
Right.
And one of the purposes can be, and usually is to learn that, to be able to appreciate, oh, wow, I have all these different parts and they all come to serve me so that I can serve the body at large.
Exactly. Well, this is truly beautiful, Kimberly. Thank you so much. Heartfelt thanks. This is, like I said, this is a gift you're giving. It's a gift you're giving to the world. So our fervent hope from our hearts is that it reaches people who are ready and who need to hear this message.
Absolutely.
And
Thank
we
you.
will, oh, it is my privilege, truly my heartfelt privilege. And we'll include your contact information and get this out.
Right. Thank you for getting this out because people so need it. And I can't wait. I'm looking forward to our time next month to turn the tables here.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to talk about Mental Health Month, and we've started already.
Yeah, we're just preparing everyone.
We're in a world that needs healing and at higher levels, And it's a privilege. And I know you feel the same way.
I absolutely do. I'm just in love because I see the universe sending the army of the angels to come down and serve the population.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. All right, Kimberly, my heartfelt thanks, and that thanks also from our listeners, because I know that they're going to gain great benefit from connecting with you and working with you.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing from you.
Oh, yes. We will be in touch. We'll be in touch very soon. All right.
I'm the listeners. I was saying I look forward to listening to hear. I absolutely look forward to hearing from you. But I look forward to hearing from you listeners.
I do too, and we're encouraging them to reach out because you know what? For many of our listeners, it is their time. It's their time. You know what, Kimberly? The other thing I tell people is it's time to take conscious action. Okay.
Absolutely.
If you have felt like you're under a rock and you're that stuck, okay? Rather than just, throw the covers over your head and give up. It's your time. And that's what we're encouraging people to do. Take that one step. That one step. Okay. Send Kimberly an email. All right. Reach out and go to her website, and you will get inspiration and listen to what guidance and direction, because like we're saying, whether people realize it or not, there is a divine, there is a higher power that is directing our steps. So you don't need to be afraid of it. You don't need to be overwhelmed. It's take the next best step.
I couldn't have said it better.
Oh, all right. Again, my heartfelt thanks. And this is a message we need to get out. We need to get out to the world. And we can't wait to hear from people that are gaining the results, because we are, as a world, our vibrational level is rising. It really is, whether people realize it or not. It is. It is. So we're either going to stay stuck in the muck, or we're going to ascend.
And I want to give people hope for those who say, well, I'm doing it, but there's so much. But here's the thing: for every one person who raises their vibration up, they are covering or bringing up the vibration of thousands of others. The positive love vibration is the strongest vibration there is. So it's going to override. So that's why love heals, and love covers the multitude of everything else.
It does. It does. It really does. And because I hear people say that, go, how can I make a difference? Yes, one person.
By unconditionally loving yourself, that raises your vibration and also raises your power in the universe, increases your power.
Wow. There couldn't be a more empowering message.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Kimberly, heartfelt thanks. All right.
Yeah.
All right. And we'll have your contact information in the chat and get this out and encourage people to reach out.
Please do. You will be so happy that you did. That's all I can say.
It's a gift. It's a gift.
Mm,
All
I'm
right.
honored.
Many blessings, Kimberly.
Bless you. Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Mary. Should I leave?
The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Father to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? This is Ryan Toby. You know me from Sister Act 2, Mr. Oh Happy Day, and the hit R&B group City High. I'm welcoming everybody to join and tune into the Michael Finkley Show. Don't forget to subscribe.
Hello, everybody. It's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Next, Michael Finkley, music at its best. Musical artist Maia is here, and she talks about her single and her time in the industry. Don't miss it. Next, Finkley.
It's my biggest dream come true.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Now, y'all know I love me some music, right? And I am just so still excited that I was able to sing and write the theme song for this season, season 5 for the Michael Finkley Show, entitled Biggest Dream Come True, because this still is my biggest dream come true. Oh my gosh, I'm still basking in that. I get to talk with amazing people, go to amazing places, and just live out conversations that I wanted to have for ages. So again, thank you for the support. I'm getting some great feedback from you. And also too, we're working on a music video for this, so soon to come, and you all will have all that information as well. So thank you again for allowing me to live out my biggest dream. You guys rock. Think fam, you rock. Thank you so much. And again, talking of music, I have this incredible artist with us today. Maia is with us, and she is doing it up, y'all. She really, really is. She has some fantastic music that you can just vibe to, right? Just meditate to, listen to, just, get comfortable, right? Get comfortable in your own skin. That's what she's all about. She gets to tell her story and more. So think failures dare go away. Back in a moment. Next, Maia is with us. Don't you go away.
I'm Joey Marie Urbina, and I play Xiomara in Snowfall. And you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Next, Michael Finkley, entrepreneur Virgil Wilson stops by. Next, Finkley.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father Charleston, South Carolina is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org.
Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, y'all, she's family. She really is family, y'all. She is a painter. She's a songwriter. She's a singer. She's a performer. She is a producer. She is Maya. How are you?
I'm well.
I am super, fantastic. Super. How are you, sweetie?
I'm great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You looks good.
Thank you. I be like I always say, I be trying to hook something up.
No,
and I want to because I'm gonna be
you don't try, you do.
Okay, fine. I did it then. I did it. I did it.
So do you do your own makeup, your own hair?
Yes, sir, I do. I do.
That's a family thing.
It really is.
It's a family thing. Oh my gosh. So Think Fam, you have to understand that this is my younger sister, right? They shared the same father. So it's been a long time since we've been together. Really. She was young. She probably doesn't remember me like that. But she's doing some incredible things out here in the world. And I had to have her on. Our sister contacted me, and I'm like, yeah, we got to have her on. You know, she's doing some incredible things. So growing up, did music always find you?
Yes, definitely. It's definitely something that has run in my family. You know, I'm grown up a church girl. So we have such a long string of family from, I'll say, Richmond, Virginia, all the way down to Florence, South Carolina, Timmonsville, South Carolina. Our bloodline goes all the way up and down the East Coast as far as like a whole lot of singers in the family. So it's kind of like natural that I kind of fell in line with that. But even growing up, my parents were always like music heads. My father was a DJ growing up, and my mom was a singer in her younger years too. So it was like when a model / singer meets DJ, they come together and they kind of get me. So yeah, it's definitely a good mixture of things I've seen throughout my life as far as like music is concerned, music and art. All of that goes hand in hand with me. So absolutely, it's definitely found me throughout my life.
I love it. When did you realize you had a voice?
That's an interesting story. Because I always had my hands in music and in some type of rhythmic thing. So the interesting thing is my oldest brother was a rapper growing up. So he would teach me how to write a verse. And I wrote this horrible trash verse. I mean, I was 7, so you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, there was no content. It was just me saying things that I thought were cool. So I wrote that, and I was trying to like walk in that image. And growing up, I was while I was in elementary school, I remember being in daycare, and this daycare called Gospel Baptist in Richmond, Virginia. And they one day decided to do a talent show of some form. And the instructor or the teacher of one of the of I guess our group, you know, started to host this show. And I thought I would jump up and sing. Because I always sung in church. I just never really was like the loud, huge singing like that. That was one of my other older sisters. She was a star growing up, and I just kind of followed in her footsteps too. So in this little situation, I remember like I said, my parents played a lot of music in the house. So my mom played a lot of gospel. And my song when I was a kid was Mary, Mary Shackles. That was my song. So, and you know how they would belt out and say, that's Mary, Mary, you know what I'm saying? So I remember all the kids would go up to the little act. One went up, hey, great job. Another one went up, and then it came to my turn. And, you know, when you're a kid, you just kind of do what you know. It's not like any technique. It just whatever naturally is in you, it naturally comes out. So I just said how I knew it. And you know, there are parts in the song where they sing very hard towards the end, definitely. And I remember how I was pushing the notes out of my stomach. And I thought I did something wrong because of the way the teacher was looking at me. She was looking at me like this, like what is wrong? What is going on? And I'm thinking I did something wrong because the way her face screwed up, I thought she was like, this girl cannot sing. What is she doing? You know what I'm saying? But by the time I finished the song, everybody was like, yeah! I was like, oh, so y'all like that? Like that was good. Okay. I was like so shocked because I didn't really go up there thinking that I knew how to do it. It was just, I just kind of went out there and just did what I thought was what I heard.
Right.
And yeah, that was just how it was on from that point, really.
Wow. So you have an amazing gift of song. You have an amazing gift of song, and I got to hear a lot of your stuff. When did you start taking your gifts seriously?
That's the interesting part. Like when I tell you, I would jump into so many different things. Like I think I take the life by take the bull by the horns, basically. That's the statement I was looking for. Or basically that's how I treated life. So by the time I turned 16, I joined this little group as far as a underground kind of label. Me and some of my high school friends had got together and we made a group. And that's when I started learning how to produce and like make beats and then start learning how to write music, stuff like that. And once I understood that whole format, I was hooked. You know what I'm saying? So by the time I was 16, I was producing for me and like 5 other artists, and then writing for myself and like another artist at that time. So from 16 all the way to now, that's when I decided to really, you know, go hard from that point on. Yeah.
Gotcha. What type of success have you seen? I've seen that you have performed at the Apollo. What does that look like? What does success look like?
So as far as that, I think the type of person that I am, like I always try to outdo the previous thing that I've done. So, you know, I feel like we are our own worst critics.
Aren't we?
So yeah, and we think that sometimes on the outside looking in, it might seem like, oh my gosh, you're so successful. But to us, when we look at ourselves, we feel like, well, I haven't gotten to where I want to get to yet. I get there. But does that mean I'm not grateful for my journey? Absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? So I think the Apollo was one of the biggest things for me because I was so used to the no that I was shocked when I got the yes. It's like you kind of have to grind through those things and kind of like, all right, fine. You know, I'm just gonna have to like see what I can do to like kind of rummage these things together. And I think once I ended up there, it was a really real moment for me because it's one thing to watch it from your TV at home, but then to be there in person and stand in the same space as people you looked up to growing up, that's when it got really real for me. And I was like, yo, this is happening. Okay. And there was a lot of times where I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. And it was my turn. I was like, you know what? I came all the way from where I live to here. I'm not gonna just, you know, chicken out and be like, oh my gosh, I can't do it. No, we're here now and we're gonna do this. And I did it scared as F, but I'm glad that I at least pushed myself through those moments because I had no idea how that was gonna turn out, you know. So yeah.
And look, you know, I'm so glad you said, you know, you were scared. Because, you know, especially, you know, growing up as a Christian in Christian households, we always hear God didn't give us the spirit of fear, and He didn't. But as human beings, we do get scared, right? So we have to acknowledge it and just work our way through it. And that's working through the scaredom.
Exactly.
So I definitely understand that. I definitely understand where you're coming from with that. So let's talk about this song, right? You have tremendous, awesome, amazing video that goes along with it. Go. Where did the song come from?
Oh wow. It was a lot of different like elements. So here's the thing. It's so interesting how like things just kind of like went hand in hand, because this is like literally right before I found out about the Apollo opportunity. There was a time space like back in last year, which like around the month of October, where I started getting like my own studio equipment, and I just started to really play with the keys a lot. And I had just started like messing around with the instrumental and everything like that. And I wanted to make something that was really like creative but flowy but worked for me. But it was like something that was danceable and you know, something that had a feeling and tone to it. So it was just something that really came out of pure fun, because I remember I went into this hermit mode last year after like this whole spree of performances, and then I just kind of bought a keyboard. I sat down day after day and worked on the same song and built it up track by track. And I kind of let the beat just sit there because it was just the instrumental for like a good month. And then I sometimes will go walking and I'll have the headphones in my ears and I'll have the beat just playing. And that's how I write sometimes, is like I kind of just let my brain go on autopilot, and whatever feels right comes out. That's what'll be on the track. And then I'll figure out some type of way to organize it or coordinate it. So with that, like, it was just something that was totally freestyle, totally spur of the moment. And I wanted to be able to also put in some of my, I guess, rap skills or whatever in it, and make something fun out of that moment. So it was really nothing here nor there. It was just, this is how I'm feeling. And I'm talking here.
We're going with it.
Yes.
We're going with it. I love it. In the video, like I said, the visual, the audio, it's amazing. It definitely is. It shows your creativity. When I listen to and I close my eyes, I see color. I definitely see color. So kudos to you. What else are you working on right now?
So I am rebooting my podcast. Lemon Tea Podcast will be coming back in October. Basically, it's literally just a kickback kind of show where I do like to have like heart to hearts with other artists that I know and be able to talk about their experiences in the industry. But from an artist level, being both in that situation, and talk about it from different perspectives, and also just things from like a more structured, introspective or retrospective type of point of view on pop culture, Black culture, anything in regard to that. So yeah, I'm bringing back that. I'm working on my newest project, EP. It's going to be called Quiet Storm. Will be coming out at the top of 2023. Working on some very big performances. I'm currently working on South by Southwest in Houston, Texas. So very excited about that. We're just trying to, kick it up a notch just a little bit.
Why not just do it all the way? Just turn it up.
All the way? All the way. Crank it all the way up.
All the way. Oh my gosh. And I've been having this conversation with all of my guests this season. So this is our season 5. And season 5 talks about dreams. So I was able to get to this point, number one, and then also to write my own theme song and sing it. Talking about dreams coming true, what is your next biggest dream?
My next biggest dream. Okay, so I think the first thing was the Apollo, to be able to see that was possible. Now, my next biggest thing is trying to get to the broadcast level, like as far as BET, MTV, and VH1. I think that's like when I'm able to step into that new realm where it's like, okay, you thought that was real. Now watch this, So I feel like once I step into that mold, and then I finally get the music to the degree where it's like finally reaching, not so much as far as the fame part, but as far as it resonates with people that really people resonate with it, they connect with it, and they feel it on a certain level. Just like when you said, like when you close your eyes, you saw color. To me, that's a connection, and you felt something real from it. And I want to create more moments like that with people on a broader level. So that would be the next step for me, and also being able to get to that national aspect of it in a consistent way.
I love it. I love it. Come on. You already got the talent. We just need to do it. The know-how is going to come. It's going to come, sweetie. It's definitely going to come. How can the fam find you on social media and follow you and listen to your music?
All right, so everything on music and streaming platforms, you find me MYEA, Maia. That's all you gotta do. It'll pop right up. Instagram, Twitter is the Maia, TheeMyea, just the Maia, and that's how you find me everywhere else. My YouTube is I Am Maia, and yeah, as long as you put in that Maia MYEA, I should pop right up for you.
All right, Pink Fam, you heard it here. She is Maia. Thank you for being with us, sis.
Thank you for having me. Blessings always.
Always. Pink Fam, that's always happening.
What's up, everyone? It's Jaleel Thurman here, your boy from HBCU 101 Yard Talk 101 in the building. And I just want to let you know you're watching the Michael Finkley Show. Aha! Don't go nowhere.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
This is comedian Eric Escobar, the Mexipino millennial, and you are watching Gold right now. You know why? Because you're watching The Michael Finkley Show. Stay tuned.
Next, Michael Finkley, entrepreneur Virgil Wilson stops by. Next, Finkley. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you were entertained, informed, and inspired by this amazing interview. Thank you so much, Maia, for being with us and just telling your story in your words. We appreciate you, and you have to come back. You definitely have to come back. Yeah, definitely. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. Ring that bell for notification. We'll see you an email saying, hey, new content's available. Listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And for more information about what we do here on our show, visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com. Of course, again, we're on U42. We're on Roku TV and also on Amazon Music. So check us out there. Thank you so much for watching. And always, always pursue your dreams. Pursue your dreams. Thank you, Pink Fam. Have a good one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the G.O. Monroe Show and Podcast. How y'all doing out there tonight? This is my first show on this channel, and I am just tickled pink. Yes, I am. My co-host is none other than Marlene Saunders. Go ahead, Marlene, and tell them all about your podcast.
Hi, everybody. It's Marlene, and my podcast is the Marlene Saunders Show and podcast. And on my podcast, I talk about real conversations that need to be had. No sugarcoating over on my channel. Real talk about the conversations that we need to have that we try to cover up. Yeah, that's what we talk about on the Marlene Saunders Show. So thanks for having me, Gio.
Sure. And you will see Marlene on this channel a lot, okay? Because she is my co-host. Now, we're going to talk about how to start a YouTube channel. And if you're on Anchor or if you're on the CTR Media and you want to actually see how to do it, because you can hear me talk about it, but if you want to see me share the how to do it, then you need to come over to my YouTube channel and look at it there. And I will have that link below in the description box on Anchor and also on CTR Media. So the reason why I wanted to do this, how to start a YouTube channel, is because I had a friend that asked me, Gio, I forgot how to start a YouTube channel. Can you help me out? And I told her, yeah, and I told her how to do it and stuff like that. Then I thought, there must be other people that don't know. What do you think, Marlene, while I set up my presentation?
Sure. Because I can say that, starting off the podcast channel on YouTube, there's things after a while that you had done a while ago, sometimes even years ago, that you forget what you did in the beginning. So I actually had to go back and say, hey, Gio, what did we do? What do we do again?
That's right. That's right. Now, if we have anyone in the chat, can you see the chat, Marlene?
Yes, I can.
If we have anyone in there, just make sure that we just say hello to them, because it is very important that we recognize our subscribers that come and watch our podcast. Okay, so now that we've gotten all of that out of the way, I want to pull up my notes here. Okay, now this is how I start a YouTube channel, and it always come out right. And I don't have to remember to do this, and that. I just follow what I have on my notes. The very first thing if you should do is to get a Gmail account. Okay, now that is why I have up on the screen here my Gmail account for this podcast account, because I just made it last week. Okay, so all you have to do is get a Gmail account. Now, when you get this Gmail account, you need to leave the Gmail account open. Once you've, created it and all of that, leave it open. Okay, that means do not close that tab. And what you need to do is get a new tab and then type in youtube.com. Okay, because when you do that, it's going to relate it back to the email, and that's the email that you're going to use to open up your YouTube. So let me go to the screen and go to YouTube, because I really want to show you guys what I'm doing here. Okay.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I just want to welcome in. Hi, Jaden and Layla.
Oh, hello, y'all. Thank you so much for coming. Okay. All right. So we're going to go to YouTube. All right. You're going to share. So once you have your email open and you go get another tab and you put in there youtube.com, you're going to come to the home page here. And because you open up that email, if you put in a picture in your email or whatever you named your email, that letter will show up here. Okay, can you see this, Marlene?
Yes.
Or your picture.
The avatar.
Right. The avatar, your picture, your image, or whatever it is, this is what you click on to create your YouTube channel. Okay. So when you click on it, you're going to see create your YouTube channel or create an account. Okay. One of those. Now, I have already done that, so you're not going to see it here, but you'll see it right here. When you do it, it'll say create an account or create a YouTube channel, one of those, okay? And so once you click that, you just follow the prompts to create your YouTube channel, okay? The prompts are really, really, really easy to do, all right? So after you follow, set it all up and you got your YouTube channel, YouTube is going to ask you to upload a short video, right, Marlene?
Yes.
Okay, so when you upload some short video, it could be an intro all about your channel. It could just be something that you just want to say, hey, my name is Jill. I'm starting this channel. I'm going to have some great information for you. Stay tuned. Anything, 30 seconds to a minute, just upload it. Because if you're going to start a YouTube channel, you must upload a video. All right. Now, after you upload a short video, you will need to go to your YouTube studio. Okay, and you need to click on important task to get your YouTube channel in compliance with YouTube. Okay, so just because you got your channel open and you put up a video, you still need to do things, because if you want to upload longer videos, longer than 15 minutes, you have to enable that. If you want to go live, you have to enable that. If you're not a kids channel, you have to enable that. And I'm going to show you a few other things that you must do. So how do you get to your YouTube studio? You go here to your image, avatar, picture, whatever you want to call it here, and then you look for YouTube Studio. Click there. Okay, now this is the YouTube Studio. In your back office, I call it the back office, but it's really the YouTube Studio, all right? This is your channel dashboard. Here, it would have your latest video and the performance of it, all the analytics for it there. It'll also have your current subscribers, your summary, your top videos, published videos, latest comments, and the recent subscribers. Okay, that's all good. And once you picked up YouTube really well, and you want to know a little bit more information about what I just shown you, then you need to go over to the YouTube channel Information Girls, and they will they already have videos on most of all of these and probably all your questions. All you have to do is go over there and look at their videos and just scroll down until you find a video on the topic that you want. All right, I will have that link, the Information Girls, down below. Is there anything that you want to say about the Information Girls, Marlene?
Yes, the Information Girls channel is your go-to to find out anything that you want to know about community guidelines, how to set up a channel, how to make a YouTube thumbnail, how to use WeTransfer for large files, different topics we've covered, and also on there is the What Had Happened show, which is a very important show where we were discussing things that happen to content creators that you may be able to avoid if you just listen to what they have to say and shift you the right way, because sometimes as content creators we don't know what we should do and we make some mistakes, so we can learn from each other. And the What Had Happened was show is a great source to find out what not to do on your YouTube channel.
And you are absolutely right. Please, guys, if you are not a member or a subscriber of the information girls, you really need to be. Like I said, I will have that link below. Thank you for that information, Marlene.
Welcome.
Okay, now we're going to go back to the YouTube studio. And now I'm going to show you the important stuff you must do to be in compliance with the community guidelines and what YouTube wants. Now, I will say this. If you don't know what you have in your hand, then you're not going to make a lot of money, okay? You have to know what it is YouTube want and what you need to do to stay in compliance so that you do not lose your channel. All right, just because you set it up, that don't mean, oh, I'm done. No, you're not. The next thing to do is come to your YouTube studio, go down here to settings, all right? Settings, click there. Now, once you're in settings, you're going to see all of these headings over here: general, channel, upload, permissions, and so on and so on. What you want to do is make sure that you have the right currency here. Most of the time when you land here, it will have your currency there. But if it don't, here's the arrow. You can click and pick the currency that you need to have. Okay, just a second. Let me put the US dollars back. Now, the main thing that you need to do right now, because you can learn about the rest of this later, click channel right here. When you click it, you're going to go to basic information, advanced information, and feature eligibility. Here it says country of residence, United States or wherever you're from, okay? Put in your keywords here, and I just have for right now podcast. But whatever your channel is about, put your keywords in here, okay? If it's cooking, chicken, pork chops, whatever it is, just put it in here. And then you make sure you save it. Go ahead, Marlene.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I don't know who that is in the chat there because it's in a foreign language, but they said, I think they're saying they liked the stream. So welcome in everybody who's in the stream. We would appreciate if you would like the stream, share it out if you have the ability.
Thank you so much. And welcome to everybody in the stream. So make sure you put your keywords in. And the thing that people do, they put their keywords in and then they forget to save it. Make sure you save it right here. The next thing to do on this page, which is very, very important, on under advanced settings, click there. And this is where YouTube wants you to tell them if you are a kids channel or not. Okay. So the one that you want to pick is no, is the middle one. No. Set this channel as not made for kids. If you are a kids channel, you want to say yes. Set this channel as made for kids. Okay. Or if you want to review every video that you put in and you want to click no, set this channel as not made for kids, or yes, set this channel, you can click this third one, but I don't recommend that. If you are not a channel for kids, just click this, the second button here and then save it, okay? Now, the third one is feature eligibility. Click there. These must be done, okay? You can manage your access to more features here. If you do not do this, you cannot upload videos, create playlists, add collaborators, and you cannot do new videos to play that's well over 15 minutes or anything like that. The standard features you must do. So you want to click here, okay, where it says enable. Yours will say, I think it said, what did it say? Let's see here. It will say something like a view or something like that. You want it to say enable. So you need to click here to make it say enable. So this one, I think, is where you verify this channel. And that happens when they send a code to your phone and then you put the code in. Okay. Number 2 is immediate features, videos over 15 minutes, custom thumbnails, and live streaming. If you want to put a video up that's over 15 minutes, like 20 minutes or 30 minutes, you want to create custom thumbnails like in Canva and upload them, or you want to live stream like me and Marlene is doing right now, you cannot do that unless you enable this feature. This is very, very important that you do this, okay? Because if you plan to live and you have not done this, you cannot go live, okay? And it takes 24 to 48 hours for YouTube to approve you. So make sure this is enabled as well. And number 3, advanced features, increase daily video uploads and live streams and eligibility. Okay, you must do this one too. So all 3 of these you have to turn on. Because if you don't, your channel will not work. And then once you turn them all on, you just save it. Okay, is there anything, Marlene?
Well, I'm laughing because I did not do I did not do this for my channel, and that's the reason why I couldn't do a live stream tonight.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that it took 24 to 48 hours to enable your channel to go live, even if you're using a third-party source like StreamYards. You must enable that in order for you to go live on YouTube or any third-party channels. So
correct.
Yeah.
And okay, and then so though the channel header right here or tab is very, very important. So make sure you do 1, 2, 3. These basic information, advanced settings, and feature eligibility in order to make your channel work. Okay, and then you can go ahead down here to uploads or defaults. This is something where you can add a title here if you want, but I don't suggest that because your titles of your video is going to be different every time you upload one. Your description can have a description in it of your channel, but you can also, if you have other channels, you can add other channels here or other business links. You can add that in your description box. And also visibility is do you want excuse me, do you want all your videos that you upload to go public? If you don't, and I suggest that you leave it either unlisted, that way you'll have more control over it if you put unlisted. And then when you get ready to make it public, you can just do that on your own. And then you can add tags in for your channel there as well. All right. And let's see what, and this is under permissions, okay? And let's see what advanced setting is. Advanced setting is all about chapters, language, caption certification, and comments, okay? You can allow all comments under your videos, or you can click it and don't click it and allow all comments, or you can hold potentially inappropriate comments. You can do that right there. Also, you can hold all comments for review and then disable comments here. That means if you don't want no comments under your video, you can just click disable comments, okay? And don't forget to save. Everything you do, you must save. Then we're going to go down here to community. The community tab here is where you can add moderators, approved users, hidden users. That means that people that come in your live and act crazy and they trolls and they just come in there with all kind of crazy, nasty stuff. You can just block them and they'll show up right here as blocked, okay? All right, this I wouldn't worry about right now as a new person, but I definitely wanted to share the community page with you. and you save everything. Okay, so don't forget to save. Okay, so we're just going to say save, and that is what I wanted to show you, and that is how you get your YouTube channel started, by doing those things. Is there anything else, Marlene?
Yeah, it's very important for you to go back in your YouTube studio from time to time and check, because YouTube will send you certain things like if you have what is that called? I can't think of the term, but like if you have a claim or something for action, it shows up right at the top of your YouTube studio that you need to take a look at. So it's important to go and look at your YouTube studio and check in on everything to make sure that you're doing everything that YouTube wants you to do. And also I want to say, hey, Pandy and CTR Media podcasters.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Okay, we're going to move on because we're trying to make this about 30 minutes. And plus, I'm this type of girl. I like to get right to the point. Why hold you and go all the way around the corner with the train and dropping off gifts when we can just tell you right off what you need to do? All right. So next is, how do you monetize your channel? All right. First of all, you have to have 1,000 subscribers. Okay, and 4,000 watch hours. Okay, so that means that you cannot upload one video and think you're gonna get monetized. No, ma'am. Okay, you have to upload, when you're new, you have to upload at least 3 times a week, or either go live 5 times a week. Okay, because when you go live, you get more watch time. Is there anything else you want to add to that, Marlene?
Yes, it is very important when you're first starting up with your YouTube channel to focus your attention mainly on the hours, because I know a lot of times people do it backwards. They're only worried about getting to that 1,000, but that watch hours is very important. So try to upload videos, premiere videos, or do live streams in order for you to get watch time, because that's what's going to help get you to the hours. The subscribers will always come organically.
Right. Yes, because watch time is no joke. Okay. It can take you anywhere from 4 months to even 8 months to get monetized. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, another way to get monetized, like I say, is to go live, because that's how I did it when I first started. Okay. I went live at least 3 times a week. Okay. And plus, I had some people that followed me. Just anytime I went live, they was there. Okay. So one time I went to another girlfriend of mine on YouTube, and she was saying, can y'all play my playlist so I can get watch time? And I went, what? You play a playlist? See, I was new. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I found out about that. So I made a playlist, and then I asked my subscribers who come to my live to play my playlist. Now, a lot of people were saying, yeah, I play it. Yeah. But it didn't seem like it was the people that was playing it, it would show up. But I was supposed to have a lot more hours. If 20 people said that they was playing my playlist. Okay, I'm not saying everybody didn't play it, but I know some people didn't play it. Okay, I don't know no names, and if I did, I wouldn't say it no way. Okay, but so I didn't, I was just grateful that the people played my playlist, because what happened was we started to play each other's playlists. Okay, and that's how I got monetized in 3 months when that happened. And then after that, what happened, Marlene?
Then you came up with the idea for Team Bill with Geo. So let me tell you about Geo. See, Geo, we were talking back and forth about this playlist, because we have been playing each other's playlists. And she's like, what do you think if I made a team on YouTube and everybody plays each other's playlists? And I just like, go after it and do it. And you did.
Right. And so what happened was it was free at first, okay? And I'm going to just get right to the point. And then some people, you know, they always want to get in and want something for free. You know, they don't want to treat others like, you know, they supposed to be treated. Like they say they playing your playlist. They may play it one time and then keep sending you the same proof. That just got on my last nerve. So I said, okay, we're going member. Okay. I figure like this because see, I'm an entrepreneur and a businesswoman. And if you're really serious about your business, you have to put some money in it. You know, so I just made it $1.99. Okay. Everybody that was serious about it stayed. And everybody that was doing whatever they wanted to do left. And I was glad. Okay. Now we have an excellent team at Team Build with Geo. We've been together 3 years. And what we do is we buddy up. And we meet on Sundays and Tuesdays. We buddy up. We come in the live. You know, you have to be a member to get all the tips that I give out. Okay. Mm-hmm. If you two got something going on, I always tell my team, and we always do well with it because I have figured out how to do it before I even tell them. Okay. So we play each other's playlists, and that is how come I have 3 monetized channels. Been to get 4. Okay. And Marlene has how many monetized?
I'm about to have my 3rd.
Right.
Close 3 in between 3 and 4, because my 4th one is coming up on the rear too.
Right. and all because we have Team Build with Geo, and we have playlist buddies that we meet every Sunday and Tuesday. We swap playlists, you know. We got all kinds of ways and things that we do in there to help each other get monetized. So if you're interested in getting monetized within at least 4 to 5 months with Team Build with Geo, and you have to go live, okay? We can help you get there quicker, but you have to be live, okay? At least 3 times a week. You have to go live. If you don't want to go live and you still want Team Build with Geo to help you get monetized, that'll take anywhere from 4 to 6 months. Okay? So I just want to give you the statistics on that so that you'll know. And another thing is that you have to be a channel member there. Okay, and that's just $1.99. You go to Team Build with Geo's channel and you hit that join button and just come in on the first level. All right, then you hit me up in Instagram and let me know that you are a channel member there, and I will give you the instructions on how to join our team properly and tell you. But there's one other thing that I must tell you that I don't like to leave out about Team Build with Geo is that we send each other proof. You know, even though our team is really good and we know each other well and we've been together 3 years, we still send each other proof because that's just the only way to do it. And we are all on the same page, and I've never not seen anybody send no proof. Okay, so if you want to get monetized quickly, and you do as everybody else doing on the same page at Team Build with Geo, that's what's gonna happen to you. You're gonna get monetized. And not only that, I preach in that team. I'm an entrepreneur. Don't just have one channel. How many channels we gonna have, Marlene?
10
monetized channels. That's what we're going for. Okay, and I'm not stopping till I get my 10. Okay, and we've already sit down and said you got to be organized if you're going to do something like this, and also you got to know how to schedule stuff so that it don't be so bad on you. So that is what I talk about a lot in Team Build with Geo. And not only that, we have teams for a lot of stuff. Like we have a team Twitter, glitter on Twitter. Okay? If you want your stuff in Twitter, we got a team for that. All you got to do is join our Glitter on Twitter team and tweet other people's videos to your account, and they will tweet yours to their account. It's just really simple. How long do it take to do that, Marlene?
About 10, 15 seconds.
That's it. See, I'm a great leader. I'm just going to have to say that because I know that at first I did not want to be a leader. I just want to just do it all for Geo. But God said no. I want you to do this, this, and this. And so that's why I'm doing it and offering it to you guys. So Team Build with Geo is just not about playlists. It's just about a big family that want to make some money. Okay? All right? So I want to thank everybody for coming. And like I said, if you're listening to this on Anchor or CTR Media, and you want to see exactly how to start a YouTube channel, all you have to do is in the description box, I will have the link to this podcast channel. All right? So that you will be able to see this and also get a chance to see me and Marlene, okay? To see who is really running the Geo Monroe Show and podcast, all right? If there's not anything else, Marlene?
Well, I just also have to say congratulations on your first live on your podcast channel. Congratulations. And much success to you on this channel and in the future. And also, everybody, make sure if you're new to the channel, subscribe. Also, check her out on Anchor and also her other channels that you're not connected on Boss Life Online. Also, Team Build with Geo. If you join her membership, you could be on Friends with Super Channel. So it's a lot of ways that you can connect with Geo.
Yes. Thank you so much, Marlene. So is there anybody new in the chat that came in that we need to say hello to?
Yeah. Well, I see Melanie came in, Melanie R.
All right. Hey, Melody. Glad you came. Oh, and there's one other thing, Marlene. I was number 6. Tell them about that.
Yes, you are number 6 for a CTR Media Network with everything, with all the podcasters. She's number 6 of the podcasters, Geo, the Geo Monroe Show on Anchor. So it's amazing.
Yeah, I've only been in it a little over 2 months, going into my 3rd month. So if that's what I'm saying, you have to make up your mind what you want to do. And then you follow the person that's winning. And that's Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, who thought of CTR Media Network. When she told me about that, I said, she didn't even have to convince me. Baby, I was in because, see, I know she's a winner. And that's all I follow, the winners. So with that said, we're going to get out of here. I want to thank everybody who came. Thank you so much. This is the Geo Monroe Show and Podcast. Bye-bye, everybody.
I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey, my hard right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it done.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of
So because I think we have a lot of us on here, this is already going to be a fun roller coaster ride. So grab your virtual seat belts, snap yourself into place, because we have with us today CTR Media Network podcasters. Now, everybody give yourselves a round of applause, because we're going to have a great episode lined up for you. And actually, you know what I'm going to do, Anna? I'm going to put you above myself and hold you to a higher esteem. If I can swap us out, I want to hold all of my guests to a higher esteem than myself. And we're going to have a great episode for you. So grab your virtual seats. Let us know who you are in the studio audience as you're coming in. And we're going to get this show started. Dr. Tina Ramsey, look at God, how he didn't already use you to be a visionary to bring all of this goodness about. I'm excited. All right, everybody, we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show.
Welcome back, and welcome to this episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Dr. Tina Ramsey, I believe that God gave you a vision, and this vision is nothing short of extraordinary. And so I want everybody here today to just hear a little bit about you as the visionary behind CTR Media Network podcasters. And you are a two-time best-selling author, #1 podcast specialist and coach, certified homeschooling consultant, and sought-after international speaker, podcast coach, media relations specialist. That's why, of course, that's why you have this vision, because God has gifted you to be able to have this organization and platform be in over 350 million global listeners in over 50 countries with an impact on positive content. Welcome, Dr. Tina Ramsey, to the Kim Jacobs Show.
Well, thank you so much for having me. This has indeed been a roller coaster, to say the least, but a good one. The simple answer for why I decided to start CTR Media Network is because I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. I saw so many amazing content creators, business owners, and that didn't have a voice. And so CTR Media Network is just a place for you to find positive resources, community, podcasters, educators, all in one spot to give you that hope again, because the last 2 years have been very difficult for many of us. And this is to kickstart you to walk into your purpose. You can still dream. And I can't do this by myself. So God placed all these amazing content creators right in my lap. So I just thank him for that. And it started around the Tina Ramsey show and podcast, because I'm a podcaster too. But then the vision got bigger, and it said, okay, this is outside of you. This is a mission to impact the world with positive content. And so that's how it started.
That is awesome. And so do you have like a hand-picked, how do you pick these wonderful women that are here today? And even I know it's some men involved as well. So how do you go about picking the type of people that would officially have a podcast on CTR Media Network?
Well, first of all, I pray about each person that I speak with. I personally speak to everybody that is on the platform, and I need to hear what their ground foundation is. And based upon that, like the content that we present for CTR Media Network is not exclusive, meaning that it's open to the general public, because we want the public to see so that they can walk into their purpose and find whatever they need to find in order to navigate their life more positively. But the content creators is exclusive because we don't let everybody on the platform. It has to be about positivity. It got to be about motivating. It has to be about bringing people together to bring them hope. So I know after I pray about something, he lets me know, okay, this is the person. This is the person. Now, do I understand how it's going to all work out? No, but as I see, he is the one that's navigating this. I'm just in the driver's, no. I'm in the passenger seat, in the back seat. He is navigating all of this. So I can't really take all the credit. It's really him navigating, and he's using me as the messenger, the spokesperson. And I'm glad, and I'm honored, and I'm sometimes like, why did you pick me? But I'm just like, at this time, I'm just so honored to be in position to be in the presence of all these amazing content creators.
Wow. And you know what? I feel like I'm amongst greatness as well here, because each of you all have so much value that you're bringing to this earth. And we all do something different, and even if we're talking about the same topics, sometimes the beautiful part, in my opinion, about podcasting and having a show is that people will listen to other people differently than they listen to other people. So there's no competition. Some people are going to want to listen to you, Constance, you, Dr. Liddy, Dr. Connie, and you, Anna, and you, Dr. Tina, and Queen Candy, who's coming back in. Guess what? People want to hear all different types of contents, but sometimes they can only hear from certain people. Mm-hmm. And so that's a blessing that God has given all of us a voice here in the podcasting world. And thanks to you, Dr. Tina, for making that possible on CTR Media Network. All right, so I'm going to pull Queen Candy back in, and I know, Queen Candy, you are at work, and so I'm going to pop you up for a second in the middle here. I'm going to put you right in the middle. That's what I think I should do, so people know exactly. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you over here front and center. Now, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you right over here, and I'm going to put you full speed ahead so people can see you. Hold up. Everybody just work with me for a minute, because we're going to make everybody have their moment to just really be able to shine here for a moment. Because these are podcast hosts that you want to know about. Now, Dr. Tina, that means I got to go back and shine the light on you full screen again. So get your mind right about what your next point might need to be, okay? I can't have one person shine and not have the visionary shine. So Queen Candy, how are you today?
Good. How's everybody doing? Thank you for having me on the show.
And see, that's a perfect example again. You see how smooth and sultry and soothing her voice is. Meanwhile, I'm over here screaming and hollering. Hey, you're like, we need Queen Candy, Kim. We don't need all that high-pitched talking you doing. So I am happy. I'm happy to have you here today. And Queen Candy, I know you were born in Georgia, grew up in Jacksonville, but you're a spoken word artist. And you've been writing since you were the age of 16. And I'm not going to go through your whole bio, but tell us about your podcast on CTR Media Network.
Yes, the name of my podcast is the Queen Candy Podcast. And been doing that for about 2 years to celebrate our 2-year anniversary in October on the 11th. And
But you have to use your cheerleading voice today, though, because I need you to talk a little bit louder for me. Come on.
Well, the purpose of our show, one of the main things we do, I am a Muslim woman, so I teach Islam on my show. I give my backstory, my upbringing, child abuse, foster care, mental illness, domestic violence, so on and so forth. And I also use my show as a platform to spread positivity, give encouragement, and to do my best to help our sisters. And, to be an example that you can, go through hell and you can still be beautiful and you can make it here today. So,
wow,
that's great. Connected with Tina on wisdom, and I really do thank her because she's helped my show and helped me to push myself to another level. So it's definitely been beautiful.
Wow, excellent. And so now you're saying that a wide variety of women can tune into your show. They can learn about domestic violence, going through hell basically, and still getting out on the other side. And you're going to be teaching them this on your podcast. So let me make sure people know how they can stay connected with you, Candy, Queen Candy.
Yes, definitely. That's the goal for our show.
Excellent. And so when you say this yourself, are there some things that you had to personally overcome to make you feel so passionate about this particular topic that you wanted to have as a whole show to touch the nation?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of things I had to overcome. Not loving myself, abusing myself, going through homelessness, domestic violence, and just about everyone in my life has hurt me or, used me in some way, shape, or form. But through all that, I still made it here.
Wow.
And through all that, I also realized that you got a story to tell. Your life can be an example or a testimony for somebody else that may be going through, a teenage girl or a young woman that's going through what you went through, and it may help them. I never know, but that's my ultimate goal. It's not really about money for me. That's gonna come, but it's about helping. Now that I know better, I feel like it's my mission to do better and to step up and be a leader now instead of a follower.
Wow. That, you know what? I see a lot of different comments coming in already in the studio audience. And thank you all so much for being here today and just getting a taste already of Queen Candy's platform. If you all are dealing with domestic violence or people that are dealing with homelessness, and I had a gentleman on my show, Queen Candy, that just literally he's still homeless, but he made a way to be able to be on the show, and some people poured into some finances for me to be able to send to him. And I want people from all walks of life to grace this platform for that reason, because we all have a story to tell. We all have circumstances and situations that we have had to overcome. So I'm so excited about Queen Candy and your broadcast and how people can stay connected with you. One more time, I want to pop that up on Facebook. She's on Instagram, and you obviously know she has the Queen Candy podcast. So make sure you all stay connected with the Queen Candy, Candi podcast, and check her out. You're going to be seeing that right on CTR Media Network. Let's go to some of the studio audience comments. Mackenzie, if you could pop some of those up for me. I see quite a few that came in here. Let's see. Because if I go all the way through all of y'all, then the comments are going to be like, well, we were saying that to Queen Candy, Kim. Okay. Give me a second. We good. Marlene actually said, you know what? I think because it's the whole platform is so many people on, and then it's lagging or something. But anyway, amazing blessings. Marlene says, good morning to all of the podcasters. I see some laughs and some smiles. Laugh out loud. Cheerleading voice, that's funny. Boss Life says, you're funny. Okay. Boss Life. Marlene. People are just commenting to all of you. Robert, I see you. You all share the broadcast and let everybody know that we're talking today with CTR Media podcasters, and they are on a national tour, and they just stopped by the Kim Jacobs show today. So it's only a few of them here today. We have a whole lot more that Dr. Tina Ramsey could tell you about. So right now, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we're going to get to come back and hear from Dr. Connie Green. Let me put you over there in the hot seat, Dr. Connie. And when we come back, we're going to get a chance to hear from you next. All right, we'll be right back, everyone, right after this commercial break. You're like, don't put me in front and center until you're ready, Kim, right? You're looking cute, though. Go to the commercial, Mackenzie. We're ready. I think it's like a little delay for whatever reason, but it's all good. We'll figure it out. So let's go to commercial right here.
It's not just another day. It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements, and we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
Realized that my person that helped me backstage is not back there. So I said, oh, that's what's happening to me. Okay. All right. Dr. Connie Green, I'm so glad to have you with us today. And I want everyone to get a chance to hear about your podcast. Tell us a little bit about your podcast, Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you as well as Tina Ramsey for this opportunity to share about my broadcast today. And I'm so excited about all the amazing podcasts that are on. But the reason I started Wisdom Tips was to help amazing women and men survivors overcome life disappointments and childhood trauma. And I do that by teaching them the precepts and examples of wisdom, because wisdom is the principal thing, which simply means the first thing that we all need to know about and learn to navigate through this life. I grew up on welfare and a drug-addicted, alcohol-induced home where my father beat my mother on a regular basis. And in 60 seconds, my father killed my mother with a single gunshot wound to her stomach. And in 60 minutes, I lost my mother through death. I lost my father through prison. I lost all of my siblings, which was 5 of us, because we were split up to live with other family members. And because of that, I became depressed, an alcoholic, and I was suicidal. But by the power of God, He gave me grace and delivered me and gave me total deliverance. And I was able to forgive my father and all those that victimized me as a young child. So that's one of my stories. But now I serve.
Wait, let's stop for a second. Because when you say, I gotta put us in a different view here. When you say that's one of your stories, that story alone, and everyone on the panel, I'm sure, can relate, that story alone is enough to make anybody give up in life, to call it quits. But you didn't call it quits. And you, like you said, your mom and your dad were lost in different capacities, but yet you still moved forward some kind of way. Can you tell everybody how you were able to do that? And I know it's not a full interview today. We're just hearing more about your podcast, but that will help people tune into Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green. So how did you do that, Dr. Green?
A lot of prayer, a lot of crying, a lot of bitterness, anger, and rage. But through all of that, I had an aunt, and she went home to be with the Lord a few years ago that was a Christian. And she poured into me and told me not to give up, that I need to give my life to God. And at first I didn't listen to her. I just moved out of Charlotte to Atlanta with my husband because he attended law school. And while I was there, I was on a conclusion course, alcohol, drugs. After work, I would go to different places. But I met this young lady that worked with me, 19 years old, that poured into me and invited me to her church. She invited me to my church. I gave my life to the Lord Jesus Christ, and the rest is history. I was able then to bounce back because I had something to stand on. Although I lost my mother, my father, and my siblings, through the scriptures and through what she taught me on our lunch hour, we would have Bible studies. She taught me that God loves me more than anybody, and He died for me. And that just clicked in my little mind at that time only 20 something years old. And my life has never been the same. And now my husband and I, we pastor a church in Charlotte, North Carolina for over 25 years. And we've been married for 47. I have a son that is the youth pastor. His name is Roger Green Jr. And my other son is Oliver Green. And I have a bonus daughter, Tracy. 6 grandchildren. I'm a serial entrepreneur, a Christian counselor certified and certified master coach. And I love God's people, and I love helping people and pulling them out of the darkness into God's marvelous life, because I know what it's like to have pain, disappointment, discouragement, betrayal, suicide tendencies, being raped, molested. But God is the secret, and he teaches us all about wisdom. So we need to have the wisdom to be able to navigate through this crazy life that we live in.
My
and
God.
We don't have to give up, and we don't have to die.
Now, people can tune in to your show. I want to make sure everybody knows too that you have a doctorate of psychology, a master's of Christian counseling, a bachelor's of biblical studies, ministerial training, and certified health and wellness coach. So when people tune in for these wisdom tips, they're going to be tuning into someone that knows exactly what you're talking about, from an educational, a personal journey, and all of that. So how can they stay connected with you right quick?
They can stay connected with me on all the platforms that are Facebook, Instagram. I also have a YouTube channel where I come in on Thursday evenings at 7:00 p.m. every Thursday, where I teach precepts and examples of how you can navigate through this life that we live in. And as well as I have a website, drconniegreen.com. And also they can also purchase some of my books. I have 2 books, When Love Hurts and When Love Heals. And the 3rd book will be out in November, When Love Heals, The Ugly Spirit of Jealousy.
When
So
love heals, the ugly spirit of jealousy.
Spirit of jealousy that we've all experienced.
Wow. Wow, y'all. Stay connected with Dr. Connie Green. Check her out. Again, we are here on what we are calling the CTR Media Network Podcast Tour, so that you in the community get a chance to see what are some of the different podcasts that are available to you. There are no excuses. You can definitely get the help you need, even just by tuning into CTR Media Network with one of these different podcast hosts. Okay, let's see any comments that came in. Quite a few comments are coming in. I'm trying to merge all in. Okay, it says resilience and strength. Someone said, amen. That's the only way to do it, is to give it to God. Robert said, put in the Lord's hand and he will fix it for you. Rochelle says, wow, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Ms. Kim said, what did you say, Ms. Kim? I'm trying to get to you too. Not at all. Overcoming and deliverance. All right. And y'all right now, don't drop off yet, because I see some of the other ones coming in, which is good. And we're going to rotate everybody off as we talked about. So Dr. Connie Green, I want to know if there are any other comments you want to say before I let you go ahead and go on with your day. Is there a closing comment?
Yes, I want you to smile, forgive, and love, and live your best life. Go on out there now. You can do it.
Did y'all hear that? Say it one more time.
I want you to smile, forgive, and love, live your best life, and go on out there.
Oh,
do it now.
There you have it. Y'all make sure y'all tune in to Dr. Connie Green. And Dr. Connie Green, on that note, I'm going to let you carry on with your day. And thank you for being here today. Listen, we're going to take a commercial break again, and we're going to go over to Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer and business coach. So when we come right back after this next commercial break, you're going to get to hear from Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer, not just any old lawyer, the good lawyer and the business coach. right after this commercial break. We'll be right back.
I have peace of mind with Silver Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade.
So as
Silver
with
Shield
everybody
Security
being
knows the
backstage
importance
too,
of
where
convenience and
it's like
safety.
boop, boop, boop,
Whether
boop,
you
but
live
it's
in an
all
apartment,
like
a
trying to.
home, or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
You're on mute.
Liddy. Let me make sure you unmuted back there. All you have to do is hit that unmute button and you'll be ready to start talking. Uh-oh. Dr. Liddy, like, wait a minute. Well, guess what? We are going to go right on to you, Miss Constance Woolard. How about that, since you're already on the screen and I am seeing that you're ready to go. You were born ready with those glasses. So let's go ahead and pull you in. How are you today?
I am wonderful and good morning to everyone. I'm just happy to be here. I thank you for this opportunity, Kim Jacobs, and I thank Tina Ramsey and the CPR Media Network for all that you're doing to inspire and encourage me as I inspire and encourage others.
Oh, and you know what? I don't even know what your age is or anything. Don't even need to know it publicly. But what I do want people to know is that no matter what our age is, there are no excuses. God still has a purpose for each of our lives. Can you just speak to that for one quick second as well? Because I want to hear your thoughts on it.
Yes, I can. Because 2 years ago, I had no thoughts of doing what I'm doing. And when I began to do all this, one of my cousins say, you need to slow down and focus on retiring. Why are you doing all this? I said, because I still have relevance. And I still have something that needs to be heard. I have things to say. I have wisdom to spread, because let me tell you something. There's nothing like old school knowledge and wisdom that is few and far between in these days. And
I
so
love it.
I'm here to spread it, and I'm going to spread it.
Well, you're not only here to spread it, you actually are one of the top 10 women to watch in 2022 by Courageous Women magazine. You're a leadership expert. You've had a lot of different hats, 9-time best-selling author and nursing leader, leveraging over 30 years of leadership experience. So you're not just here holding a space on earth. You actually have some stuff that you bring into the universe, right? To the world.
Yes. Oh, yes. And, you know, as long as the blood is still running warm, it's never too late.
Well, tell us about your program.
Okay, so my podcast, the Speak Easy Podcast, and the main goal is to educate the public on finances, spirituality, relationships, mental health awareness, self-care, whatever is out there that the public needs to know. My goal is to put it out there and to educate and to inspire. And so that's the whole premise behind the Speak Easy Podcast.
And how do you spell Speak Easy?
It's SPEAK and then EAZ, not S.
That's what I thought. The Speak Easy Podcast.
Speak Easy. That's
So
right.
do you have guests that come on? Are you doing more training or teaching? How does it work?
I have guests. I have panelists on that, you know, that come on and talk about different topics. This month, October, as we all know, is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And I have men and women coming on talking about breast cancer, because guess what? Breast cancer affects men too.
That's
and
right.
men tend to suffer in silence when it comes to issues. They keep it to themselves. And so the silent scream, as far as I am concerned, it's time to stop it and to end it. So I have some men coming on the podcast this month. Just different experts coming on talking about their survivor stories, their journey with breast cancer, the treatment, diagnosis, what was going on with them when they became diagnosed. I had a wellness specialist on yesterday talking about nutrition and self-care. So whatever the need is, that's the goal of the Speak Easy.
That is incredible. That is so incredible. You listen, everybody, make sure y'all tune in to the Speak Easy, where on CTR Media Network podcast. This is one of our podcasters, and Dr. Tina Ramsey is the visionary behind this entire movement. So I want to put your information up for people to know how to stay connected with you on social media as well. Let them know how they can stay connected with you.
Yes.
You can stay connected with her at Constance Woolard, and also on IG as Anointed Educator. So that's how you can stay connected over there with Constance Woolard. Now, I do want to ask you one more question.
Sure.
Okay. So when you were thinking about doing a Speak Easy for a podcast, that's a very unique theory. So what made that be the theory that God put in your spirit?
Well, what happened is I started a Clubhouse room about 8 months ago.
Okay.
And getting a lot of traction from it. It comes on Monday nights, sabotaging behaviors and how to overcome them. And that's one of my biggest passions, because I suffered with childhood obesity and with obesity for 47 years of my life. And so as a result of that, I began to engage in sabotaging behaviors, the self-doubt, the lack of confidence, you name it. Because of my weight, I struggled with that. And so when I overcame and I lost my weight, and then I thought about it, I said, you know what? You need to go back and start talking about those sabotaging behaviors. And so when I started the Clubhouse room and I was getting a lot of response, I'm like, you know what? You need to do a podcast. But I do not talk about the sabotaging behaviors as of yet, because people feel comfortable where they're hidden to talk freely. I'm not sure if they'll be willing to come on live and talk about things that they're engaging or flaws. You know, we all have flaws, but a lot of us are embarrassed by them and afraid to talk about them. But I keep the Clubhouse room going for that reason. And so when I was coming up with the name, I wanted a platform where people could speak freely. New Orleans is one of my favorite cities, the Big Easy. So I came up with the Speak Easy, but I changed the S to a Z.
All
because
right.
I want my guests to come on and speak freely, speak candidly, because people need to hear the truth.
That's so good. That's so
And,
good.
you know, that's something that you don't get, not even in church. Hello, I'm not knocking any ministers out there, but you don't get the truth. And people need to hear the truth.
Well,
And
they're
so
going to hear the
that's how I
truth.
came up with it.
They're going to get to hear the truth right on the Speak Easy. And you're going to hear that with Constance Woolard. And I see Vanita said, this is a strong woman. I am loving this. And then I also see Boss Online said, you know what? We seniors are not dead yet,
Hello, come
so don't act dead. We are alive with plenty of wisdom. And that's what some of the comments are. I see some more comments, and we'll just pop them up throughout the rest of the broadcast. But Marlene said, wow, won't he do it? Amen. Somebody
Yes, he
said,
will.
amen, amen. Listen, Constance, we're so glad that you made a stop by here at the Kim Jacobs Show on the CTR Media Network Podcasters Tour. Can you tell one closing comment? And we're going to go ahead and let you take off for the rest of your day.
The main thing I want to leave with the listening audience: do not allow yourself to fall prey to the invalid validation of others.
Wow.
Trust in God. God made you unique with your flaws and your strengths for a reason.
Wow.
And it takes diversity and it takes variety to make this world go around. If he would have created all of us the same, this would be a dull world.
Wow.
Diversity exists for a reason. So never doubt yourself.
All right.
Know that you are bad.
Bad to the bone, and come
Bad
speak
to the bone.
easy.
That's right.
On Constance program.
Fierce, fabulous. Go for it.
All right.
Go
Thank
for
you
it.
so much, Constance, for being here today. I appreciate you. I'm going to pull Dr. Liddy back up here, and I see that you were right backstage anyway. So I'm going to pop you up here. Where is Dr. Liddy? Did I see you, Dr.? Yeah, there you go. Dr. Liddy, I hope that you're ready to tell us about being a good lawyer, because we want to hear about that, and also being a wonderful business coach. So let's get a chance to hear from you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. This has been so fabulously amazing. And my gift, if you will, is that we are all spiritual creatures having a human experience, but the law comes in and tells us all the things that the ladies have talked about, that they poured their heart out and shared with us. We oftentimes don't see the law in that. We oftentimes think that law is negative. And if you think about it, God is what? He talks about laws, his laws, following his laws. And in doing that, we become more powerful, more inspired, more infused. And that's what I want our community to understand. That law is a powerful tool for us to trigger, because all law comes from God. All law is good. But what happens is, in the application sometimes, because people have been hurt, because people don't know how to do certain things, they default to the negative side of the law. But I want to remind us that we, look at us here. Look at us here. We're talking about the beauty of God in our lives. That is the law of God in our lives. And man's law is something that we have to learn. So my podcast is called The Secret Legal Codes. And the reason it's called The Secret Legal Codes Revealed is because we don't know this. What I've shared with you comes from my father. My father was an Episcopalian priest and a business lawyer. So I grew up watching him serve the community. I grew up watching him teach on Sundays and going to war in the courts on behalf of small businesses and individuals. And that's the duality of God. And we often think that God isn't listening. Well, why isn't it happening in our lives for us? Part of that is that he's waiting for us to recognize our power. He's waiting for us to recognize, you are mine. What are you doing or not doing oftentimes in terms of taking your royal place? And a lot of that comes from what the ladies have shared. Our young histories have been so violent sometimes that we internalize that violence and we don't realize how powerful we truly are. We don't know how to show up powerfully anymore. We've been abused so much. And the truth of it is, it happened. That cannot change. What we have to do in terms of restoring ourselves is that happened over there. And the God within us requires us to step up, acknowledge that, and move forward with our gifts. And each of us have wonderful, wonderful, unique gifts. And whether it's singing, writing, poetry, dancing, raising beautiful children, having wonderful businesses, and we don't see that oftentimes as good enough. Well, let me change that for you, hopefully. We are here because it is God's will for us to accomplish something, not just for ourselves, but to be the example for others. And that's how I live my life in terms of being the good lawyer. I will not allow others to hurt people that are within my vicinity, because we are all related in the spiritual realm. And if my power is to protect, that is what I will do. Someone else's power may be different, but recognizing the beauty of our divine connection, and all of that is based on the law of God's universe, and never, ever forgetting that we are as powerful as God has made us to be. We really are powerful beings. So for me, I connect spirituality with business law. So for me, everything is spiritually imbued, from our logos to our podcasting, to our guests, to our books. And if we see that connection, there's no stopping us. We become unstoppable because we're infused with a glorious power that we call our God. So that is what I do in my law practice, in my business practice, and in my spiritual practice. Excellent, excellent. And now, how can people stay connected with you? I love the little link tree, and thank you for popping it up. Most people don't realize Linktree, but it's there. You can have a free version and connect so much of what you do to Linktree. So I think it's perfect, the absolute perfect way to connect. Absolutely. So you all make sure you screenshot how you can stay connected right with Linktree,
with /Dr. Liddy. And she's also spoken with TED Talk in London. She's a former Wall Street advisor, financial regulator, has been on international committees on accountability, you name it. This woman knows what she's talking about. She's a good lawyer, and she's also a good business creator, and she's willing to help you. If you tune into her podcast, you're going to get to learn a lot more about her. She's been featured on the New York Times, USA Today, New York Law Journal, Entrepreneur, NBC, CBS, ABC, Fox. I mean, this is not no average situations, y'all, that you're experiencing here on CTR Media Network podcast tour. Now, you know how you get out of break, like, tour, okay? There's some good stuff happening. So, Dr. Tina Ramsey, I thank you for even finding people like Dr. Liddy that's here on the podcast. Thank you for being here today. Any closing comment? I'm going to go to the next person right after your closing comment.
We are brilliantly and powerfully made. Never forget that, and rise up and do what God wants you to accomplish.
All right.
Amen.
You heard it, guys, right from Dr. Liddy. And we are going to keep it moving. Wait, before I don't go, because it might be some comments for you. And I like to pop some of these comments. Wow, amen, Dr. Liddy, speak that confidence. That's right. Teach the beauty of God. It's all kind of comments. So y'all can go back and look at all of these comments some more. Ain't no stopping God. Amen. I see all of your comments. She is amazing. Good afternoon. So y'all should be staying connected with her right on her podcast, okay? That's why they're here today on the Kim Jacobs Show. Now, we may go a few minutes longer today because we got a large group of people here, but you don't want to miss a moment of the Kim Jacobs Show and what's happening here today. When we come back after this commercial break, before we go to commercial break, Dr. Tina Ramsey, please take a moment. I know we had you say something at the very beginning, but this is your baby. So we need to hear from you throughout the broadcast, okay? So I'm going to put you over here and please say something, just anything. Let God bless you, bless us through you.
Well, literally, like I said, I'm the messenger, the visionary, the founder and CEO behind this, but really it's God that helped me do this, right? I'd much rather be in the background, but for certain occasions such as this, I have to come out and show my face so you guys can see. But really, it's all for me. It's all about all the podcasters. Okay. Yes, I am an executive producer of multiple TV shows and podcasts. Yes, I have my own show, the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. But my mission is all of them. Okay. What my team is doing behind the scenes is to make sure that people connect with our podcasting hosts, their guests, and get the information that they need. This is the time. The earth is shaking right now in a positive way to have action, people. And I'm not having the information, the resources. All these people are here for a reason, to give you the resources, to be the answer to the prayer that you've been praying on your knees, crying and saying, I need help. This is CTR Media Network Podcasters. We are a community that stands on community, education, opportunities. Because without the education, you can't go into that next step, okay? And so we have the good lawyer, Dr. Liddy, because in our minds, we look at lawyers as being negative. But here, look at what God presented. It's lawyers out there who really want to do good and fighting for you, okay? Yes. And then you also have doctors that's dealing with your health and wellness, teaching you how to do things. We have a collective of so many different people, from entrepreneurs to coaches to authors to lawyers to homeschoolers to TV producers. And then we have celebrities that come on these shows too. So we have nonprofits. We have everything here for you. This was not created just for it to just lay out in the world. This was created to move you guys to action. No longer will you have to sit down and watch other people win. No longer. It's your moment. And this is your opportunity. Seize it.
See why we needed to hear from you, Dr. Tina Ramsey, the visionary behind CTR Media Network. And this is her podcasters tour. So these are just a few of the podcasters that you're getting exposed to. And so we're going to get a chance to hear from Dr. Mary Zenit next. And so glad to have you here with us, Dr. Mary. And again, thank you, Dr. Liddy. I'm going to put you backstage and bring someone else back on. And let's pull up someone like Dr. Vanessa Dunn. And it's Guyton, right? Vanessa Dunn Guyton, that's going to be with us as well. And I think this is going pretty smoothly as I can do it. But God gave me a lot of gifts and talents. I didn't know I could be like, "Doop, doop, 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 doop." I'm doing it. Okay. So, Dr. Mary, right after this commercial break, we're going to get a chance to hear from you. But everyone that's watching, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Stay connected with ctrmedianetwork.com. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Dr. Tina Ramsey is the visionary behind it. And I want you to know that that's why they're making just a pit stop today here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And it's a beautiful blessing that these queens have blessed us with already today. So let me, oh, you know what I did also want to do is put up the QR code for Dr. Liddy. She had shared a QR code. And so that's her QR code. If you all want to scan that, it'll take you directly to all of her information as well, which I love that. So I wanted to pop that up. All right. So I see, Vanessa. Okay, I'm gonna go to Geo Monroe show. Come on up too. Pull you up on the stage. So just so you can wave, we're gonna take a quick commercial break, learn more about CTR Media Network, and we'll be right back.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, everyone, and we are back. And I want to make sure that we get a chance to hear. You have to unmute your own self over there. But Dr. Mary Zenit, talk to us, if you will, about your program.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you all for being here. And Dr. Tina, she is so inspiring. It is an absolute privilege to be a part of CTR Media Network. So a little bit about me. I've been a psychiatrist for 35 years, but I also have an executive MBA in healthcare with an emphasis on public health.
Yes.
And that's my heart. My heart is the globe is hurting right now. There's so much pain and suffering, but there are little things we can do to raise our vibrational level. We live in a world where we've got toxins bombarding us, okay? They're hidden in our food, in the air, in the water. How about on the airwaves, all that negativity, okay? And we need to rise up. So on the show, you will learn lifestyle tips and strategies that will help you make that shift so that you are not a victim, you are victorious. And your health, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, it all works together. So when I met Dr. Tina, I said, this has been on my heart for a very long time. But when I met Dr. Tina, because I do have a show, I said, oh, I have to be part of this network. And I'm so privileged that she invited me, she welcomed me to be part of it, to inform, empower our listeners.
Wow. And now I know that I saw here on your bio too, that you deal a lot with global health, and that is very important to you as well as.
It is. You know, we're all in our own little world, right? Is that not true? However, as we raise our vibrational level, right? We're eating healthy, we get the toxins out of our lives, we're vibrating at a higher level, and we can have more empathy. You know, the heart is the highest vibrational organ in the body.
Okay.
So we're able to think about, now we might have a day which you don't have a lot of financial ability to donate. However, your thoughts, your heart, thinking about your neighbor across the globe is so important. So yeah, on the show, we will be spotlighting different initiatives around the world too that are very inspiring and that will inspire us to
Wow.
learn about them and do more. Each of us can level up.
That's good. That's good. And you feel like that will make the world just an overall better place. And I do want to find out, how did you become passionate about this? So we're going to go to our next person shortly, but I do want to hear, it takes a special interest to even have the interest in knowing about your vibrations of your heart and compassion and global health. Why? Why was that the case for you?
Well, I will tell you, when I was very young, my mom was very sick. She struggled with health issues her entire life. So, I mean, as a 3-year-old, I remember, being there to help my mom, get her a glass of water and just be there. And what happened, okay, she was given a diagnosis of 6 months to live. And we were just absolutely devastated. She's a very kind person and she really cared about the world. But guess what? Power of prayer and her mind. She says, I'm not ready to die. 6 months? What? And she was 83 pounds. She was so weak. But she made it 26 more years with good quality of life.
Oh my gosh. So this is, no, you know what? This is so important as you all are doing this media tour stop to hear some of these backstories, because now I see why it's so important for you to know that the heart can keep on and keep on if certain things are happening. I love it. Thank you, Dr. Mary Zennett. Now, tell people how they can stay connected with
Hello, my name is Alethea Tucker, and I am the CEO of Jolie's Enterprises. I'm also the host of a show entitled Reinvent and Rise, and the host of a podcast entitled Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. I recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue-generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
City Penny Saver ad board. You are a YouTuber, so you were like a hey mom wearing a lot of different hats.
Right.
Monetized 3 YouTube channels, had a business plan with at least 10 channels on YouTube, independent associate, you name it. I'm only rattling some of these things off because it is amazing how many different hats you've worn on your journey. So when people tune into the Gio Monroe Show, what can they expect?
They can expect motivation. They can expect for me to tell them how I made it, and how they can make it. That there's no job too hard for God. Don't give up 5 minutes before the miracle. They also will find on that channel my friends with super channels, because my friends is very important to me on YouTube. And they support all 3 of my channels that are monetized. So I give back by giving them a short bio on my channel called Friends with Super Channels. And then I take that and put it on my podcast. So that is how I give back to people. Also on the Gio Monroe Show, there will be a segment starting probably in the next 2 weeks, how to start a YouTube channel and how to get it monetized.
Wow, okay. That's gonna be good. That's gonna be good.
Right.
Okay, this is awesome. So what's like a closing point you want to make for people, just as a takeaway of something that just kind of burns in your heart?
Just don't give up 5 minutes before your miracle. Pray, pray, pray. Because when you're down in that tunnel, and I can only just tell y'all what my take on it and my story and how I got out of that tunnel. I remember my mom used to always say, when you in the tunnel and you don't know nothing else to do, you can't see no light, call on the name of Jesus. And that's what I did.
Oh
And
my
I
goodness.
made it
Oh
out.
my goodness. Call
Right.
on the
I
name
made
of
it out,
Jesus.
and I want women, and especially women, to know we don't have to stay in the tunnel. That there's another way to look at it.
Wow. Okay, y'all, Geo Monroe Show. Y'all should know anyway, anytime you have a podcaster's tour happening, you're gonna have to stay on for a few more minutes because we all talk, all of us just talk. Okay, we talk a lot. We love communicating. That's why we sharing our life's gifts with you guys. Okay, so y'all just sit tight. We have some more podcasters that's gonna be with us today. Twins on the bottom, someone said. Geo, I'm trying to put your comments up here. People are commenting. Twins at the bottom. Get the help that you need. Amen. Go get that help is what McKim said. Boss Life said, Boss Life hiding behind the car, getting her information. You're trying to learn something. Correct. Yes, I see all of your comments. And I really appreciate your studio audience participation. The show couldn't be the same without you all. So thank you. And thank you, Geo Monroe, for stopping by the Kim Jacobs Show today. I will pull somebody else in. I see you, Marlene Sanders. I'm going to pull you upstage. And Alethea, I'm going to pull you in as well. Whew, this is a whole thing, huh? Us getting through all of the podcast tour people. Marlene, talk to us. How are you today? What do you have for us today? Tell us about your show.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on, Kim. And I have to give my kudos and props to Dr. Tina because I came in the back door from Geo Monroe. So Geo found Dr. Tina, and Geo was like, "You got, come on, girl, come on." So she believes in me. She's not only a friend to me, a sister. She's so many things to me. So I appreciate Geo. But my story is about people shifting upward because I came from a very dark, low place in my life, and I just want to elevate somebody who thinks that you can't. And I get emotional about it sometimes because I had about 4 suicide attempts in my life. I came from a place where I was raised and talked to that I was nobody, but I want to let somebody out there know that you aren't. You are somebody. So now that I came out of that dark tunnel and now I'm in the light and I feel like I'm prospering. Now I want to be the voice to somebody else who's down, feeling low, and reach down and pull somebody else up. Because I think that's so important that once you find your light, you find your voice, now reach down and reach back and say, "Come on, it's okay. It's nice over here." Don't allow life and circumstances to take you out. We sometimes have to learn that we have to change our thinking. My whole thing about my whole life, I was angry and bitter at the whole world, but I didn't realize until I went through therapy that that was my choice. So I had to learn to shift that and to heal and to forgive people and to take my power back. Because I definitely believe it's a thing about taking your power back, that if you don't believe that you have the power to have anything you want in your life, shift your finances, shift a good relationship, shift good friends, travel the world, change all your circumstances, your weight, your health. And I made that decision that even though I didn't come from, that kind of setting where people believed in me and supported me and talked about having things and doing things and that you're somebody, I said, now I want to be a voice behind a person who may be voiceless, because back then I didn't have a voice. I didn't know how to say I was hurting. I didn't know how to say I'm in pain and I'm sad and nobody loves me. I want to be that voice and say, it's okay, come over here. And I will support you until now you can stand up and now you reach back and pull somebody else up. So
oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to need y'all to come back, and Dr. Tina, please let everybody, with your permission, come back and do your full hour as just the guest on my show with just the two of us, all of you. This is just a
Told you.
I need like a whole hour because I have so many questions. And oh my gosh. I need each of you all. Please commit to doing that with me so I can hear your backstories. And oh, you know what I'm gonna do for 1 minute, because one of our podcasters that's on the tour, I'm coming right back to you, Marlene. She has some audio stuff and we want to get her in. So Dr. Vera Thomas, I hear you on the phone. I know you have some electrical stuff happening in your area, but we don't want to miss the opportunity with you being able to stop by as one of our podcast tour hosts today. So Dr. Tina Ramsey's on the screen, Alethea, Anna Brothers is back there, Marlene, and I see Dr. Vanessa Guyton is back there too. So they're still on. So everybody can hear you. Talk to us, Dr. Vera.
Well, first of all, let me say these podcasters are awesome. And Dr. Tina Ramsey, thank you so much for including me in this group. It is just a wonderful thing. And I thank God for this opportunity. My show is the Vera Thomas Show. My focus is to uplift, encourage, inspire, motivate, and educate. I have guests that come on from all walks of life in all different professions, who share their life stories, who share their successes, who share how others can be uplifted, encouraged, motivated, experience, and just being able to encourage others to know that God is in control, and do not give up on your dreams. Do not give up on yourself. Do not give up on all the things that God has intended for you to do and for all that He wants you to be.
Awesome, Dr. Vera Thomas. And I know that you do a lot with the spoken word. So when people tune into your show, what are they going to walk away with?
They're going to walk away with knowledge, encouragement. They're going to walk away feeling, I can. They're going to walk away feeling that no matter what the circumstances, and I listened to Dr. Connie, and her story is just, oh my God. We never know how other people's situations can impact our lives. And sometimes we think our situation is so bad until we hear someone else's. It's like the saying, I can't even remember the saying. I'm going through so many changes right now. But what I want to say to all of you, to hold fast to your dreams, even if at times it seems it may not come true. Living your dreams will depend on you. The roads we take, the paths we choose are necessary to live our dreams through. There may be detours, winding roads, and wrong turns, all in which are lessons to be learned. As your journey unfolds, you'll realize your goals. What a beautiful story soon to be told. So hold fast to your dreams. And in order for your dreams to become a reality, you gotta take action. Things will happen. Persist and you will gain. Pursue your goals day by day. Your life will not be the same. Dream dreams without hesitation. Visualize them. See them every day. Feel the excitement, exaltation while you're on your way. God bless you all. And I again, am so honored to be a part of this group.
All right. That you're talking about you can't remember some girl by you remember the whole thing like that. Listen, how can people stay connected with you? I put Dr. Vera Thomas show on the screen. Is there another way that you want me to put anything else right quick?
Well, I am on Instagram, and that's vera.thomas, Instilling Greatness. I have the Vera Thomas Show Facebook page. I am on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter. So you can find me in any of those places. And please like, subscribe, and listen.
All right. Well, thank you so much for stopping by on this CTR Media podcast tour stop on the Kim Jacobs Show. All right.
And thank you so much for having me. And you all have a wonderful, blessed day.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. So we do that anyway on the show. You can call in. You can use the link. I didn't share the link today because it's not nay way. Let me put my glass. Not in any way I could actually pull in anybody else from the studio audience today. But I typically will give you the opportunity to come on into the studio and ask a direct question of the guest. Not today. Couldn't do that today. Okay. All right. So Marlene, I saw a lot of comments that came in, and I want to make sure that people know how to stay connected with you. People said, great. Wow, we made it. Yes, Marlene is all of that. Don't give up. She's a great motivator. Correct. Yahweh brought you and Boss Life Online and her through. Robert says, Marlene gives us energy, make it through each day. Sharing is caring. Please share this broadcast to help our host and the entirety of the podcasters. And God is using you, Marlene. So anyway, lots of comments. Let your emotions, I didn't get to go through all of them because it'll take me till 2:00 to get through all of this today, but come back for an hour of your own and we're going to have more time together. How can people stay connected with you, Marlene?
Well, I have 4 YouTube channels. Marlene Motivates. The newest one that I just made for the CTR Media Network is Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast. And also my email and all my other information will be on there as well.
Excellent. Y'all make sure you stay connected with Marlene Saunders, who's here making her stop here on the Kim Jacobs Show, representing CTR Media Network podcast tour. What's your closing comment? And I'm going to put you backstage, and I'm going to be bringing Anna Brothers on, and I'm going to bring you on too, Dr. Vanessa. And y'all going to be all closing us out here today on this special episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. Tell us your closing comment, Marlene.
Well, I just want to share that, we can have real talk and real conversations, because I was raised that you stay silent and you hide things. So I want to bring exposure to things and that let everybody know, don't hide your pain and push it down. Release it, let it out so that you can thrive, because it's very important to have real talk and real conversations so you can take your power back.
Wow. Thank you for being here today, Marlene, and have a wonderful day. Alethea, how are you today? And I want to go ahead and pull you up and give you a chance to have some words. Talk to us with the beautiful yellow. And I'm going to pull Anna and Dr. Vanessa in. Y'all are going to be our closing and pulling up the rear in a fantastic way. Alethea, talk to us about your program.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Kim, for having me on. Let me tell you, this morning has been spectacular. I already knew that CTRB was awesome. Let me tell you, hearing from everybody, I am absolutely blown away. Dr. Tina, you know how I feel about you. I love you so much. And thank you for creating this platform for us so you can have so many different voices. But to tell you about me, I am Alethea Tucker, and my podcast is Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. And the motto is, there are levels to this, and we're going to hit all of them from the ground up. So what do I mean by that? My niche, women 45 plus, because I am one of them. I know the pain points, and we address those things in my show, in my podcast. So I frequently have women on who are doing great things in their prime. I always say it's prime time, we need to do to level up, whether it be professionally or personally. We talk about the things that, kind of plague us around this age, physical things, mental things, relationships. We're at an age now where we may be caring for elderly parents. We may be empty nesters finally, and getting to go after those dreams that we want, So we take a look at those things and we give our audience the tools that they need. Now, I'm not saying that my guests are all 45 and older, because, younger people definitely have something to contribute. We've been there too. They can tell us how to stay young as we go up, right? So I tap into the experts to make sure that, as I call my audience, my risers, we're rising so we can reinvent and rise.
That's right.
So we tackle all of those things. And above all, I want my women to know that they have a voice, and right where they are, They can do great things. Age has nothing to do with it, absolutely nothing. They have been given an innate talent and a gift by God, and their voice is unique. Their imprint is unique. And it has to be put out there because we have an obligation to help another woman to rise, to help another woman to be all that she can be. We've been given a lot. We need to put that back out there and grow right where we are.
I love these podcasts. I'm just gonna binge watch your shows, guys. I can tell y'all that right now. I am sold out to binge watch all of CTR Media Network podcasts, every single one of y'all. Listen, you are top 25 most inspiring women, one of them, and by Called to Inspire magazine. You're highly sought after international motivational speaker, and you train individuals to amplify their courage, confidence, and connection so that they can make that influential impact on the world. Now, when people tune in and hear this, they're going to be hearing this confident woman. You're very confident, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how to even ask this vague question, backstory question, and say, can you answer it in 2 or 3 minutes? I don't know. Okay. The point is that confidence came from somewhere. There was a turning point in your life. What was that turning point? And see, these are quite questions I'll ask you when you come back on an hour, for the whole hour. But what was that turning point in your life that made you say, that's it, I'm going to use the courage and the gifts and the talents God got for me and roll with it? Come on, tell me.
Oh my goodness. You know, Miles Monroe is one of my favorite preachers, one of my favorite motivational speakers. And he says a lot about mediocrity. And he said that, you know, mediocrity kind of accepts the norm and it pleases the crowd and does what it can to get by. But maximum living pushes the norm and really pleases God and sets the standard for excellence. And I was pushed into that about 5 years ago when my father passed away. He was such an inspiration for me. He was somebody who lived to serve and who taught me to do the same. You've been given a lot, Alethea. Now you need to go out and help somebody with that. When he passed away, it was my catalyst for doing more. You know, I had done this bookmark for my 50th birthday, 50 things I've learned on my way to 50. You know, people had encouraged me to turn that into lessons and make it a book. So I did that at that point and was able to make it something devotional that would help people. I tapped into helping women. So my catalyst was really the death of someone who was an absolute legend to me, who was helping me to rise up and bring out those things that he had already deposited in.
Oh, please, when you come back to be my guest, give me a picture of your dad. Let me pop it up on the screen. I just want to hug. I'm hugging you guys virtually just because I'm so in love with everything I'm hearing. Thank you so much for being here, Alethea Tucker, and tell people how they can stay connected with you.
Absolutely. You can go to my website and it is Jolease, which is JOLEASE. Put enterprises behind that, all one word, JoleaseEnterprises.com. I'm also on social media, on Instagram at Alethea A. Tucker, just as my name is written up there, just put an A in there. And also Jolease Enterprises. And of course, you can find me on Leveling Up the Podcast right here, CTR Media Network. Always looking for speakers and sponsors. Always looking for an opportunity to elevate somebody other than yourself. That's what we're trying to do.
I'm so excited about it. I was trying to type everything you were saying, which I think I captured it right. No, this is good. Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker, Alethea A. Tucker on all social media, and then JoleaseEnterprises.com is your website. And
Yes,
Jolease, everybody, is spelled JOLEASE, enterprises.com for the podcast listeners, because there are some podcast listeners only. All right. Wow. Okay. So now we have 2 more dynamic podcast hosts, and we are going to hear from them right after this commercial break. Wow. I'm blown away. I'm loving this. Okay, we'll be right back.
Nothing says more than final expense insurance whole life protection. With funeral advocacy nationwide, saving you and your family 30 to 80% off funerals and cremations. Nothing says I love you more than Get Insured Solutions, LLC. GetInsured.Solutions, 704-499-36.
I'm attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
And we are back. We are talking with CTR Media Network podcasters, and just a few of them, y'all. This is under the visionary leadership of Dr. Tina Ramsey. Dr. Tina, before I go to our next 2 guests, do you have anything you want to say at this time?
I don't have anything to say because the podcasters are saying it all. Now you understand why this is different from any other platform. We're literally creating a movement. So I'm going to take it over because it's all about them. I'm just here. It's about them.
All right. So then here, Dr. Vanessa Guyton, talk to us and tell us about your beautiful podcast. Oh, hey, let me unmute you because we was playing that. No, you have to unmute yourself. There we go. You got it. Go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right. So
you're beautiful with that smile, though. You were glowing. Go.
I am Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and I am the founder and executive director of an organization called Hush No More. We support survivors of domestic violence, child sexual abuse, sexual assault, incest, human trafficking, all those topics that organizations and families and friends have a hard time discussing. And out of that, we created Hush No More Champions, because I think it is important that individuals hear the stories of survivors when they're ready to get to that next level, and also from victim advocates and nonprofit organizations. There are some amazing resources and organizations in our communities all over this country that individuals do not know that exists. So my goal is to share stories, to share courage and empower through all of those experiences that we all have personally or know somebody that is going through it. And so that is what we do at Hush No More Champions. I believe there are victims, there are survivors, and champions are created once we start advocating for others who are going through some things that are similar that we've been through.
Wow. Hush No More Champions is the name of your podcast. Wow. And now you had an interesting sector of people that you had to deal with when you personally survived. And I know we don't have our full hour, but do you know how important it is for you to come back and be on the Kim Jacobs Show for people to hear your story? Tell us a little bit about what you had to go through personally to make this your passion.
Yes, ma'am. So I am a survivor of military sexual trauma. I suppressed that memory for 17 years. And so when I had my trigger and everything came back, I realized part of it was that I never told anybody. I didn't think anybody would believe me. And I didn't think that I had the right to tell. So now I share my story because I want to encourage other people, and I wanted to create a platform for people to come forward when they're ready, because it's allowing us to take our power back. It's allowing individuals to say, this happened to me, but it's no longer controlling me. So how can I create that space? And that's what Hush No More Champions is all about.
Wow. And you're doing such a masterful job of keeping it sweet and short and all of that. But I want to talk a lot more, so I'll wait until our hour. If you had any word of advice for people that when we don't know, they'll tune into your show, they may not tune in right away, but there may be just some tip for people that are going through some type of trauma like yours, that you could give them some hope, something to hang on to through what they may be dealing with. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so you don't have to struggle in life. You don't have to be unhappy. You don't have to be suicidal. You don't have to regret and have that shame and embarrassment of what happened to you. You can change it. You can shift. It is your right to tell your story, to open up, to say what you need to say about your own life. And it's your right to heal. And healing is important. And sharing your story is part of healing. And you don't have to do it on a large platform like a podcast. You can share your story with the next brother or sister to encourage them through what they've been through. You can go talk to the police. You can talk to a therapist. But sharing your story allows you to admit that it actually happened. And now we could do something about it. So be encouraged that you don't have to struggle in life and that there is a rainbow on the other side. It's great.
Wow. And there's a documentary on the other side that this woman has. There's a coloring book, a trauma releasing coloring book, a poetry book, When a Date Turns into Rape book, you name it. This woman her podcast, you want your daughters and your sons and people to tune in to what they can learn from Hush No More Champion. And I am excited about you being here today. And thank you for sharing your journey. How can people stay connected with you?
Our website is hushnomore.org. So if you need resources, have any questions, you can go to our website. You can also find us on Facebook at Hush No More Movement, Instagram at Hush No More Now. You can find us on YouTube as Hush No More Champions, and just follow us. You can follow me on my personal page as well. And we're always here. We're always willing to just give advice and support during anything that you may be going through.
And you said on all social media under Hush No More?
Yes.
Okay. I want to pop that up again. These are ways to stay connected with Dr. Vanessa. Hush No More on the podcast on CTR Media, the Hush No More Champion podcast on CTR Media Network, hushnomore.org, or on social media, Hush No More. Wow. Oh, okay. Y'all made. I'm gonna have to take a nap. Huh?
I hate to interrupt, but I don't know if she mentioned this, that it's not just a podcast. She is a nonprofit. And so in order for them to be able to keep these resources available to you at free of charge, it takes us coming together to give a volunteer donation of support so that she can keep all of this going, because it's not just her. She has a whole team, okay? But in order for her to keep providing all these resources for us, we need to support this. So it's a wonderful nonprofit. So all you business owners out there, corporate lenders, all of this, you're looking for a place to put your money at, this is a great place because it can help build our community, rebuild our communities, okay, and help our children.
Wow. Hushnomore.org is a nonprofit organization that needs your partnership. That's a big difference. And not just only hosting a show, but hosting the fact that she's undergirding a movement to help these individuals that are struggling with these levels of trauma. Hushnomore.org. Wow.
Do you see why we love Dr. Tina?
Yes, I see why I love Dr.
Always pouring to us. Yeah, it's more than just a media network. It's really a family. So thank you, Dr. Tina.
No wow.
They need to know now.
Thank you for last, Anna Brothers. But look at your background and everything, your bling blue and all of that. It was just meant to be that you were going to pull it all together at the end. And Alethea, and I know you're welcome to stay right on with us, but you're also free to carry on with your days, everybody. And Dr. Tina, you have to stay to the end, though, because I want you to have a final closing comment. But Anna Brothers, talk to us and tell us about your show, please. Let me see, Dr. Anna.
I'm muted.
You have to unmute yourself. Okay, there you go. You muted.
Okay.
It's all good. You go.
All right. First of all, I want to thank you for having me on your show. And I want to also thank Tina for pulling me in. And I apologize. I somehow or another, it's doing something outside and I had a surge and it went off. So I came in.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
But I am the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast. I'm a baby with the group. And I don't even think I've been in here 6 months. It might be a little less or maybe a little more.
Well, welcome aboard. You can see what you're a part of, something super.
Yes, I'm really flattered. You just don't know.
But you're not new to CTR Media Network. But let me be clear, she is not new to this thing called life. She's the CEO of the Sweet Lestines Dessert for All Occasions, and she teaches people how to bake like a pro. And since you're the last person here, I want to make sure I don't just let you go out being the newcomer on the show without putting some meat around the bones here. That you are the bling slinger. The name of her business is the Jazzy Jewels Collection. So this woman right here is a health coach and loves helping people with a healthy lifestyle and all natural products. So yes, she's new to CTR Media Network, but she's got a whole lot going on. Go ahead.
Okay. And I've been friends with Tina for years.
Okay.
For years. And you know, somehow or another they've taken me under my wing. But I've always had like a voice, and I appeared in a few challenges, and I became the caregiver of my mother, which I lost about 1.5 years ago. And during that time, I found out, well, you know, I was kind of lack knowledge myself of mental illnesses, you know, and I felt like most Black people are not aware of mental illness. They're aware of them, but they shun it. You know, they, you know, kick it under the thing. And
Right.
even as you're growing up, and I guess over history and over time, these things have happened, but I know that as a whole, Black people, instead of them going to a therapist, they will go to their minister for help as opposed to a therapist. So I've had some challenges in my life, and so I'm seeing a therapist. And one of the things that she asked me to do was to research mental illnesses.
Interesting.
And so I just finished up that series on mental illnesses. That's what I basically started out with. But I felt like I had a voice in this. A lot of opportunities happened for me. I was on NBC News. I spoke at the hospital about my journey with my mother. AARP, I've done quite a few things that have happened, and just out the clear blue sky where people have just come to me and asked me that. So I felt like God was trying to tell me something, and that I had I needed to inform people because I didn't know. And doing my research, I'm going to be honest with you, what I found out is that all of us have mental illnesses. And that, because as I was doing it, I just didn't realize it was that many mental illnesses for real. But I found that if I did not have some of those characteristics, I knew someone that did have those characteristics. And that we need to help each other, and we need to better understand people. Now, my podcast is not basically on just mental health, but it's on the whole person. I just want to let you know. It's on self-care. And I want to be able to reach from the young to the old. I'm old, but I want, my degree was in early childhood. And so as I was teaching, I noticed also as far as the mental health, they don't give you the knowledge for that. And so someone has to do it. Now, I'm not a doctor, but I can research. And so that is basically how I got started in the podcast. And I will be having guests on soon. Right now, it's just informational because I got to get used to it.
But that's okay. You're going to get used to it quickly with Dr. Tina Ramsey as your leader. That's for sure. Okay.
Yeah,
You're going to get thrust in the fire. Well, I'm excited about everything that you're sharing, and you really focus heavily on bling and slinging bling and all of that stuff. What made you interested in that from a passion perspective?
Okay. I'm a crafty person.
Okay.
I
can hear all your bangles and everything over there. I know
I'm
you
a
got
crafty
that going on.
person, and I've always been crafty. I do a lot of things, and that is another thing that I want to be able to share. I do needlepoint. I made this vest.
Get out of here. That's what I'm saying. Y'all are not oh my gosh, you can't say everything. It's like 50,000 people, right? We're trying to get everybody on the tour and have a few little words, be like, hi, my name's Kim. That's it. Like, what? You made that vest? You made that vest? That is gorgeous.
Thank you. I want to be able to share some of my talents. I'm a certified cake instructor, and I taught cake decorating while I was teaching. for 20 something years. So I want to be able to share those things with people as well.
Somebody said nice. Like nice for real. This is some good stuff. You got to come back on the show just to bring some of your pieces. During the holidays and stuff, you better get on here, girl. We do.
Well, that's what my next series is going to be on the fall and all the things that's happening in the fall. So I'm going to try to incorporate my cake decorating and just all of those things into the fall.
Awesome.
Of it. Yeah.
So how can people stay connected with you, Anna L. Brothers?
Well, I am on all of the social media platforms, and most of them I am in there.
Oh, wait a minute! I typed over. I did a typo. Hold on.
I'm on with my name, so there won't be, a TikTok. All of them. I'm on all of them, and then I do have 3 YouTube channels. One of them I do have, my Sweet Listines is up and running, but the other 2 I'm working on.
Right, the funny part is, Miss Anna, the funny part is I just had a cuss word up there, and I don't even be cussing, right? But I meant to say all, and I'm sitting here trying to do all this stuff, and I typed ASS.
And you know what? I didn't even see it. I didn't even pay it no mind. I just went on it.
My grandma would be like, "Man, you think your butt look good? You gonna put that under my face on the social media?" She would be going off. So I'm like, "Grandma, it was a mistake." Listen, I am so glad, Anna Brothers, that you have joined the CTR Media Network team, and we're so honored, I'm sure, on behalf of Dr. Tina Ramsey, that you are on board.
Yeah, I love her. She's a good girl. She's good. So,
thank you for being here. Let's see. I saw comments coming in for you as well. I've seen comments coming in for all of y'all, so hopefully you'll go back and check them all out. Somebody said nice, just very nice. Your blazer is your shawl is so nice. Your vest. And so people said they love the name. I think that was when Hush No More was on, and they said this is so inspiring. Thank you, ladies, for sharing, all of you all. Powerful podcast, which was also for the Hush No More, very needed. And I didn't put those comments up earlier, so I want to acknowledge those as well. All right, listen, you guys, we have had a wonderful time here. Anna Brothers, you are welcome to carry on with your day if you like. And I'm going to close out this episode with you. Have a great one. And Tina, Dr. Tina Ramsey, you got your hands full with all of this wonderfulness. And no, I don't know if that's a word or not, but anyway. I can be back in my regular hosting mode for a moment. Okay. How you doing, Dr. Tina Ramsey?
Great. And I just want to tell you, thank you for maneuvering and juggling everything that's been going on today, because I appreciate you extending us grace, because there's so many of us. And the thing is, this is not all of us. This is just some of us. But I appreciate you taking the time, because I know you have an hour show and you exceeded your time bracket for us. And I'm totally just thankful for you today. So thank you for spotlighting our amazing podcasters.
It's wonderful. And again, I do want, and we're going to come back right after you hear about CTR Media Network one more time. We're going to have a closing comment from Dr. Tina Ramsey. And I want you to know how you can stay connected with CTR Media Network, and also become a part of the program. Reach out to them and let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. But let's learn more about them, and then we're going to get a closing comment from you, Dr. Tina, right after this
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, everyone. And so that's CTR Media Network. There's no reason for you not to get your story out and join the CTR Media Network team. I also am the host of the Kim Jacobs Show on CTR Media Network as well. And so we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. And so please make sure you check us out there. You can check us out on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram as well. So make sure that you know that the Kim Jacobs Show is also a part of CTR Media Network. Thanks to Dr. Tina Ramsey allowing us to be on the platform. What's your closing comment or thoughts, Dr. Tina? I know you're like a proud mama over there.
Yes. So I'm just proud of everyone. And I just want to I'll be remiss if I don't mention the ones who you don't see, because it's not just about any one podcast. It's about our entire community.
Absolutely.
And as you can see from today, you see why this is so different from any other platform that's out there in regards to podcasts. And you see why this is so needed in the time that we're living in. But I want to give a shout out to V. James. She is the host of Broadcasting with Boss Lady Star. We have Joy World, which is the producer and host of Hello World talk show that's on CTR. We have Sandy Saunders. She is the host of Book Talks with Sandy, Coffee Conversations. We have Sheree Moore, who is the CEO and podcast host of the She Trucking Podcast, which also has an ensemble of multiple different people, content creators that's helping women in the trucking industry. Yes, we do that too. Then we have the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine, the Melanated Homeschooling podcast, which both are homeschool based. One is from the melanated perspective and one is for the entire world, which is homeschooling. That is a community podcast, which means that different people come in and give information and host those particular podcasts. We also just launched Men's Thoughts Podcast. This is exclusively for our men, to help our young boys, to help young men walk into their manhood, to have the mentorship, to have all the things in place so that they can be encouraged and listen from other men, their perspective on life and finances and relationships. And it's all men coming together. And that's a community. So if you want to share, if you're a man, then give us a call. And then last but surely not least, we have Tiffany D. Bell, which is the podcast host for the Nonprofit CEO. So she specializes in helping nonprofits to grow. And as you can see, all of our other podcasts, we have some more that's graduating from our class right now that are going to be coming over. And yes, thank you for popping it up. We have the Michael Finkley Show. Yes, the Michael Finkley Show. He is amazing. So make sure that you tune into that. And this is just the podcast that we have out right now. We have some that's in our class because we have our Learn How to Podcast and Start a Monetize It class that's going on. And once they graduate, then their podcast will be put on the network as well. So we have a lot of things that's coming, events, podcasting, sponsorship opportunities. We have so much where you can connect with us if you're a business, for commercial slides, be featured guests, go on a CTR Media Network tour around all these different podcast shows, which I heard you guys saying it. So you can get in contact with them, our hosts, and so much more. This is your moment. This is your time. Thank you, Kim, for being a part of the movement and bringing the Kim Jacobs Show. And thank you for onboarding and showing our podcast today, because this was indeed an undertaking, but God definitely helped you navigate it, honey.
All right. Listen, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Dr. Tina Ramsey, for representing your organization of podcast hosts around the world. And please, one more time, tell people how the bandwidth, how far the reach is. I know I kind of said it in the beginning, but I really want people to know that too. And then we're going to close out.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media. We have over 30 plus podcasters reaching 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries. We specialize in bringing you positive, impactful media design to help you walk into your best life, to help you start dreaming again, to know that there's hope we can do this. Okay, so we encourage you to not only connect with my show, the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, but most importantly, our community. As you can see, they're all absolutely amazing. And if you have a desire to start a podcast or have a podcast and you would like to be a part of it, just contact us and let us see what you have to offer. And we'll let you know if you're a right fit. Kim Jacobs, she's over there being humble. Let me see. Over here. She also has a program where she actually can teach you how to make your show look beautiful like hers. So if you want to start your own streaming show to get ready for CTR Media Network, if you want to take that thing to Roku and Amazon and all that, she gets you ready, then you go ahead and get her class about how to learn how to stream and using this StreamYard and all these good things. And then if you want to solely do podcasting, then you come on over to me. All right. We have everything, basically what you need with CTR Media Network, whether it's independently through our company or through our podcasters who have their own businesses. So if we don't have it, I pretty much guarantee that our podcasters have something, or they know somebody that have what you need. So TV show, Kim Jacobs podcast, Dr. Tina, and everything else, CTR Media Network podcasters. Make sure to buy their books, book them on speaking engagement, sponsor them, sponsor CTR, sponsor our podcasters, because that's how we can keep this stuff going for all of you. We love what we do, and we're just happy for the opportunity.
All right. Well, there you have it, everybody. And you've heard from Dr. Tina Ramsey, from a lot of the podcast hosts, and hopefully the rest of them will come right on the Kim Jacobs Show too. We welcome every single one of them, even if they weren't here today. You all have a beautiful rest of your day. Dr. Tina, stay backstage for a second, and I will see you all right here on the Kim Jacobs Show at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. Take care, and don't forget, pour into the broadcast, invest so that we can continue this level of programming. Have a great one. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show.
Hate camping. And I remember as kids, my aunt and uncle were working on their house, and they had some chemicals that really needed to be cured overnight. And they figured, well, why don't we let the kids have a sleepover in the backyard? And my cousins were so excited, and I just remember the entire night I spent imagining spiders were the size of my head and flicking bugs off of me. And I stayed awake most of the night while they slept. I was never so happy to get back into the house. And when I walked in, we walked into this beautiful area where we could play and run around. And my aunt said, you see, we had you outside because you needed to be there. I hope you guys had fun. But now I see that you're really, really enjoying this new space. And I was. And I thought to myself, I guess it was worth us having to stay out there. What's that mean for you guys? Sometimes you're going to have to stay in a tent. You're going to have to stay in that tent while you work on building your house. And instead of spending the time moaning and groaning about all the things that you have to go through, remember what you're working towards, what you're trying to get. Because if you hold on to that dream while you're down in the trenches, it's going to seem all the more valuable when you get out and you realize that you've worked to bring forth exactly what you've desired to have.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Next on the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, we have our special featured guest, Ed Hennings. We are going to have a very candid conversation about how you can dominate any destructive thoughts and behaviors and how he is changing the lives of ones that's incarcerated. Make sure to tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. It's time to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host. Of course, you know that. But today we have a very, very special guest. And as you saw in the intro, his name is Ed Hennings. He is an amazing serial entrepreneur. He does some of the most amazing things. And for those of you who have ever doubted the power of being able to reinvent yourself and do it in such a profound way that not only changed your life, but people's lives around you within your community. Because Ed Hennings was sentenced to 40 years in prison and he served 20 years. And despite it all, he was able to flip and turn his life like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. So how did he do that? Well, right now we're going to bring him on because we definitely need to know how he do what he do and why. Why does Ed do this? So let's bring him on right now. Hello, Ed. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing, Dr. Ramsey? Thanks for having me on. It's an honor.
Oh, excuse me. No, it is my honor to have you on my show because for the fact that you are so inspirational and you're so humble about it. And so I don't even know where I want to go because your story has so many different layers and so many different things that I want the audience to be able to understand and see about what you do. And as we was talking about before, going back to you when you got sentenced to 40 years, but you served 20. During those 20 years, you did not allow your mind to be dominated by destructive thoughts and behaviors. You decided to shift it. So what sort of things did you do while you was incarcerated during the 20 years that propelled you to the man that you are today?
I had to just, you know how you do spring cleaning at the house where you just clean house. You start in the back and come all the way to the front. If you got an upstairs and a downstairs, a basement where I'm from, you just hit every nook and cranny of that house. And that's what I had to do. I had to clean house. I had some destructive thoughts that I had picked up along the way. I had some good things that was given to me and instilled in me along the way from some people in my life, but I threw that to the side. All of those things I had to do, I had to just go back and just look and be like, man, I went wrong right here. I went wrong right here. And it takes some true honesty. You can't be lying to yourself. You can't be sugarcoating things to yourself. You got to look in that mirror and be 100% honest and take full accountability for your life. You can't say, I was born into this situation, so it wasn't my fault. It wasn't this. Like, you've been given life. And at some point, you got to take the wheel. I understand we don't have control, and I'm empathetic for some of these situations that a lot of us are born into. But at the end of the day, at some point along this journey, you have to take the wheel and say, you know what? You got me to this point. Mom, dad, grandma, granddad, sister, brother, auntie, uncle, community. But now I got to take the wheel and I got to be responsible for where I go from here.
Wow. And you definitely took the wheel of your life because many people, they get a sentence like that. 40 years. And then they actually have to serve 20 of those years in prison. They usually give up. I always say the worst prison is the prison of the mind. But even though you was incarcerated, you still maneuvered a way to be able to free your mind to open the possibilities of having more, wanting more, doing better. And through that, you have been able to do some remarkable things. And I know, like before we spoke, you was like, I'm still working in progress. I'm like, well, your progress is amazing. Okay. So what made you when your mindset, when you first when they told you, they said, okay, Ed, you're getting out on this date. Did you prepare your mind and did you make out like a business plan, a roadmap of what you wanted to do? Because after you got out, within 5 years, you made some big moves. So how was you able to just do that?
I think once again, it goes back to the time that I spent. And I heard you say 40 years a couple times. Just remember that I was facing life. So when I went to trial, I was facing life. And I came out of that jury trial, found guilty of a lesser offense. I was charged with first-degree intentional homicide, and I was found guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, which is manslaughter in most states. So with that being said, someone might say, man, you got 40 years. But I'm like, man, this 40 sound better than life. I'm going to work with this 40 because I see parole in 10. And I can be out of here, even if I have to do the whole 40, that's better than the rest of my life. So I really didn't have the mindset of a lot of people that hear 40 years and they like, wow, 40 years. And I'm like, but man, I was facing life in that piece. So walking through the door, I already felt blessed, and I made a promise to myself that if I got a second chance, I wouldn't need a third. So when I got sentenced to that 40 years, that was my second chance. That was my chance. I was like, okay, I'm working. So then I went to work on me. Every day I worked on me. It wasn't really the things that was going on in my mind as far as business concerned, what I wanted to do when I get home, all of that stuff. What was more important was I going to become the person that could execute any of this information, any of these ideas, anything that come my way, because just like going to the gym and working out, somebody might tell you what workout will get your stomach flat, what workout will get your chest bigger and your arms bigger. But guess what? That workout is on that paper. Are you the person that could carry that information out that trainer put on that paper? Because a lot of us can get the information, but information ain't really that important. The cigarette pack says this will kill you. And people smoke them every day. So they getting the information. They just don't have the discipline and can drive that vehicle where it's supposed to go. And they grab them cigarettes and everything else that's detrimental to where they want to be, not because they're not getting information, because they can't execute it. So I needed to become the person, because in the past, I wasn't the person that could execute information. I always wanted to find an easier way. I wanted to find a way around it without having to execute what really that paper is telling me to do. And when I say, you know what, I got to better myself. It's not that I'm lacking in information. It's not that I'm lacking in people telling me what can get me from where I'm at now to where I want to be. It's just me not being a person that could carry it out.
That's powerful that you notice that within yourself, going back to what you said before about being honest with yourself, giving that self-analysis and not lying to yourself, seeing your true self of what you are, and then start doing that spring cleaning like you mentioned. And from there, you realize that you had open access to all of this information, but you lacked the skill to execute. So now you know, okay, I have all this information. I'm smart. I'm very intelligent. But what I need to do is work on the skill of execution. And so you worked on the skill of execution. You got out, and then you actually started your own business. So what business did you first start?
Okay. I got my barber and cosmetology license while I was in prison. So while I was in there, it was the first thing that I remember. I ain't been that executor. I ain't been the executioner. I've been the guy that was trying to find a way over it, around it, through it, but I wasn't going to take care of that business. And barber and cosmetology class while I was in prison was a testament to me telling myself, I'm going to start this and I'm going to finish it. And that was the first thing in my life that I can remember that I committed to from the beginning and stayed and stuck through it to the end till I got those licenses. And I knew then the light bulb had went on that, man, I did the impossible once. I can keep doing this thing. So when I came home, I worked in the barbershop for about a year. And then after that year, while I was working there, I bought weave. So I'm a guy, I done did 20 years in prison. And I seen these ladies coming into the salon with looking one way, and they were leaving out looking a whole different way. And I've been gone 20 years. I was gone 20 years. So I was like, oh my God, what is going on in here? So I began to ask questions, like asking the beauticians, like, what are y'all doing to these women? Because they looking like movie stars when they come out of here. So they told me, they said, that's called weave. We put the weave in, we sew it in, we glue it in. And I was like, So I was like, man, I went to the owner of the shop and I said, man, I want to sell some hair. And he's like, you want to sell hair? I was like, yeah, can I sell it? He's like, yeah, I don't sell it. So man, right then I went home and I fell in love with Google. I started Googling and researching, and one of the beauticians I became really close with, she started to give me some information, and I just started selling that hair, man. I started learning about the ins and outs, what's real, what's not real, where it's coming from, how it goes in the hair. And man, I was the first man in Milwaukee selling hair. I was delivering it in a blizzard. I delivered. I set up in all of the popular nightclubs. I took my hair inside of there and I set up my table. And I just started really, what got me going was I really educated the ladies on what they were buying. It wasn't me trying to sell as much. It was me just educating them, saying, that's not what you're looking for. That is, they selling you a bill of goods. It's not what they're saying it is. And they gained their trust. And next thing you know, man, a year later, I have my own barbershop and beauty salon.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. So here you are, you get your license, and they look at you like, wait a minute, he a barber and do cosmetology. Okay, so you start learning about, because you was gone for a while, and now you're seeing how women transforming themselves. You know, we can go from having an inch of hair to 26 inches
right
in about 4 hours.
Not only that, not to cut you off, but not only that, I was seeing women bring in 3 and 4 year old kids, and they were walking out with haircuts. Like, I was like, man, when I was 3 and 4, I didn't get no haircut like that. So everything changed. So I was just fascinated with what I was seeing. So it just got me more and more excited what I was seeing was going on.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break. And then after we take this commercial break, we're going to come back and we're going to talk about a moment when another light bulb went off in your head right there in your salon. We'll be back in a moment with Ed Henning.
Yo, right now I want to give a huge shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in "this week" and get the book by Mac Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
And that was the amazing Mac Wells. Make sure to go pick up his book from Amazon tonight. He gives you great motivation for every day of the week. So if you need motivation, which we all do, go pick that book up. And shout out to our virtual studio audience, The Michael Finkley Show. Shout out to CTR Media Network, because you can go watch his show and so many others on CTR Media Network. Right now, we're going to bring back to the stage Mr. Ed Hennings. And before the commercial break, we was talking about how you actually started your business in barber and cosmetology, and how within a year you was able to have your own business, and how you was helping not only to sell hair or weaves, because we talking about weaves, people, not weave, the other one, weave good. We talking about
weave.
We ain't talking about weave, we talking about weaves, okay? Okay, and so you talked about how you start educating women about what we were using, because many times we're buying it, we're not really thinking about where it came from, really if we're getting a good quality product or not. And so you start educating and then made yourself a good career with that. Now let's fast forward this just a little bit, go a little bit further. So one day a man come in and you cutting hair and he say something that makes a light bulb go off. And now that you in this lifespan of you said execution, you hear this light bulb go off and you say, oh, I'm in the wrong business. So what was that?
Okay, so a guy that I had knew, he had did some time too, but he came home and I was cutting his hair all the time. And then he came in this one day and he was like, man, I got me a box truck and I'm doing some deliveries, man. And I'm making $400 and some dollars. He said, I made like $450 last night. I made $475. And I'm like, you made $400? He said, yeah, man, I'm doing this. And I was like, man, how much your truck cost? He told me how much his truck cost. And that's when I was hooked. I was hooked right there. It didn't take long. I was on board. So I went out, got me a truck, $7,500. Wow. I paid for that box truck and I parked it in front of my shop the day he made his appointment for his haircut. And he came back and I was like, you see that truck out there? I said, man, that's mine, man. I'm going to get in the game. So, man, I got in the truck and then here we go.
Wow. So that's another thing. So you added on another entrepreneurship venture, and that was box trucks. For those of you who do not know, that is a viable, very legitimate and very lucrative career that you can do in the transportation industry. It falls up under the transportation and trucking. However, it's a little bit different because you don't need a CDL to drive a box truck. So a lot of you sitting on trying to figure out what you're going to do next. This is something that our incarcerated brothers and sisters who get out of prison, this industry, the trucking and transportation industry, welcomes you to be able to start your life over again and make very good money legally, okay? Yes. And so you started your box truck fleet. You're now an owner and you are an advisor. So how are you helping and changing your little piece of the transportation industry with helping ones get into this business?
Okay, so, with me being incarcerated, I really, this is really heartfelt for me on this one, is that when I got to prison, one of the major things that stood out was the people that were there, the men. They were thousands and thousands of broken men. And they wasn't broken from a lot of things that the media says, a lot of things that we hear about. But one thing I want to inform everybody on is that these men were broken mainly from poverty, from impoverished backgrounds. So there wasn't like a bunch of well-to-do people in prison. It was poor people. We were all poor, whether we were Black, white, Latino, Asian. Most of us come from impoverished backgrounds. And once I figured that out, I said, wow, man, while I'm working on me, I'm also participating in programs in there. So I'm trying to even contribute to the youth through Scared Straight programs and other programs. And I'm walking through the prison and I'm getting in the face of some of the toughest guys that you want to meet. They got their cliques. It's a bunch of them, but I'm standing in the middle and I'm saying, man, we got to beat this thing. We got to get better. We better men than this. So with that being said, it just carried over to me coming home. And I just continue to say, hey, man, it's not the opposition on the other side of the block. It's not your mom. It's not your dad. This thing is poverty. Poverty is tough. For a single mom, poverty is tough. For a man that's trying to change his life around and do some different things, because really it wasn't about being in prison. This thing started when you came in the world. It was just your journey into prison. So your mind was already in prison. Your body just had to catch up with it. So at the end of the day, it's just me going back. And like I said, once again, being honest. I'm not scared of this stuff. I'm not nervous about it. I'm going into the prisons. I'm going into the hoods. And I'm saying, look, brother, this is what's going on. I'm going to tell you the truth. It's this poverty thing is getting the best of you. You know, poverty is tough because we don't even know what we fighting. We think we fighting the other guys. We think we fighting baby mama. We think we fighting bro and sis and cuz and them. At the end of the day, man, we all poor people and we all trying to get out of this situation, and it's tough. And, you know, and I'm saying that very lightly. I usually say some different words when I describe poverty, but poverty is tough. And trucking and all of that, I use all of that. I use get your mind right, get your heart right, and I also gonna give you a way to get your pockets right, because if not, you're gonna live in that poverty thing, and it's vicious.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. I never even thought about it in that light, and I'm so glad you brought it up. Many times we blame circumstances on someone else, or we blame it on what we didn't have, and it's just a whole lot of different things that we can blame it on. But it's a situation, really. It's poverty, because like when you peel back the layers, you was able to see that it wasn't because this person wasn't smart. It wasn't because this person brought up in the hood. It wasn't because they were brought up in the suburbs. It was because of the mindset, and also it was most importantly in our communities, poverty is one of the main calluses. It's like a disease that we have to face, and we're born into an environment that's not conducive to you growing, because you can't see outside of your 4-block radius. You don't even dream. And so when you realization of you understanding that, you seeing that, and then you're saying, hey, I'm going to go back to the places that I was, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to get into their mindset and let them know, like, listen, you're not fighting this person, that person, you're fighting yourself, you're fighting your mind. We got to help you with this poverty. So when you go out, you have options.
That's right.
And so I love that you're taking, not only, it takes a very special person to take their life situation, change their life around, and then put themselves back in the situation to help the people that got left behind, or to help the people that's not enlightened yet. So thank you for doing that, because we have so many young men, young women that feel like they have no hope anymore, you know? And so, and as we know, box trucks, no CDL requirement, they open arms. If you have a record, you know, you have been a felon, they let you in open arms, and it's a very lucrative career, a legitimate lucrative career that can really change someone's life and their family projected, the lifespan of their family, because now they're not poverty stricken anymore.
That's right.
Wow. And so people, you would think that would be it, from barber to cosmetology, now box trucking. No, it's not it. The light bulb went off again. And he said, I'm about to execute. So what made you decide to start a footwear line? Because when I saw what you're doing in urban wear, this is the most, I mean, I want to wear it, and it's not even really safe. It's safety boots. So what made you decide that you was going to go into this part of the industry?
I just think with the change in life it starts with the change in my life, because instead of having conversation about dodging the police, instead of having conversation about how we gonna, get out here on the block and get this money, instead of how we gonna have a conversation about how we gonna stay away from the people trying to rob us or trying to rob somebody, those type of conversations, once you change your circle, you begin to have different conversations. I like to say higher level conversation produce higher level thoughts. Higher level thoughts produce higher level ideas. So my ideas are constantly growing because my circle is constantly growing. My conversation is growing. My thoughts are growing. So talking to people in the trucking industry, talking to people that I've met recently and previously. The conversation was different. And I'm in trucking, and I spoke to one person, and they said, man, you thinking about starting you should think about starting a shoe store. And I was like, wow, a shoe store, huh? So then I talked to another person, and they said, man, shoes sound good, but you should start a shoe line. Stay in your lane. That's what they said. Stay in your lane. So I said, a shoe for truckers. Now, mind you, when I got into the trucking business, I assumed that majority of the truckers was going to be middle-aged white men, because when I was growing up, I didn't see many people of color in the trucking business, in the transportation industry. So once I got started, I started to see all of these people of color. I started to see all these women in trucking. And I was like, wow, this is even better than I thought. Because I read the stories about Black Wall Street. I read the stories about Rosewood. I read about those movements. And I started to see trucking as a movement in our community. I started to say, man, trucking is changing the lives of a lot of women and a lot of people of color. But I know there's a new demographic that's growing in the trucking industry, which is the people of color and the women, which I just mentioned. So I said, man, you know, women of color, women and people of color like a little flavor, like a little style to what they do. So if you look at what Tiger Woods did to golf, if you look at what Michael Jordan did to basketball, change the shorts, change the shoes, change sports marketing as a whole. And then you look at what Venus and Serena did to tennis. They changed the game. And I said, that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a movement in the trucking industry. And to cater to that demographic, to that new face of trucking, you're going to need some swag. You're going to need some style. So I decided to say, you know what? I need the comfortable shoe for the trucker. I also need the comfortable and the safe shoe for the trucker. But more importantly, with all of that in one or in 2 or 3 or 4 different shoes, it has to have some style to it. It has to have some swag. So I'm catering to that new demographic of trucker that's out there. That new trucker that want to get out that truck, not with a flannel shirt on and not some big black dusty boots. They want to get out. They want to ride comfortable. They want to be safe, but they want some style with that shoe. So man, I'm just making some available to individuals that's in the trucking business that want that shoe, that go with their style, go with their personality and their character. And that's what I've been able to sit down and develop. Non-steel toe, steel toe. And I was on an interview earlier on the radio, and I told the DJ, I said, everybody that wear Michael Jordan shoes don't play basketball. Mm-hmm. So this is even available to you if you're just looking for something comfortable, something nice, and it's a really nice shoe for you.
Wow, I absolutely love, because that was going to be my next question. I mean, these are like nice, okay? I mean, you get up out the truck and make a statement. So listen, this is absolutely amazing, you guys. For those of you who are listening in, if you want to see what we're seeing, and you will never, ever forget it, you just go to Ed Hennings, that's HENNINGS, truckerwear.com. That is EDHENNINGS, to check out this amazing footwear that's just actually safe. Just think about how many people that work in factories that have to wear steel toe boots. And I remember my dad, he wears steel toes, and those boots are so heavy, and let's just keep it real, they ugly. They're just ugly. They look like steel toe boots. You be like, oh, there they go, them little ugly shoes. You know, Thomas Anderson said this was ingenious.
Hey, I tell people it's comfort and safety without the ugly.
Love it, because that's exactly what it is. You would never think that these are safety shoes. I mean, so I just really want to give some time for those that are watching and those who will be watching, but those who are listening, you go ahead and check us out on CTR Media Network YouTube page, and you will be able to see what we see, because this don't look like the average safety shoe. Okay. You'll be wearing that to the mall to just to pop your collar. Be like, yes, I know I look good today. I didn't come to the mall only to walk around so everybody can see me. When everybody going to the mall and stare there from my hometown, they just go to be seen. They don't even really go to shop.
Right.
See what everybody wearing. But yes, so you would think that you will be done with that. I mean, you would think that you will be done because you are just knocking it out the park, one out another, and you would think that that would be it. But you guys, this man is not done yet. Nope, he's not done yet. And so what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break, and then we're going to come back and find out what else he's doing. And I want you guys to be able to see all of this, because this is all the layers of E.D. Hennings, a man that you want to know, a man that you want to be connected with, and a man that can help you grow the mind, okay? And we'll be back in a moment.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on Amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Hello, my name is Alethea Tucker, and I am the CEO of Jolie's Enterprises. I'm also the host of a show entitled Reinvent and Rise, and the host of a podcast entitled Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. I recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs, where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue-generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
And just like that, we are back, and we come along with a friend who? And Hennings in the building. So welcome back. We actually had a comment when we went into our commercial break from our virtual studio audience, which is Terry Bell. And shout out to you. Thank you from over there on LinkedIn watching in on the TV. She said, my girlfriend's son is a trucker. I'll send her the link. Thank you so much. Go ahead and send her the link, because let me tell you something. That's some swag, okay? I mean, that don't look like no trucking shoe. So with all that being said, let me pull everybody back for those of you who are just tuning in. Like I said, we're like we're taking all the different levels or the different layers of this amazing man, peeling them back and helping you see that even if you found yourself in a challenging situation, you can change your life. The only person that's stopping you is you, because this man served 20 years in prison and used that as a time to fortify his mind, to fortify his brain, to reinvent himself. So when he got out, he was not the same man that went in, and he was able to make moves to ignite what he did, and he kept duplicating it over and over and over again. So with that duplication, we find ourselves on this journey of you being an author, a motivational speaker. You're teaching courses. Now, what made you start going into that part of the industry?
It's all organic. I came home, I opened up the barbershop. I purchased the home next door to the childhood home I grew up in. So everybody from my community kind of seen my progression from going into prison, coming out of prison, and starting this journey of entrepreneurship. So they started, in my city, they started asking questions like, man, how did you do 20 years in prison and you come home and you got this barbershop in a year? By year 2, you done purchased a home, and all of these things. And I just said, you know what? I think it's time to write a book. Mm-hmm. So I wrote my first book called The Answers. And it was called The Answers because all of those questions were being asked. How did you do it? What did you do? Where were you at? What was you thinking? So I said, man, I'm going to put it all in the book. I'm going to put all my principles, the values that I use to help myself overcome my adversity and my, that tough time in my life. So I put it all in a book, and that book got me to the governor's mansion. It got me, some awards. It was bought by the Department of Corrections in the state of Wisconsin on 2 different occasions. So it's 32 institutions in Wisconsin, and my book is in all 32 institutions 2 times over. So that prompted me to write a second book called The Comeback. And it's just a compilation of other people that overcame adversity, whether it be breast cancer, whether it be domestic violence, whether it be being in prison at the age of 14 or 15. So many other people that have faced adversity and overcome the odds. I wanted to include them in a book and let them tell their story as well. So that was book number 2. And with the speaking thing, once again, it was organic. I was participating in Scared Straight programs in prison. So when I came home and I was working at that first barbershop I was talking about previously, one day it was a mentor in there with his mentees. And the owner of the shop just said, Ed, could you speak to them young brothers that my man got sitting out there waiting on a haircut? And I went out there and I just told him my story and I told him everything. And from there, it just been growing and growing. Now I'm traveling the country. I'm speaking with professional sports organizations. I'm speaking with colleges. I'm keynote speaking in places. So it's just all been organic and just trying to have purpose. I think that our stories are not ours at all. I use so many people's stories as motivation when I was in a dark place. I read about Mandela. I read about this young lady whose mother had passed when she was 15 years old, and she had 4 younger siblings. And fast forward to their adult life, that young lady had a law degree, started her own law firm. Her other 2 siblings under her, they had worked in her law firm as attorneys, and the other 2 youngest siblings were in law school, preparing to work in that law firm. And I said, if a 15-year-old kid can raise 4 other kids, and all of them are attorneys, I said, that's how I want my story to end. Mm-hmm. So once I came home and I started seeing some successes, I said, I got to give my story because it's not mine. I used her story. I used Mandela's story. I used Tyler Perry's story. So my story belonged to somebody else that needs it. Mm-hmm. So I can't keep it to myself. It don't belong to me.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. It was once told to me that your story happened to you, but it's not for you. So it's for you to share, to be that beacon of hope and inspiration and force to push that person or that group of people into action. And silence is the biggest killer. So if we are embarrassed or want to hold in our story, that is not only affecting us, but it's affecting the people who we're here on the earth to help.
That's right.
And so it's being selfish. So kudos to you for having the courage and the strength to share your story. And by you sharing your story, sharing your voice, one of the most powerful things on the face of this earth is our voice. Because so many people try to take your voice. That's one thing that don't cost anything. Everybody has it, whether it's a good voice or a bad voice, whether you try to use it for the positive or the bad. Everyone has a voice. And once we start honing into our natural power of our voice and using it in a positive, profound way, this is what you see. This is what you get when you see with Ed. He used his voice, his life story, as a catalyst to show that this can happen to you. And you can even take it a step further than me. So you did barbershop, cosmetology, you did box trucks. Well, you're still doing it. It's not like you did, you're doing, trucking. Then you add on another layer to help give us the swag and the transportation. Yes, because we want to have some flavor. And then you say, well, wait. My story not for me. Let me go ahead and share this story out. And now your book, for one moment with someone asking you, hey, Ed, you'll come up and speak, change the rest of the trajectory of your life. It put you on another path. Okay. And then you said, and from that moment, you became a motivational speaker. Now you wrote a book, and they're using that book as an inspiration in the correctional facilities, in the libraries where they have in the facility, so that they can read and see you, because you was once them. But now they can see that my life is not in this small box that I'm in.
That's right.
It's not there. And so, I'm telling you, your life should be a Lifetime movie or some type of documentary, something. People, if somebody out here picked this video, y'all, I'm trying to say that'd be one good movie. That'll be one good documentary. Okay. But wow. So you guys sure think that would be it. Okay. So this man actually has courses that he actually created, so that, because so many people, when you're doing so many amazing things like this, I can't even imagine how many times people ask you how you do it, right? And so with that being said, you decided to create some online courses. So for those of you who would like to know more about what he does with that, you can go to stretch with a period money/business classes, and you can see all of this. And he goes through and tell the story. You can get into the class, and he lets you know everything. You know, everyone that follows the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, y'all know that I'm a visual learner. So I'm a person that not only going to tell you something, I'm going to show you, because now this imprint is permanently in your head, because you're using all your senses. You're hearing me, you're seeing me, and now you're engaging with the content, all of which is things that help cement things into your brain that start making you believe in yourself again. So for all of you thinking that your life is over, that you can't start over, you're wrong. You're wrong. Okay. You have to stop telling yourself, having them self-limiting beliefs. So people can go and take your courses, and that's still not it, you guys. We have one more thing that we're going to share with you guys about this amazing man. You decided to duplicate yourself yet again and come up with the Urban Trucker Podcast. Now, what made you decide that, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and now I'm going to do me a podcast?
Yeah.
Podcast.
Yeah, it's just a collaboration, man. I was on another guy's podcast. Shout out to my boy, I am Aaron Smith, Escaping the Odds podcast. He had me on his podcast. He has a podcast called Escaping the Odds. And he always talk about the formerly incarcerated that's now home and businessmen. So he highlights that. And we got together on a couple of projects along the way here, including the class. He's also a part of the class. But we were talking one night, and he was just like, man, you know, if you ever do a podcast, let me produce it. And I was like, yeah, you know, I got some ideas for a podcast, but I don't know if it's time yet. And we went on back and forth that for a little while. And then one day he called me. I was in the truck driving, coming across country or something. And he was like, man, I think it's time for you to do the podcast. And I was like, you think so? And he was like, yeah, man, I'm gonna produce it. You just be ready to go. And he said, what you want to do with it? I said, man, you know, since I got in this trucking business, I see a lot of people of color. I see a lot of women in this business, man. And I would like to highlight as many of those people as I can on a podcast. Just sit down with them, talk to them, let them tell their story, tell their journey into trucking, get the information out that they have about trucking, because there's so many different lanes in this thing, so many different ways to monetize trucking, that I wanted to just bring them on and sit down with them, and I myself learn from them, but also put that information and those stories out there to the people. Because if I never sat down, nobody ever sat in my chair and told me about trucking, I would have never been a trucker. So I just want somebody that's at home contemplating where they want to go with their life. They might see somebody on the Urban Trucker podcast and say, you know what, that's what I want to do. And there's some valuable information being given when I log on to jump on this podcast. So we're just trying to get that information out, that knowledge. And we try to have a little fun too. So, you know, be a little entertaining as well.
All right. Well, you guys, you can listen to the Urban Trucker podcast. You can also go on over to the Urban Trucker podcast on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button so that you can be notified anytime that they go live or upload any current podcast episodes. You can also take your little fingers and tap on your phone or type on your keyboard, the Urban Trucker podcast, and it will pop up all the different platforms of which the Urban Trucker podcast is currently airing on, where you can listen to it on the go. You can listen to it in the gym. You can listen to it while we cleaning or doing whatever we're doing. And men and women that's driving, honk, honk, you can listen to it while you're in the truck. Because I actually watched some of the episodes, and it's a very, very good podcast, and a lot of great gems are being shared on this podcast. So if you want to know more about the industry or even just the life of a trucker, whether male or female, this is a good place for you to go and listen and get that community, okay? That community. So go ahead and check out the Urban Trucker podcast. So, Ed, with all these different layers and everything that you're doing, and you're doing it so well, once you figured out the light bulb went out that you need to be an executor, okay? Because you already had the knowledge, you're very smart, but you realize that your follow through wasn't that good, okay? But once you realize, the missing element is not the knowledge or lack thereof, or that I'm not smart because I'm very intelligent. It's my follow through. It's the pushing it out. So, you can execute it and duplicate it yourself multiple times, and through that duplication, multiple people and community have benefited from your duplication. As you sit back, many times individuals like you who are making a true positive impact in the world, you never really sit back to take in what you're actually doing, because you're moving from one thing to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. So have you been able to take the time to really sit back and take in, just for a moment, all the different things that you've been able to do in this period of time?
Not really. I think I said this to a good friend of mine today. I said, you know what? One thing about accomplishment, it fills you up and make you hungry all at the same time. So I think what happens is everything behind me that I've done and been through, that's behind me. And it's kind of like I'm always looking forward. So everything that I have on my plate right now, that I'm looking forward to it. Like somebody might say, you did this, you did that. I'm like, but that's behind me. I'm looking at what I got right here in front of me. And I got this podcast in front of me. I got the footwear in front of me. I have, I got to go speak at a thing November 4th through 6th. So I got all of that in front of me. And that's, I got trucks that got to go out in the morning. So I got that in front of me. So I paid a little bit, but not really yet. Not yet.
I
That's
know.
the only way to go.
I know. And that's one thing that we tend to do, but I just want to encourage you just to take a moment. I want you to take it in. And once you take it in, show gratitude and thankfulness, which I already know that you do. And then you move on, because one person pulled me to the side and said, Tina, do you ever think about what you're doing? I'm like, just like you, I'm going forward. I got a ton of vision. I'm like that horse with blinders on the side. I don't see the left, I don't see the right. I just see straight in front of me. It can be a fire on the left and the right, but I don't see it because I'm like,
yeah.
So, and so the little word of advice that I'm going to give to you, which was given to me, is that take a moment just to sit back and just think about what you're doing. And then think about what it is, because we all the time can improve, because I do it now. It really helps you be able to move on, especially during the days that's not so good, because people see all of this amazingness and they don't think it don't come without challenges and struggles. But let me tell you something. Anything great, anything phenomenal starts out with challenges, struggles, and pain. You're going to hurt a little bit. So with that, we have to learn to overcome these things, and you will get to success. You cannot have success without going through the birth pains, I would say, going through the pains of success. All right. And so, thank you for everything that you're doing, not only that you did for yourself, but being able to provide a positive imagery for our young men, and also our grown men, to see pushing forward in the generation, this new digital era, and availing and making available options for our young people and for communities that are poverty stricken, to give them a beacon of hope, saying, hey, even if this happened, this community, the trucking and transportation industry, welcomes you in, and you can be very lucrative. No longer will you be stricken with the poverty mindset, because now you are truly free.
That's right.
You're truly free.
Free
of mind, free of poverty, you free. Okay. Yes. So thank you for everything that you're doing. So tell us what you want our audience to do, where you want us to follow you at, where you want us to connect with you at.
Well, with so much going on, I got a couple. You can follow me on Instagram at edhennings.ceo. You can follow the shoe line at Truckerwear by Ed. That's another one of my Instagram pages, Truckerwear by Ed. And be ready for that website to launch coming up. It's the edhenningstruckerwear.com. And man, that's it. And we can keep growing, keep building, keep this movement going, and changing some lives, man. And that's the purpose behind it all.
Well, you guys, I'm gonna do it even a step further. I'm gonna do it a little. I'm gonna one up Ed just a little bit. You guys can just go on to his link tree, and you just start clicking some tabs, and you can easily find his link tree by going to his Instagram, which it will be found in his bio when you go to his Instagram. So you can go to his Instagram, which is edhennings.ceo. And once you do that, make sure to hit that follow button, and then you'll be able to see his link tree in the bio. And then you can connect with him on anywhere, like we just talked about his trucking wear. You can book a consultation or appointment with him. He has a link to his podcast, even some previous interviews that he has done. And he speaks to you about how to start a box truck business with no CDL is needed. And he also has, for those of you who may be finding yourself in the financial challenges right now, which is totally understandable with the economy and how it is, actually offers scholarship programs from OTR Solutions. So if you're a person that's saying, oh my goodness, all of this sounds so amazing, but I just cannot afford it right now, that's okay. See whether or not you qualify for their scholarship program. Remember, get in where you fit in and never give up, okay? There's always more than one way to change your life. You just have to stop making excuses. on that note, Ed, I thank you so much for coming. But before I go, what I'm going to do, I want to give a shout out. Yes, I want to give a shout out. Y'all probably saying, who? Well, I'm getting ready to tell you. Just hold on. I want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, which is the amazing Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. She is a she specializes in lending and customizing financial solutions. She also helps with educating you and helping to get that loan so that you'll be able to turn the key to your dream home. This place is absolutely amazing. She has over 30 years of experience in the real estate industry, and she can help you get those keys. So if you are in the market to shop for a home or business, give Global Key Capital a call today or go to their website at globalkeycapital.com. That's globalkeycapital.com. All right. And I want to give a shout out to Be The Difference Clothing. This is a shirt that I'm actually wearing from Be The Difference Clothing. They specialize in positive vibes, positive affirmations to help you move into your purpose. So their merch is not just about clothing, it's about a lifestyle, and it's about positivity. So this says hard work pays off. And I wore this shirt because I knew Ed was in the building and he proved this sentiment 1000%. Okay, so thank you, Be The Difference Clothing, for providing your girl with this merch. I love being a walking billboard for all of you and you when you're doing something positive. So thank you for sending this to the Tina Ramsay Show. For those of you who are looking and saying, oh, I want to come on the show like Ed. Well, right now we have a few slots left for you to book for the rest of 2022. You can book now by just simply clicking the link in the description of this video and book your slot on our show today, because it's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on, you know what, the Tina Ramsay Show. With all of that being said, Ed, again, thank you for taking the time to come over, and thank you for everything that you're doing. And when you go ahead and hit another light bulb pop off, which I already know it will, and then you execute it, you come on back and tell us what you executed again, okay? Because we want to know. All right, you guys. This has been another amazing episode. Ed, do you have any last things you would like to say that you haven't already said yet?
No, ma'am. It was an honor. Thank you for having me. What you're seeing is just a result of a man that got his dreams back, and I just keep dreaming. And that's all I can give you for the end of the show is keep dreaming. If you're not dreaming anymore like you were when you were 8, 9, I suggest that you start doing it again, because without it, it's hard to really execute in this life without those dreams. What do we have?
Now, on that note, that's a good way for us to end this show. And like we always like to tell our audience to keep smiling. We want you to stay positive, and we want you to know that the Tina Ramsay Show and podcast, we got your back. So until next Thursday or Tuesday, because we had to add another day because so many of y'all, and y'all want to get in before the year go out. So we had to add in another day. So until then, we want you guys to just stay positive and get ready for some more amazing guests that are truly making a positive impact in the world. And thank you for giving us some of your time, because we know that you didn't have to, but you did. We'll see you guys next week. Talk to you later.
Shout out to Tina Ramsay and the Tina Ramsay Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in "this week" and get the book by Mac Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
Show them the good inside of you. Give them praise for tasks they do. See their light as it shines through the light which comes from inside of you. Children need all we desire so much: the love, the hug, the kiss, the tender touch. The attitudes we express to them are the messages they learn to send. From examples like you and me, our children grow to be what they see. Do you show hatred, indifference, or love? Do you yell and scream no matter what, in spite of? Have you shared kind words with your child today? Have you truly listened to what they had to say? Or did you just ignore and continue on your way, hoping they get the message and go somewhere and play? Children are an extension of all that we are, and the most valued God-given gift by far. There are so many things they must grow to understand. We must guide and lead them with loving outstretched hands. Teach and treat children as people too. See their light shine bright through the light which comes from inside of you.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm Brittany Black, math teacher and founder of Candy Craze, LLC. When learning math is sour, Candy Craze will make it sweet. I'm a fun math teacher, tutor, and coach, born and raised in Louisiana, with experience sending students to win state and regional math competitions. Since starting teaching in 2017, I have raised state standardized test scores and received merit pay. All of this has occurred in my first year of teaching. As a former instructor in pharmacy technician certification, I have taught at a technical college, in addition to this, public, charter, and the Baton Rouge Catholic Diocese school systems. I have also tutored in after-school programs at various elementary and middle schools for 6 years. I'm an alumna of AmeriCorps and Southern University and A&M College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with a Bachelor's of Science in microbiology and a chemistry minor. I love making cell phone cases, cooking, listening to various genres of music, singing, dancing, keeping up with the latest trends and everything, and telling funny jokes. At Candy Craze LLC, I provide private, virtual, Candy Bowl math classes, Candy Dish math tutoring, and coaching for 1st through 8th graders. Candy Craze was founded to provide personalized, quality, affordable, and convenient math services and resources to parents for students who needed remediation access, get on grade level, and get ahead. With classroom experience, research, technology, and continuous professional development, Candy Craze's missions are always to implement resources to tailor what is needed for students to be knowledgeable and confident in mathematics. Furthermore, Candy Craze applies math to life, real-world scenarios, other core subjects, and students' interests with our services, and video content on social media, as in our licorice lessons and Math Suites. Math is related to everything. It's related to social studies when it comes to dates and times and reading longitude and latitude on maps. It's related to science when reading temperature and measurements, and also to weight, substances. Math is related to ELA when you take a word problem and answer with a complete statement. CandyCraze.com is where you can see our licorice lessons, videos, which are life lessons related to math, our math suites, our videos that relate to what children, tweens, teens, and adults love to do. So as a homeschooling parent and math teacher, I will say that there may be a time when during your child's homeschooling experience that will require some math assistance outside of the home. So in this video, this is pertaining to homeschool students, in addition to our services and more. Perhaps you were good at math in school, but now you are familiar with current math strategies. Maybe the curriculum you selected as efficient for standardized test questioning types. Is it possible you cannot propel your child as you envision because you are a working parent and teaching your child simultaneously, going back and forth, working, helping? Oh, I have a question, Mom. I have a question, Dad. I have a question, Auntie. Well, that can be stressful. Whatever the case, when teaching your child, it takes a village to help raise and educate them. So Candy Craze Math Services offer classes, coaching, and tutoring to aid homeschoolers and motivating them and guiding them in preparing and pacing lessons. We also bridge gaps in skills and strategies to succeed. With many services to choose from, Candy Craze is created by myself, an experienced math teacher who is proven in testing data to assist in keeping your child's math learning flowing and giving peace of mind. Children's confidence is lost when they realize they cannot complete math skills. When this decline occurs, children will shut down mentally. I know probably you have as well. But you may have a parent, as a homeschooling parent, you may have blamed yourself for not providing the most precise and updated method of math strategies that your child deserves. Homeschooling parents are responsible for finding curriculum and teaching independently and may not have the background, resources, or experience to diagnose and execute what is needed to reinforce a child to be motivated and to conquer math. Parents are naturally a child's first cheerleader and teacher. So unless your child is involved with an online homeschool or already has a private tutor or a private teacher, the parent is responsible for ensuring that the curriculum aligns with standards that may be set by your state. And this we already know. Your child could be great at doing arithmetic, but you may not know of current math strategies or perhaps methods to solve word problems or have the ability to explain math in a clear, systematic, concise manner. So consider Candy Craze your expert in preparing lesson plans that will be beneficial to tailoring lessons to your child's learning pace and needs. Reach out to the right math expert, that's Candy Craze, who will be able to train your child on the way to go and not depart from it. If the child has access to a math curriculum from an online homeschool, a math expert can coach them as they complete math assignments with understanding and prevent mistakes. In addition to math expertise and interpersonal skills, a math teacher provides private math classes, and tutoring can assist parents in helping a child's confidence soar at homeschool. So at Candy Craze LLC, your homeschooler can receive math classes to learn new material, to get ahead, tutoring to aid remediation, assist with grade level assignments, lessons, and coaching to get tips on how to solve assignments and to submit and prevent mistakes from grading by real-time observation. Parents and math experts and math services that provide detailed reports with additional resources are available in one service. So Candy Craze is open to teaming up with your homeschool to ensure no stone is left unturned. With proper planning to prepare resources, modeling math solutions, practice, pacing, and time invested, progress follows. And math is sweet. So Candy Craze offers Candy Bowl math classes, which are available as often as needed. However, just 1 hour of our Candy Bowl math classes will be equivalent to 1 week of classroom coursework. I'll repeat that again. 1 hour of Candy Bowl math classes can be equivalent to 1 week of coursework and are offered year round. So at this time, let me share some features about the Candy Bowl math classes. So with the Candy Bowl math classes, you'll get lesson plans that are live to your state standards, videos, printable study guides, guided explanation, practice worksheets, exit tickets, iExcel, Access, and other online games, testing skills, study skills, and bridging ELA, and methods for breaking down word problems where applicable, and so much more. Candy Craze offers private one-on-one virtual math tutoring for your 1st through 8th grader. And so that service is Candy Dish 1 and Candy Dish 2 math tutoring services. Both Candy Dish 1 and Candy Dish 2 services come in Bite, Fun, Standard, King, and Giant sizes. With Candy Craze, Candy Dish 1 math tutoring, parent and students are to provide all materials to be covered. Candy Dish 2 services, both parent and tutor will provide materials. Candy Dish services also provides homework help, assessment preparation, and yes, some homeschoolers have homeschool homework. So we have study guides, practice tests, including standardized test preparation, printable practices, worksheets, testing skills, and preparation will bridge ELA to math and real-world scenarios, methods for solving word problems, and more. Most math tutoring sizes of both Candy Dish 1 and Candy Dish 2, the Bites, the Fun, the Standard, the King, and the Giant sizes all provide personalized reports. So to schedule a free consultation with me, you can contact me at Candy Craze by 225, call or text 225-888-2014, or go to services at candycraze.com. You can schedule a meet and greet with me for free on Zoom as well. Remember, when learning math is sour, Candy Craze will make it sweet. So I invite you to follow and share Candy Craze. Share Candy Craze social media. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Nextdoor, LinkedIn, and YouTube, and more. And don't forget, be sweet.
everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show. All right, everyone, welcome to The Kim Jacobs Show. How are you today, Dr. Kristen?
I am doing great, Kim. How are you?
I'm doing great. I see all of that bright sun back there in the background. Where are you located?
I am in Maryland, so it's kind of sticky and muggy here, but definitely bright sunshine.
Okay. Well, listen, everybody, I'm glad that you are here today and glad to have you all in the virtual studio audience too. So make sure that when you come in, be kind enough to let us know where you're visiting in from. We'd love to give a shout out to you, to welcome you. The show can't be anything without your participation. So thank you for taking the time to be a part of today's discussion. Today, everybody, we're talking with Dr. Kristen in the Maryland area, and she is here to talk to us about mental health, our youth specifically. Give everybody, if you will, before we would ever take a commercial break or go to some shout outs, just a snippet of what it is that we're going to be discussing so people can start sharing the broadcast like crazy.
Absolutely. So I'm here to talk about youth mental health and in the crisis that it really is at this point in time. I really started down this journey of being passionate about youth needs and youth mental health needs about 8 years ago, so prior to the pandemic. And unfortunately, the pandemic has just exacerbated that. And I think we are seeing that nationwide just in what the return to school has looked like for students, for teachers, for parents, and the struggle that students are having. Even I believe I saw a press release go out yesterday from the White House addressing the fact that mental health in the education setting has become so noticeable that they are working to try and address it. And I feel like I'm definitely someone who's on the forefront of it because I saw this coming, never knew that the pandemic was coming when I went down this path. But unfortunately, it has just taken something that was a large issue and made it unfortunately worse. And we're seeing it really impact our youth, not just in what their future aspirations hold, but how they're feeling now, how they're willing or not willing to attend school, and how it's really starting to create this essentially a secondary pandemic as far as suicidal ideations go, and just not feeling great about themselves and who they are after having several years in isolation. So I'm here to talk about that and what we can do to try and change that and really start to help youth be in a much better place.
Oh, good. So we are going to have a hearty discussion, as you can already hear, because what she said in 3 minutes or less is already enough for a whole full hour of a show. So take some notes, some wonderful notes throughout this discussion. And you will be popping a lot of her thoughts and comments over here anyway in the comment section. But ask your questions. Do not be a parent and you're watching today's episode and you're thinking or contemplating some things, not sure which way to handle some issues and not get it addressed while we have Dr. Kristen here on the show today. So when we come back after this commercial break, let me actually introduce hey, Jay, how are you from Davenport, Iowa? Pop a few of the people up, Mackenzie, backstage, if you don't mind, so we can give some shout outs. Cool Gamer, hello, how are you? All the way from New York, France is in the house. France said, hey, all right. Glad to have you. B1 Dennis Spraggins is here. Glad to see you. And I see all of you that are coming in. And as you do, pop your comments in and we'll be sure to recognize you. We're going to come back right after this commercial break and jump right into today's topic. We'll be right back.
It's not just another day. It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements, and we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
All right, everyone, and we're back. We're talking with Dr. Kristen Eccleston, and this beautiful, brilliant mind is a doctor of mind, brain, and teaching, and I would add and beauty, but that's just me saying that over here. Expert in school mental health needs, versed in the needs of neurodiverse brain. And so I'd like to welcome you today to the Kim Jacobs Show, Dr. Kristen.
Well, thank you. I'm so excited to be here and to have this conversation and hopefully shed some light or answer some questions for your audience today.
Absolutely. And speaking of which, today is also National Women's Day. So make sure you all celebrate all of the women that are important in your life, even coworkers, friends, moms, people that are neighbors. Just make sure you celebrate any women. Today is Women's Day. Thank you so much, Cassandra, for sharing that stat with us. And just make sure you take a moment to thank and recognize every single woman. Listen, speaking of women, I think it's probably a good place to start. So many women are mothers too. And so when you're dealing with our youth, they're either mothers, grandmothers, aunts, godmothers. There's something that has the word mother in it in some regard, right?
Absolutely.
How do we even know what to look for in our youth? I think that would be a good place to start because we don't know.
That is a great question. And actually, one of the things that I specialize is in internalizing behaviors. And a lot of people, well, what is an internalizing behavior? So I like to explain externalizing versus internalizing behavior. So externalizing are your squeaky wheel children, right? The ones who, something's going on, they're upset, they're making it known, they're having meltdowns, they're having tantrums, maybe they're throwing a chair in school, they're yelling out. Those are the children that something is going on, and typically they get addressed because of it. But there's a lot of internalizers, a lot of people who don't make it super known that something is going on. And this happens a lot with our youth. This happens a lot with moms too. I'm going to throw that out there too. I think moms like to be those strong people who, carry things, put everybody's weight on their shoulders. And so internalizing, especially in our youth, is something is big. And I specialize in trying to help schools and families identify these signs. And so these are students who oftentimes are the withdrawn students. They're the ones who don't engage in a school activity. They're the ones who are quiet. They're the ones who maybe don't have a lot of peer interactions going on. Maybe they're the ones who are school avoiders and are not attempting to go to school on a regular basis. It's hard to get them there, or they're constantly getting that phone call to mom, I'm in the nurse's office, come pick me up, my stomach hurts today. And so those are those internalizers. Oftentimes they're ones who kind of go under the radar. They're the ones who have grades that are maybe passing grades. Maybe they're not the best. They're in that C range, but they're not raising any red flags for anyone, right? They're not causing issues. They're not failing horribly, but you realize that something's amiss. I think in the past, maybe people thought that they were just kind of loners or maybe not engaging with their peers or quiet, but these are the students that are actually the ones who are really struggling mentally. They're the ones who are really looking for some support or for that adult connection or that peer connection. And those are the ones that we should be putting red flags out there and saying, hey, what's going on and how can I help you?
Now, let me ask there, do we actually, when you say put those red flags out and say that person, even though they're not the squeaky wheel getting the grease type of thing, how do we put those red flags out there without pulling them out of their comfort zone to the point where we could be causing them more mental distress?
That's a great question. And I would say with that, it doesn't have to be this like jump in feet first and be like, hey, I noticed you don't have any friends. What's wrong with you? Type of thing. It can be as that trusted adult trying to build as a teacher, a relationship, helping them out, having conversations with them, taking interest in them, hey, I noticed you have a new pair of shoes. I love J's too. What kind of J's did you get this weekend? Or, oh, that's a really cool t-shirt, like just stuff to start building that relationship. I think it also helps too, if you notice that they have a hard time with peer connections. One of the worst things you can do as a teacher is go, all right, everyone, pick your partner and you can start working. That student will always choose to work by themselves. So instead say, I went ahead and assigned everybody a partner, and you'll get, oh, I wanted well, that too bad. You know what I mean? Go ahead and do it because you know that you're helping that student in a way have to step out of their comfort zone a little bit. And then maybe as a teacher, you're going around and you're giving a little special attention to that group. It doesn't have to be obvious. You know, you walk around as a teacher anyways, but you're stopping by, you're helping, engaging, you're making sure, oh, you know, hey, I know Kim has great ideas. Has Kim shared any of her ideas with the group? You know, those types of things so that you're helping to engage and you're trying to build this level of trust with that student. Because I think a lot of times some of these students in my professional experience have had incidences before with teachers where either they don't trust teachers now or they feel bad about themselves or school is not the best setting for them. So you kind of have to help build or bridge that gap a little bit.
That's really good. There are so many teachers that fall on different ends of the spectrum. I have some teachers that my children, they still remember their names. We still stay connected on Facebook, and they're a part of our lives forever. They're just embedded in our hearts. And so we have teachers like that. And then there are some incidents, which is very rare. Let me be very clear. It's extremely one-off. I think most teachers that are, based on what I've observed anyway, are interested in the well-being of your child. They're interested because they have your children sometimes more than you do. So I think that their partnership with your child, I'm not even going to talk about the one-off because the one-off is literally an anomaly. And so it's just the one-off. But for the most part, I believe that the teachers that sign up to say, I want to care for your children, genuinely care for our children. That's what I believe, you know?
I absolutely agree with that. I like to think of it sometimes as this spectrum. And I explain it to people that you have people who went into teaching for one of two reasons, and then there's kind of this spectrum in between. And one was, I love kids. I love kids. I'm really passionate. I want to see them be successful. And that's why I'm going to become a teacher. And then you have people who became teachers because I love this content. Like I love science or I love math. And so that's why I want to be a teacher. So it's more of the love of the content. And then you have this kind of range in the middle. I would say those are the two ends of the spectrums. And I would say sometimes your one-off teachers usually end up in that spectrum of I love the content, because it was more, that's why I was motivated to become a teacher, because of the content more than it was because I love kids. And it doesn't make them a bad person. It doesn't make them a bad teacher. If anything, their passion for the content sometimes comes through for kids. But sometimes there's that disconnect in that being, I want to build a relationship with you, or I'm here for your best interest, because the motivation behind becoming a teacher was a little different than the person who is, I love kids.
Interesting. And now when you say neurodiverse brain, can you explain that? Like even just for I'm a talk show host, I have what's the neurodiverse brain? I've done research, but I'd rather everyone be able to hear it.
Absolutely. So I like to explain the neurodiverse brain as, if you've heard of autism or ADHD or sensory processing disorder, dyslexia, dyscalculia, those are all things that fall into that neurodiverse category. And I would say some of those things are more sibling related, like you'll find commonalities between dyslexia, dyscalculia. And then there's things that are a little bit more cousin-like. You know, you might have ADHD, but you might also have dyslexia, but you don't have to have the two. But there's I like to think of a Venn diagram, and there's all kind of a little bit of bleed over to all of them. They all have some similarities going on with them. If you go to my Instagram, I've created this neurodiversity family tree that kind of maps it out how it looks in my mind as far as how all those things are related. But those are neurodiversity. And I really like to explain it to people in a way that it's your brain just looks at the world differently. One of the things that I really try to promote and make known is, I feel like there's this stigma that comes with people who are neurodiverse. You hear autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit disorder. But it's not necessarily a disorder. Some of the people who have ADHD or autism are incredibly bright, like pure cancer type of knowledge type of individuals. Their brain just processes information differently and sees the world differently, takes in information differently, is creative in a different way. You know, when one person who's neurotypical can focus on one thing, the neurodiverse brain can focus on 500 different things at one time. So your executive functioning might be a little impacted, but your creativity and your ability to problem solve is much more enhanced. And I feel like oftentimes students who are neurodiverse get some negative messages at school, because school has really been designed for this one size fits all type of box.
Wow.
And if you don't fit into that box, you get a lot of these messages of, what's wrong with me as a learner? Why can't I take testing the right way? Or why don't I have the same outcomes as my peers who are neurotypical? And you really start to kind of self-defeat on your self-confidence there, which is really sad because a lot of these kids are incredibly bright. And I see a lot of that mental health piece really bleed into a lot of students who are neurodiverse because of those negative messages that they're getting, especially in the school setting, to think that there is something wrong with you.
Wow.
Oftentimes, the only way to get supports or services as a student who's neurodiverse is through special education. And of course, that comes with a stigma. If you're someone who goes, well, I'm in special ed, but you're not really a special education student, you just need a different way of school being taught to you, it still impacts your psyche a little bit of how you see yourself. And I really see that impacting students. And it's sad because then it takes them almost a decade. And I can actually speak to this of personal experience. I'm someone who has ADHD diagnosed, didn't know until later in life that I had ADHD. I was almost 30 years old by the time I found out. And I hated school. I was not a great student. I really didn't like school. I didn't enjoy going to school. I felt horrible about myself. And it almost took me a decade after high school to finally go, wait, I actually might be a little bit smarter than I thought I was. I might be a little bit more capable than I thought I was. But for so many years, I had gotten this message that something was wrong with the way that I learned, and I believed it. And it took me almost a decade to come out of that and go, wait a minute, I actually am a great learner. It just has to be done this way.
Well, what
I don't want kids to have that.
That's good. When you discovered that, because you just said a mouthful, okay?
I know.
I'm sorry. And it's a lot to unpack here. So what I want to make sure is, one thing was part of your backstory that I want to address for a second. You said that you didn't really like school. It was something that was not a pleasurable experience for you. What happened that was that turning point that made you come to that realization that you're brilliant beyond your own imagination? What happened?
It was not until I was in college. And it's funny, I struggled my first year in college because you have to take all those gen ed courses, right? All those courses that you're not necessarily interested in, but everybody has to take the math.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Right? But the second I was in my sophomore year and I'd gotten all those gen eds out of the way, and I got to major in something that was interesting and fascinating to me, it was like this light bulb went off, and I did great in school. And that's when I started to have realizations that maybe I'm a better student than I thought I was, or maybe I'm more capable than I ever realized, because now I got to focus on something that was meaningful and exciting to me. I still didn't know I had ADHD at the time, but I started to realize that when I was interested in something, I could do whatever. And I learned it very quickly when I was interested, which is a neurodiverse trait. Typically, students who are neurodiverse, if it's an area of interest, they learn it very quickly. For example, one night I wanted to make something as a teacher. I wanted to code something, and I'd never taken a computer class. I taught myself how to write HTML code in one night because I was so determined that I wanted to make something that I needed HTML code for. And so I just sat there and I taught myself how to do it. And a lot of people who are neurodiverse can do that. But you don't realize you have some of those hidden gifts because you've gotten all these negative messages for such a long period of time when you're in school that make you think otherwise about your capabilities.
Wow. Okay, y'all, listen, I know that you're taking a lot of notes. I see a lot of comments coming in. Before we take our commercial break, Mackenzie, let's pop some of these comments up backstage. Mackenzie's backstage working with us, guys. So thank you so much. Let's see some of the comments. Oh, Jess says, I'm celebrating every woman in here. I love you. I'm assuming you mean me. And I'm assuming you mean Kristen. Go back for a second. I'm just trying to love on her for a minute. Mackenzie, give me a second. Go. Much love to the strong women out there. She's like, no, keep it moving, Kim. Okay, go. Dennis says that. Who else? Hello from Denver, Colorado, Mary. Hi, beautiful ladies. You are smart. She's definitely talking about you over there. You are smart. Okay, let's see.
Everybody here.
That is so true. Everything you've been saying, this Facebook user says that is so true. Anyone else? Create purpose, Dennis says. Absolutely. Keeping things 100 is what you're doing here on today's show. And any others? Good morning, Mr. Les Brown. Thanks for all the motivation and encouragement, Sandra says. And I did see your comment too, Cheryl, where you said, thank you to Dr. Les Brown for allowing the Kim Jacobs Show to air here on his platform. And yes, on behalf of the Kim Jacobs Show, we are completely honored and privileged to be able to have the show stream here Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, along with, we're also streaming, and let me put this up, we're streaming on CTR Media Network as well. And CTR Media Network is in over 300 million households, as well as whatever platform you're currently watching the show. Trauma changes the brain. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It creates gray matter in that brain.
It also, go back and say, what did you say?
It creates gray matter in your brain. So it does actually change how your brain sees and connects and views things. So 100%, Wallace.
Interesting. Let me ask you a question. Are you saying that if a child may have experienced something that they've witnessed, okay, I have a tickle in my throat now. Okay. That they may have witnessed at home or that's happened to them in their childhood, maybe molestation or seeing the death of a parent. It doesn't always have to be bad stuff that's been happening to the person, but it may just be life experiences like the death of a family member or the death of a parent or grandparent or whatever. Those traumatizing situations change the gray matter in the brain?
It does. Yes. It creates more gray matter in the brain, and it can make it harder to learn at times. It essentially changes your availability for learning. And I have people all the time who go, what do you mean availability for learning? So essentially availability for learning is just that. Are you someone who is here and you're able to take in information and you're ready to learn? Or do you feel like some of your basic survival needs, food, shelter, home, safety are not being met? And if that's the case, then you're not available for learning. And that's what a lot of teachers also don't always recognize. I love to give this example when I'm working with teachers and trying to kind of change their mindset a little bit. You might have a student who comes in and they put their head down. And oftentimes people, oh, that student's lazy. They always come in, they just sleep. They're not trying. They don't put any effort in. And I always go, let's reframe it for a second. What if you knew the background of this child? What if you knew that this child is homeless and they sleep in a car? What if you knew that this child had a mother who's a single mother and they're the oldest of 4 or 5 siblings and they're in charge of making sure everybody gets homework, dinner, everything. And then by the time they get to go to bed, they only get a couple hours of sleep. And so when they come in, their primary needs are not being met. So they're not available for learning. So instead of looking at them like, oh, it's just this lazy kid, why don't we try to figure out what the root cause is of what's going on and why they're so tired or what's happening, instead of just jumping to assumptions of what is going on with this kid. And that is because trauma does impact you. If you're not having your basic needs met, then you're not going to be available for this external learning. Your brain doesn't see that as a priority or a need right now. And one of the best things I always tell teachers is, I know this is an education setting because I do teach at the university level, helping teachers become teachers essentially too. And I say,
right,
instead of let's look at this as this is an education institute, let's build relationships first. You're going to learn how to be a teacher and you can teach.
Good.
But you can't teach people who are not available for learning. But you can help people be available for learning if they have realized you've become their safe space. If you are somebody who they trust and know has their best interest because you took the time to build that relationship and really get to know who they are, that's going to make the difference. That's what you can appeal to on those rough days or those tough days.
So I like to role play, Dr. Kristen. So role play with me if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I'm the teacher. You're the brain neurodynamic study brain specialist that you really are, right? Okay. So I am going to talk to you on minimum session with you. Dr. Kristen, I have so many children in my room and they are all over the place. I have those that are there to learn, they're excited, they're motivated, and they're giving it their all. And then I have those that are totally distracted in class and I don't even know what they're coming to school for, but it's just ridiculous that their parents would even send them to school with that behavior without getting it checked somewhere at a counseling session first. What do I do?
So that would be a situation where I would like you to go to the counselor. I would like you to see if you know any background information, because oftentimes the counseling services knows a little bit more about what's going on at home than we sometimes get in the classroom. So try to figure out, is there something going on? Maybe counseling knows that this is the dynamic at home or this has changed. And that would be good information to have, because then you can be a little bit more understanding that this is what this child is experiencing or this is what this child is going through. It'll let you to open up that empathy space just a little bit more for this child. But then I want you to spend time at lunch, spend time in the classroom if you're not available during lunch. Sit down next to the child, work one-on-one. If you know that your other students are good, they're giving it their all, get everybody started on their task and go get some special attention. But don't make it just about the lesson. Sit down and start talking about, oh, I like your shoes. I like your shirt. What did you do this weekend? I noticed that you were make it about them. Put learning on the back burner. That's not important right now. Right now, what's important is establishing this connection with this kid and trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, fast forward. I'm back in session with you. I've done what you told me. And now, okay, guys, please just work with me here. Everybody that's in the studio audience. I love this kind of stuff. Okay, so now I'm back. Okay, so Dr. Kristen, I actually did talk to the counselor, and she told me that this child has been dealing with a lot of things at home, and actually her dog died. And so that's what I found out. So I'm so glad that you gave me that advice. You can take that off the screen, Mackenzie. Thank you. So I'm so glad that you gave me that advice, because by doing that, I was able to find out that she did have a traumatizing experience, and that made a difference in her learning. And already she's doing much better. I actually gave her a card because, for the loss of a pet. And so I was really happy that you gave me that feedback. So thank you. Thank you.
And that's how it should work. Now, I will say, I'm sure you would have teachers who would go, I try to build relationships and this kid doesn't care. And, and I get that often too, because you'll hear a lot, that they say, just build a relationship. I get a lot of that feedback. And I'm going to say that I'm going to tell a little bit of a story, because I feel like this is an important story for teachers or any adult who's trying to work with a child who feels like, I've tried to build a relationship and they don't care.
It doesn't work. Okay.
Sometimes it's a test. It is a test from that child. And I will tell, this is a true story. I had a student many years ago who I love and adore now. We couldn't have had a better relationship by the time they graduated from high school. But when they started as a 9th grader, it took us about 2 years to build a relationship.
Wow.
But what I needed to know about this child was this child had had every single adult in their life since they were very young fail them, and fail them. And who was I but maybe one more adult who was going to fail and reject them in their life? And so sometimes kids are testing you. It is a test because they have built up their defense mechanisms and their wall because they're trying to protect themselves from hurt and pain that they've experienced. And so oftentimes what they're trying to do is they're going to push you to your limit. They're going to find every little button that you have and they're going to push it because they have to know, are you going to be one more adult that is going to fail me or abandon me or just decide I can't deal with you anymore? And it might take you 2 years to finally break through, but that's what that kid needed. He needed to test me for 2 years before he went, all right, this lady is not going to give up on me. This lady is not going to abandon me. This lady isn't going to go, you're not worth my time. And if you knew his backstory, it was understandable why he did that to me. And it was a test that I had to pass. So I could have either failed that test and been one more adult who failed him, and he would have been reinforced in his rightfulness to have just been like, I don't want to deal with you. Or I could continue showing up every day, despite the arguments, despite the trouble, despite everything. And then at the end of those 2 years, I had a beautiful relationship with this kid that I would not have changed any of the difficulty I had in establishing it over those 2 years, because it was solid, because he knew I would not give up on him. So sometimes I think instead of looking at it like, this is ridiculous, I can't build this relationship, look at it as this is a test that the kid is giving to you. Are you going to pass this test or are you going to fail this test? Because sometimes it's not an immediate fix.
I love your feedback. I love everything that you're sharing. For everyone that's just joining, we're talking with Dr. Kristen Eccleston,
And we're talking about mental health of our youth in schools today. And how you can stay connected with her is at www.theneurodiverseteacher.com, theneurodiverseteacher.com, or at theneurodiverse.teacher on Instagram. And I see Marcy says, absolutely. Somebody else said that I was that kid. Maria says, agree, we must help each child individually. They all need different things. If they can relate to you, they will never, if they can't relate to you, they will never open up. That's very important. Someone says, love it. Building relationships sets the tone for all that follows. And that's from Sean Good. Let's see. So true. I was that child. And my teachers never even asked me questions or seemed to care about the backdrop story, is what that person said. But you just hit it right spot on. So this is a great session for even this person, probably as an adult, and still being traumatized from what happened with some people that may not have believed in him or her at that time, whoever the Facebook user is. All right, everybody, when we come back from this commercial break, we're going to talk more with Dr. Kristen about mental health in our youth. And let's talk about what parents need to know when we return. We'll be right back.
When someone has lost a loved one, they want to know what exactly happened. They want to know, is the other person going to be held responsible? And they want closure. At Hunter & Everett, we help clients that have lost a loved one move on, and to do that with dignity and respect that they deserve.
All right, everyone, and we are back. And as we're transitioning our discussion here, we want to talk about parents of children that are dealing with some mental health issues. And when it comes to school life in general, what do parents need to know? What should we look out for?
So I think it's important for parents to, one, really validate children's feelings. I think we're kind of at this new cusp for, even a generation ago, mental health was not what it is now. It was not as widely known. It was not as widely talked about. Oftentimes, if you brought it up, you might have gotten a response like, you're fine, you're being dramatic. I think those were common responses just because that was kind of a generational approach to mental health. And I think over the last maybe 10 years, we have started to realize, hey, mental health is really something that is up and coming. It is something that we need to give it a little bit more attention to, especially what we're seeing in schools. I think we are seeing, unfortunately, shootings. And I think a lot of those are a root cause of mental health needs. We're seeing an increase in suicides or suicidal ideations, which are definitely rooted in mental health needs. So I think for parents, it's this process of really just needing to communicate with your kids, asking them what's going on, really trying to validate what they're feeling. I know as a parent, I even sometimes with my kids, they'll say stuff and I'm thinking, in my head, I'm thinking, this is ridiculous. This is what you're upset about? Like, what is this? But I think to them, you have to realize their world is much smaller than that of a world of an adult, right? Like, what happened at school is their world. That is the end of everything because they have some of the other adult stressors going on. So validating their feelings, like, even if you think it's crazy, is, I understand why that would feel that way. And I felt this way, or here's a story from when I was younger and I can relate, and show them that you have dealt with those feelings as well.
That's right.
And be sympathetic. I think oftentimes we're quick to kind of reject kids' feelings and tell them they're fine, or that's ridiculous, or you're being dramatic. And those feelings of not validating their feelings, even if we know it's a little over the top, that I think is more impactful for them. If they feel like they have you in their corner and that you're willing to listen through what's going on in their day and be involved and really help them work through it too. I always try and to encourage my kids that I am a safe space. There's nothing that you can't say to me that I won't help you work through. I don't want you to feel like you're going to get in trouble. You'll never get in trouble for being honest with me. We might need to talk about what should have happened or what would be the better way to handle a situation. But I would rather you feel like you can come and talk to me through it and we can problem solve through it together than for you to keep something from me. And I think sometimes kids feel that fear of getting in trouble. They'll keep things. And so really trying to establish a safe space for your child to come and talk to you is incredibly important, especially in this day of social media. I feel like things can get out of hand very quickly with bullying, with with just, not thinking through
Right.
things and posting things, not realizing that now it's out there forever. So allowing your child to be able to come have those conversations with you, validate their feelings, and really be a team problem solver. It doesn't mean you step away from being that parent role, but at that point in time, you're being that sympathetic ear and you're trying to help be a team member, a team player with them in whatever they're going through.
That's good. Very good. Actually, I wrote a book. My first book that I wrote when I was younger is Extreme Balance Makeover. And it's tips in here that talks to people about all different ways to have great parent-teen relationships, how to be able to balance all different aspects of your life. But one of the things in our house that we do is we have family meetings. And so that the family meetings are necessary because what we do is we share resources with each other that maybe the other one didn't have access to throughout the week. And we share that information, and it makes a world of difference for my children. So I encourage you all, if you have children, talk to your children, do some type of dinner topic discussion where we have these cards and you can pull a card out. And it worked a lot more when they were younger, but it just was like a conversation starter. And it would say, well, if you were president for a day, what would you do to change the world? If you were able to create any type of patented product, what would it be? And it was just to give a conversation starter. And some of the things that my children came up with were mind blowing. Like one of my kids said, oh, I would create an emotion code detector to determine if this person was feeling sad and it would turn this color. And if it was feeling good, it would turn not just like a motion ring, but they said it where it was like this whole really in-depth scientific thought process to it that I never ever would have even known even was the way that they think. So I was like, get out of here. So doing creative things with your family makes a world of difference. Having those family meetings will matter if you want to take advice from the balance doctor over here. Okay.
No, but absolutely. And it's a great way to get to know your kid a little bit better. Because like you said, sometimes you didn't even know that they were thinking that, or that those are thoughts that they had in their head. So it's a great, I think we know our kids, but sometimes we don't know the inner thoughts or the inner things. So it's a great way to get to know your kid a little bit more too.
Absolutely. And also the new suicide hotline in the United States is 988. So make sure that you all know that. I know that Mackenzie is probably gathering, and that's why she had popped out and popped back on the screen. You saw something pop on the screen for a second. The list globally as well. I know the other day she had provided that. But we do not want people not to be able to connect to the resources to get the help. If you are experiencing any suicidal thoughts at all, or you're just so depressed that having general conversation and being in isolation is something that you prefer to be in, you want to call and get some help. Okay.
Yes.
Definitely do that.
If anything, I'm sending my love to you. If you're that individual, you have my love, you have my support, and you are amazing. So please get that support because you are necessary and you are needed in this world.
And you are valued by those that value you. So if somebody does not value you, then guess what? They're just not for you. Don't worry about that. But
Yes.
There's a whole big world out here. So don't feel limited just to the one situation of somebody that didn't treat you the way you want to be treated,
Absolutely.
Okay, so somebody said, Maria said, I love the family meetings. Great idea. Thank you so much, Maria. You can learn a lot more about that in these books. You can get them over on, right? You can get an electronic copy actually for $3.99. An e-copy can be sent to you via email. But at $14.99, I have 10 copies of them, right? I actually have them. Some people that had just recently ordered some, so I'm getting ready to ship them their autographed copies. But if you want an autographed copy as well, just go to KimJacobsShow.com and I'll get it over to you. It's $14.99. Okay, great. I love the family meetings idea. Glad. Let's see. Awesome. Oh, Dr. Kristen, I see that you are from Rochester.
Oh, I am not, but
I thought she said she was from Maryland.
I am not from Rochester, but I have been to Rochester.
Okay, so you may see somewhere she visited Rochester, but she lives in Maryland. But don't worry about that. That's neither here nor there. How that culture and its legendary human rights history inspire you. Okay. How are you inspired? So I'm just going to represent you, Wallace. Put the comment back up, Mackenzie, for me. Kristen, even though she's from Maryland, don't worry about that, Wallace. The point is, how has the culture of wherever you're from and human rights history inspire you in the work that you currently do?
I guess I'll answer it in this way. So I'm from Maryland, but I grew up in Silver Spring, Maryland. So if you're familiar with Maryland, it is right on that cusp of the DC area. So I grew up in a very diverse area.
I lived over there.
Okay, so you know the area that I'm talking about. So it's very diverse. Where I went to high school was very diverse. So I think the way that has inspired me in my work is I was fortunate to grow up in an environment where I got to experience different cultures. I got to experience different race, different gender, different sexual identities. Even when I was younger, even though it's come much further than when I was younger, it was still there, being in that area. And I think that inspired me in the sense that I saw that everybody has a need. And I taught in that area that I grew up into. So I taught a very diverse range of students as well. So I saw that mental health is it's not particular. It doesn't pick a certain gender. It doesn't pick a certain race. It really is there, and it impacts everyone. And that has been meaningful to me because I feel like my work is something that is important to everyone. It's not just one gender, one race. It's something that everybody needs to be supported with and felt heard and felt seen. And so I think, if anything, the area that I grew up in has impacted me because it allowed me to not just have this one little section or this one little area and only know just white suburbia or something. Like I saw everyone and I saw how important everyone is, how everybody has a role, how valuable everyone is, how loving everyone is, and that I wanted to make sure that everybody felt great about themselves, that everybody felt like they had the power to take on the world. And so I feel like, if anything, where I grew up has impacted me because I was fortunate enough to have my eyes open to the bigger world that is out there.
I love that answer. I hope that's a great answer for you, Wallace. I see you, Arnetta Caldwell, our Reinvent Yourself specialist. She's our expert here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And she also has a podcast that you can tune into on all of the downloadable platforms. And I know definitely it's on Spotify, if I'm not mistaken. But check out Reinvent It. Just type that in your downloads, and you're going to hear something super special. You can also follow her on Instagram. Again, she's one of the Kim Jacobs Show experts. Reinvent Yourself, and she's on today. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. So listen, talking about everybody having the possibility to have everything that is required and exciting about their lives and opportunities. When we come back, I'd like us to talk about growth mindset, especially, again, dealing with mental health in our youth. How do we encourage a growth mindset at an early age? When we come back after this commercial break, everybody, we'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Samantha Benson, and I'm with Get Insured Solutions. You can get life insurance anywhere across the country, but with Get Insured Solutions, we have an advocacy program that helps families at the worst time of their lives with the loss of their loved ones. That means we have a funeral advocacy program that helps your family with funeral merchandise, negotiating the cost of your funeral expenses, and living benefits. Get Insured Solutions, LLC. Contact me, Samantha Benson.
All right, everyone, we're back, and we are talking with Dr. Kristen Eccleston. And I mean, I think that this has been like a month's worth of information that we've learned today. I don't know about y'all, but I learned so much. And our topic today is mental health of our youth in schools. And so, speaking of mindset, growth mindset, what's your philosophy on that? Talk to us.
Absolutely. So I love talking about growth mindsets because I really love introducing the concept of a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. And so a growth mindset is being something where you're open to hearing other people's perspectives and ideas. So I like to come at it at a starting point of personal bias. We all have personal biases. It is not a negative thing to have personal biases. Right. Every single one of us has it. Since the day we were born, we had a life experience that has led us to see the world the way that we see it through what we've experienced, right? You know, if everybody always had a bad interaction with a blonde-haired lady, right, then you probably feel kind of iffy or standoffish about these blondes, right? You know, because that is what your life experience has has taught you. But if you think that every experience with somebody who's blonde has been the most bubbly, popular thing ever, then you would think it's great. So we
Then
all
I love blondes. I love blondes as a result of you.
Oh,
and
thank
Kim
you.
Jacobs.
Oh, well, thank you so much. But it's we all have these personal biases, right? Based on what we've experienced in our life. But what the difference is are you open to realizing that I don't know what I don't know? You know, we all don't know what we don't know. Every single one of us right now in this exact moment has a knowledge that hits right here. Like it's just, this is the ceiling. And there's all this area that we don't know yet. And are you open to recognizing that I don't know this stuff?
Right.
And that I am going to have conversations with people. I'm going to hear about what you've been through in life, what you've experienced, how you feel about a certain topic. And I'm going to allow that information to come in, and I'm going to expand my knowledge by going, oh, I hadn't thought of it that way. Huh, that's a great perspective. Oh, I've never seen it that way before. And I'm going to allow my brain to grow. Or am I going to be somebody who you're going to share stuff with me and I'm going, nope, that's not the way it is. Nope, I don't think so. And you just shut yourself down from being able to see things differently, to take a different perspective, to have that aha moment and go, I haven't thought of it that way before. And to me, that's the difference between having a fixed mindset, so really shutting yourself down to transforming your knowledge, versus having a growth mindset and going, I'm going to take in information. I'm going to take in other people's experiences, life, things that have happened to them. And I'm going to allow that to grow because I hadn't thought of it that way, because I haven't experienced it that way. Now, I always tell people, by doing that and having growth mindset doesn't mean you have to change your mind. You're not obligated
Right.
to change your
That's a good
mind.
point.
But you now have at least more information, and you've been open, you've asked questions, you genuinely are asking questions, not this like, I'm going to get you. Go ahead and share your information with me and then I'm going to get. No, you're genuinely asking questions, right?
Is that a Maryland thing over there? Is that your diverse Maryland background? Because you're like, yeah, go ahead.
Maybe it might be, but you're really wanting to have a deeper understanding, and then you're deciding, okay, this has shaped how I see things a little bit, or no, it hasn't. And you're entitled, and that's okay to do that, but you've at least been open to the idea, and maybe you do change your mind, and it's okay. And it's actually a positive thing to change your mind. I think some people think changing your mind, oh, you're a hypocrite, or, oh, you change your mind all the time kind of thing. But no, maybe you have learned something more, or you know something now that you didn't know before, and you've allowed that to reshape how you see things or you view things.
I agree. And it gives you the opportunity to weigh every option and then be able to determine what option is going to work best for your life. And so this is this, like, you can put everything out there and see what's going to be the nuggets that you will apply. And then you can spit the bones out and say, okay, I don't need that. I don't need that. But that one thing right there, evaluate.
I'm attorney Kenneth D. Snow. And at the
Oh, okay. Mackenzie, are you telling us to go to commercial break? Okay. She's keeping us on track. We're going to go ahead and go to commercial break. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Play it, Mackenzie.
I'm attorney Kenneth D. Snow, and at the Snow Legal Group, justice is our job.
For more than 20 years, Attorney Snow has been fighting for justice and winning cases in the Carolinas by providing aggressive representation in criminal defense, domestic violence, family law, serious injury, and wrongful death. If you've been injured or lost a loved one in an accident, including tractor trailer or rideshare, you need the Snow Legal Group by your side, fighting for justice and fighting for you. Visit snowlegal.com. Call 704-358-0026 for a free virtual consultation. Located at 6827 Fairview Road, Suite D in South Park.
All right, everybody. And even simple things like that, when you have a team working with you and they're giving their all, they're doing their best back there, and she's doing a fantastic job, right? So here, if something like that happens, it's easy to just take it so south and be like, oh, okay, or thank you so much. Guess what? I will go to commercial break and let's just have a great experience. So I think our mindset, when we talk about mindset, it's all in keeping things in perspective.
Absolutely. one of the most powerful things is you are in charge of how you are viewing an experience. You can allow it to upset you and anger you, but you've allowed that to happen, or you can be, it is what it is, and you can change your perspective and how you view it. I think oftentimes we forget that we have the power to really change how we are experiencing or viewing a situation.
I agree wholeheartedly. So it's 90% of how we react to the situation and 10% of what really just happened to us. But that big bulk is, how do we choose to allow it to impact us to the point where that's how we're behaving as a result of it. So keep that in mind, everyone. All right. So listen, I know Cassandra, one of our team members, has sent in some statistics. And one thing that it says here during the 2020, this came from, I'll put the stat, but it came from nces.ed.gov. And it's talking about, this stat is talking about during 2021-2022 school year, the most common type of mental health service provided by the public schools was individualized based intervention, one-on-one counseling. And that's 84% of the public schools that was the case, followed by case management of 70%, and external mental health referrals were 66%. That's some pretty high numbers for all three categories to me.
Oh yes. And I would say of the clients I work with, because a lot of the work that I do is specifically with families. I work one-on-one with families. I help advocate to them, to the school system, to help them get the educational supports that they need for their child who is dealing with mental health needs. And I have seen all the way down as young as second grade, significant mental health needs, hospitalizations, suicidal ideations, concepts that I don't think I was even aware of when I was in second grade, and we're seeing it. And I think some of it is, we have more access to information than we've ever had in any period of history. Even our young kids, YouTube, TV shows, everything. So I think they are being introduced to concepts that maybe, a generation ago wasn't even being introduced to. But I also think a lot of people don't realize, when you think about the pandemic and the isolation that occurred, right? We were all kind of at home for a year and a half, 2 years, right? And some kids had a great, loving home. It was home. But some kids looked forward to going to school every single day because that was their escape from a horrible situation. That was where they got fed. That is where they got love. That's where, some teachers, brought in extra clothes or brought in treats or different things
because they knew the situation. So yeah.
Yes. And so, but those kids didn't get any of that for 2 years. And so you're probably seeing kids who experienced a really negative or traumatic environment for those 2 years that they were home. But there are kids too who still had a loving home, but missed out on social skills or friends or sports activities or different things that are really vital to growth and development at that young age. And that impact happened. I'll say my poor daughter, my mother had throat cancer during the pandemic. So we had to be incredibly careful because I was one of her primary caretakers. So I was always like, hand sanitize. And I think I even induced unknowingly a little bit of anxiety in my children because I was so amped up and paranoid about having to be careful for my mother's sake. And then all of a sudden one day I realized my poor daughter's hands were raw because she was washing her hands so much, and she was so scared about giving stuffed animals. She's young, giving her stuffed animals COVID and different things. So, and that was a level of anxiety that I had never meant to induce into her. I was trying to be careful for my mother's sake. So even in healthy, loving homes, there are children who experience different levels of anxiety or different traumas. And so it's something to be aware of. The kids didn't understand what a pandemic was, only that it just took them away from this sense of normalcy. And I think we're still going to be dealing with that for some period of time, especially in our younger kids who would have been kindergarten, first grade, second grade, who missed out on critical social skill development during that time.
Wow. I'm really glad that you're addressing this, because I know I have a son that is going back to college, but the college was never an online college. It was actually in-person school the whole time. But because of the pandemic, they were taking online classes. Well, now the transition is kind of interesting because it's like, I don't want to go back on campus. I want to stay and do online, but that's not even an option in some instances. So mentally, that's a big deal when you're having to try to talk about that with your children. And because I have 2 college students, one is physically having to go officially back to the campus, which is at Chapel Hill. So he has to literally up and move back. And his nerves are like, oh my gosh, I got to go back to finish the last year. And then I have one that has been doing the from home online, but he has to go back to UNC Charlotte. So it's time to go back. You got to go back, and classes are back in session. And that's a toll on children mentally. And I'm only talking personally, but I can't imagine how everyone else is dealing with this. But according to this statistic here, which I'm going to put it on there in fortune.com, mental health crisis, college, schools, unprepared is what it says. According to Fortune, it says that anxiety is high, 43%, depression is 33%, trauma and stress-related disorders, as you heard that word disorders, is 12%, neurodevelopmental disorders, such as ADHD or autism, is 11%. It's a lot of different statistics here. And women in college are more likely to report a diagnosis than men. So can you imagine the stats are really even higher?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And it's when you asked me earlier about that neurodiverse aspect too. And one thing I didn't mention, but you can also, I think of autism, ADHD types of things as being more of a genetic based neurodiverse, but you can have PTSD, anxiety, OCD, so obsessive compulsive disorder, are all also considered to be in the neurodiverse realm as well. But I think of them as almost kind of like a secondary, they were almost like a trauma trigger aspect that is now being brought in and is kind of making your brain work or form differently. Like PTSD in itself is that change in that gray matter in that brain from trauma. And so your brain is functioning and processing differently. So it is almost kind of creating this neurodiverse brain, even if you hadn't previously been neurodiverse.
Right. Wow. Okay. It's just so much to process and to learn. And what about parents? And I know we're coming to the end here, but there are parents that have various different discipline styles. And you being a neuro brain specialist person, tell me what the right word is. So I'm saying it, not specialist person.
You're a doctor of education, essentially, but my focus was on mind, brain, and teaching. So, and I researched mental health and the education
and
stuff.
beauty, because you are beautiful too. So go ahead, tell us what your thoughts are pertaining to parents that may not understand that their children are dealing with a mental health crisis type of situation. So they are experiencing spankings and beatings and different things. Talk to us about your perspective.
Absolutely. So, that's a great question. There's this concept out now that's called gentle parenting. And a lot of people who are more on the I grew up with an iron fist are very anti-gentle parenting because they feel like that is the only way to get a child to be respectful. They really see that a lot of this gentle parenting is creating children who are not respectful of their elders and don't listen and are kind of out of control. And I don't necessarily agree. I live somewhere in the middle of the two. I actually think, and this is where growth mindset comes into play, that there is more than one way to parent. And what it really comes down to is knowing your child and who your child is and what they specifically need in order to be successful. And I would say if I had to lean one way or the other, I'd probably lean more towards the gentle parenting, but it's not in the sense that I just go, oh, well, it's okay. You felt, I really, in that, I want to validate your feelings, but I'll also haul you out of this restaurant and embarrass you in front of these people if you're acting a fool, because we're not going to do that. But I will talk to you later about why you were feeling that way, what you were going through, what would have been the better way to handle it, how we should go about it in the future, what my expectations for you are. I'll give you the opportunity to share with me, how I made you feel, and I'll, and that way we can talk about our feelings. And that's really the approach that I personally like to take. I don't necessarily feel like you have to. I had somebody talk to me the other day who used the word whoopings. Like, I don't know that you have to do that. I still feel like if your core value is to have children who are respectful and are respectful of their elders, that you could still accomplish that by making sure that you are, being strong in what your boundaries are. You set your boundaries for your children, and children test boundaries, and you hold fast on with those boundaries. If I tell you you're going to lose this and this is going to be your consequence, I follow through with that.
Do that, right?
An empty threat. But I will also talk to you about what you're feeling, what I was feeling, and so that we can understand each other and come to an agreement of how we should handle the situation the next time it comes up.
I love it. And Mackenzie said there is a difference between discipline and abuse, though.
Yes.
So There's that fine line.
there is. Absolutely, there is. And I
not
think some of that is that generational stuff that's creating a little bit of a gray area there. But there is. I mean, there's a difference between, hey, I've grabbed you and I'm directing you because we have not followed directions, and this is a safety issue now, and you're going to get hit by a car if I don't grab your arm, versus,
Right.
I'm hauling off on you because it's my intent to hurt you because I'm angry and I want you to feel pain. That, to me, that's the difference between I am directing you and now abuse has entered in.
I love your breakdown on that. And I see here someone says Happy National Women's Day. I said that earlier in today's broadcast. My name is Jenna Lee. I don't know why I'm coming up as a Facebook user, but her name is Jenna Lee. But anyway, I wrote a book about everything that you all are talking about with traumas and how I persevered and overcame them. How I lost 100 pounds and reinvented myself as well, and how I did the work on myself to get through everything to be a better me. The name of the book is called God Likes the Sound of Good Times. Oh, I'd love to be a guest on the Kim Jacobs Show and talk about it. And I'd love to have you as a guest. So definitely, Jenna Lee, just make sure you send some kind of message over to the Kim Jacobs Show in our inbox, and we'll get you what you need, okay? I will not allow another child to interfere with another child's learning ever, okay? I think that's an interesting comment. I don't know what to say to it, but I think that hopefully you'll take the advice that Dr. Kristen shared here today. You have to set boundaries with your children. Yes.
Absolutely.
Our
And they do better, and there is scientific evidence to show that children who have boundaries actually feel safer and secure and actually do much better in life in general because they have those boundaries.
I love that. I love that. And listen, everyone, I am going to let you all know too, that if you are interested in just being one of our online contributors here on the Kim Jacobs Show, the only way that our program thrives is through community contributions. We don't have any other way of receiving the funds except for you and your support. So thank you for everything that you do that allows us to be able to keep the program going Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And these are some of the ways you can support. Cash App is $ Kim Jacobs Inc. PayPal.me/Kim Jacobs Inc. And you can become a patron member, and that's at patreon.com/The Kim Jacobs Show. All right. I am so glad that we've had this time together. I think it's been incredible. What's any kind of closing comment that you'd like to share with everyone?
I just like to share with everyone just how wonderful every single one of you are, what you have to offer this world, what a light you are. And if you never had a teacher tell you how proud of them, or how proud of you they are, I am proud of you. So keep up the great work. You are capable of achieving whatever you want to achieve.
Guys, you've heard it from Dr. Kristen. I want you to also tell people how they can stay connected with you. I'm going to put that up again, because that's very important for people to know how to stay connected with you. People are saying, I want to stay connected with you. Where do I find her? I need her. So I see all of your comments coming in, and she's going to tell you how right now.
Yes, please come find me at my website, www.theneurodiverseteacher.com, or on Instagram or TikTok. I am at the.neurodiverse.teacher.
All right. And tomorrow, everyone, this rest of this week, we have some great shows lined up for you further. So let me make sure that I share that with you. I want to make sure I pull that up. And it is, tomorrow. Oh, man. Well, I'm pulling that up. Before I pull that up, let me let you know that people have been asking about this particular product, how to start and succeed in the seminar business. It's many, many years old, but the information is still relevant today. And if you are interested in getting the audio download, this is the image, but it's an audio download. It's $49.99. You can just Cash App, but put in the memo section your email address, please. Put your email in the memo section. Don't just Cash App, because then we won't know where to send it. But if you want to hear this information-packed session with Dr. Les Brown and Kim Jacobs, myself, from when we were much younger, as you can see, it's $49.99, and you can go to $Kim Jacobs Inc., or you can send it to paypal.me/Kim Jacobs Inc., and we'll email you that audio download. Is some great, great information in there. All right, so this has been wonderful. Everybody that enjoyed and learned anything today, put in the comment section maybe just one thing that you learned that you're going to apply as a teacher to your new school year as the school year is kicking off, okay? This has been some great information. You are amazing, amazing.
Thank you for having me. I'm so grateful for this experience and the opportunity to talk to your audience, so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kristen. And tomorrow we're going to be talking about how good health is wealth. Nick Wharton is going to be on, CEO of the Charlotte Area Fund. But again, globally, this information that he's going to be sharing is going to be helpful to you. So make sure that you are in your virtual seats at 11 o'clock a.m. And then guess what, everybody? On Thursday, you will be able to receive a great treat because we have our own Mackenzie who works backstage with the Kim Jacobs Show. She's coming out of backstage and coming forth to tell her harrowing story of being able to survive a very unique situation that happened in her life. I'm not going to tell you all the details because it'll take away from what happened in her journey to recovery. So I'm going to let her tell you her own story, but she's a survivor, a mother, and a loving wife. And I'm glad to have her on this Thursday at 11 o'clock a.m. All right, everybody, that's our episode. I see everybody's comments. I can't do everything. I see all of y'all, but I don't know what else to do except for just say thank you for being here today, and glad to have each and every one of you in the studio audience. Stay backstage, Dr. Kristen, and I will, you know how you get ready to close out a show and you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't say this. What is that one thing that you wanted to say?
What was the one thing I wanted? Did I say? The one thing I wanted to say is that I'm just grateful to be here and thank you so much. And I hope everyone has a wonderful day.
No, I was saying if there was any one thing that you said in your mind, you're like, I knew I should have said this and I didn't say it.
Oh, no, I think we covered everything. And again, so grateful to be here. So grateful for your audience. Thank you for all the wonderful messages that everyone sent in. So I'm grateful to every single one of you.
All right, everybody. On that note, we're going to go ahead and have a great rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye-bye. And I'll see you backstage. All right, everybody. Mackenzie, we're going to close out now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show.
Father, provider, protector, role model for a son. The image of the man that will be the husband of your daughter when that time comes. What's best for your children should be concern number one, regardless of the obstacles a father must overcome. Sometimes the injustices of our society towards many of our fathers can make it hard to stand, but you gotta stand and be a man and a father to your children in every way you possibly can. Demonstrate their worth through you by the words that you say and the things that you do. Don't ever put your children down or call them out of their name. They may become whatever you claim. Lift them up to higher ground. Let their inner beauty be seen, be found. Show them and tell them how special they are. Be the light. Be the light. Be the light that takes them far. Show them and tell them how much you really care, and let them know no matter what, you will always, in all ways, be there. Pray that our fathers will be guided by the light to lead their children in the ways that are right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. We have our special featured guest, G.O. Monroe, is in the building. And if you are a person that wants to know more about affiliate marketing, you want to see a person that has monetized not one, not two, but 3 YouTube channels, and she does a plethora of different things, including being a host of her own show, okay? That is just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to bring her on after we have this break. Yeah, because you know what time it is. It's not time to Netflix and chill. It's time for the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, and we'll be back with our featured guest, G.O. Monroe. See you in a moment. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, a show to motivate you and introduce you to celebrities, authors, singers, coaches, and standout entrepreneurs that are making a positive impact in the world. Men and women coming together to share knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We connect you with some amazing people and opportunities. It's your time to shine, and we help you do that. We love sharing your stories of success and spotlighting you, the entrepreneur. We love to laugh. We love to smile. We love to celebrate you, and we love having fun. So go grab a seat, get a snack, and don't forget your beverage. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. Yes, it's time for the Tina Ramsey Show. Let's get started with your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. And just like that, we are back, and I come along with a friend. Her name is G.O. Monroe. She is an affiliate marketer with 15 years of experience up under her belt. She is a serial entrepreneur, multi-talented, a host of the G.O. Monroe Show. She is also launching or participating in launching an amazing business that women we want to know about because it's dealing with our hair. Okay, so that is just some of the things that she's doing. So let's go ahead and just bring her on so that she can share with us about all the things that we have going on. Okay, welcome to the show, Boss Life Online, also known as G.O. Monroe, and hello to our virtual studio audience. She said, "Good evening, Ashley. Welcome to the show." How are you, Gio?
I'm great. Thank you so much, Tina, for having me on your show. I am happy to be here.
Well, it's my pleasure. So we're going to jump right into it because everyone was very intrigued about seeing the word affiliate marketing, okay? And so we were just speaking a little bit backstage. And for those people who may not know, I have been an affiliate marketer for like 9 years. And sometimes, you know, people can have a little negative mindset again, you know, about affiliate marketing. So we're going to talk a little bit about it. So what made you start affiliate marketing? And you've been doing it for 15 years. So tell us why.
Well, first of all, I wanted to quit my job. Okay. And I saw an ad that said when I was on the internet at work from home. And that's how I got introduced to affiliate marketing, because affiliate marketing is selling somebody else's product and getting a commission for it. I was like, I can do that. You know, all I need to know is how to do it, you know, and where to do it. So that's how I got into it. And then as I got on the internet and started doing my own research, I started meeting people, and then I started asking questions. Well, how do I sell this product? And then they started telling me that you can sell it through Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, any social media that you have, also email marketing. And so once I started doing all of that, I was like, why should I be making 50% of the money when I could probably make all of the money? And that's how I started into getting my own websites back in the day, okay, when I first started out.
Well, okay. So for me, when I first heard affiliate marketing, I heard of it like 9 years ago before I even started doing it. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be totally 100. I had a negative mindset behind it, because you hear what everybody say, the chit chatter. Oh, it's multi-level marketing, direct sales. That's a pyramid scheme. All these different things, right? Now, true, some of that stuff does exist, but if you're with the right type of business, it is totally legitimate work. And I remember being an affiliate, like, for example, let's give them an example so people can get this connotation out of their mind. Say, for example, Gio, you see this dress, right? And you say, Tina, girl, I like that dress. Where you get that dress from? And I say, Amazon. And you say, for real? So let me go on Amazon and get this dress. And then you purchase it, right? So who getting the money? Just Amazon.
Amazon.
But say, for example, if you have the right mindset towards affiliate marketing, you're going to do your research and you're going to figure out that Amazon has an affiliate program that's open to anybody that can do it. Anybody, no requirements, anybody can do it. And when I recommend this dress that I purchased for Amazon, I'm going to send you my affiliate link. So when you purchase that dress or anything else in your cart, I'm going to get paid as well.
And I'll give another example right quick. On my Boss Life Online YouTube channel, I had bought some YouTube pillows that said YouTube and subscribe. And then I had engraved on something I bought from Amazon that said Boss Life Online. Do you know, a lot of people was asking me where I get this from, but you know, I was already affiliate marketing. I had already peeped that they had an affiliate program. So I had it already in the description box. Yeah, I must have made some money off of them pillows. Yeah, because my mindset is working for myself. Okay, affiliate marketing, y'all, is the quickest way to make some money.
Yes, it's the quickest way to make money without having an overhead. Someone else is paying the overhead and everything like that. You don't have to deal with customer service. You don't have to wrap and ship anything. You just simply you do what you do anyway, sharing information, but you just share the link and you get compensated for it. We have someone in our virtual studio audience actually said, I actually have an Amazon affiliate link. Yes, use it. And she said, it sure is. Right. So 15 years, my mindset, Geo mindset. Anytime we see a product, anytime we see a service, we looking for a referral link or affiliate link and what type of program and what percentage they paying. Whether it's 20, 15, 20%, we looking. And we want you to change your mindset because this is the time that we need to really look for other ways in order to bring in income.
Right.
So one thing that I really, really appreciate about you, that I learned this about Gio. Gio has monetized her YouTube channels, not just one, not two, but 3 YouTube channels. And it's been a misconception that you have to have an enormous amount of subscribers before you can monetize. So Gio took this mindset of affiliate marketing and adapted over to YouTube and said, hey, I'm going to figure this out. So what made you say, I'm going to figure out how to monetize my YouTube channel? And not just one time, but 3 times.
Yeah, listen, girl, I came over here because I like to look at the families, channels. And so one day I was looking at the family channel and they were live. I said, oh, I didn't know you go live on YouTube because I was just over here, okay? And then they started talking about money. Click, click. Okay, and they say all you have to do is have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, and you can make some money here at YouTube. And I just said that, I said, okay. And then I stayed to hear all the rest of it. And then they suggested that I go to all these different people to listen. So I did because I wanted to know all that I wanted to know. Because if you don't know what you have in your hand, you cannot make a good business plan. So I made a business plan saying that first I'm going to get 3 monetized channels, but my major goal is to have 10 because you have to have $100 threshold to get paid from YouTube. Okay. So if you have, this is the way I think. Okay. If you got 10 monetized channels and they making $100 or $200 or $300, you're going to get all that money. Okay, you're gonna always make your threshold to get it. Now, all you need is 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch outs. Then I said, okay, I'm gonna need a team to play my playlist so that I can make sure I get my 4,000 hours and 1,000 subscribers. So I put together a team called Team Build with Geo, and we've been monetized for 3 years. And then next, I said, okay, well, I need to tell these people about my life. Geo's vlogs, H-Town. So people love vlogs, and I said, well, if the family channels can do it, I can do it too. So I started on that, got monetized on that. So I got 3 monetized channels. So every month on the 21st, I get a check.
Okay, people, no more excuses. So instead of you just looking at YouTube and you have a YouTube channel, but you're not using it, you need to also look at other people's YouTube channels, but also be building and monetizing your YouTube channel. Because you do not have to have 100,000 subscribers before you can monetize your YouTube channel. You just need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. We're telling you all of this because we want you to have a mindset shift, okay? A lot of things and things that we have been listening to is just plain wrong, okay? Affiliate marketing is one of the easiest ways when you're with a legitimate business to make money in your sleep. People talk about passive income. I literally got a video on YouTube that I made 6 years ago, and it still brings me money in to this day. I just did it one time 6 years ago, went to sleep, woke up like, oh, where this money came from? Look back, the owner of the books, because I recommend a book, they was like, thank you so much for recommending my book. I hadn't recommended that book like that since 6 years ago. I did that video one time and it's still making me money to this day. Yeah. Affiliate marketing. The power of affiliate marketing. So Geo's doing it, I'm doing it, and we're considered small YouTubers compared to most. So if we can do it, you can do it. This is a mind shift. Let's see, we have someone who said, my one monetized channel is already enough. YouTube burned me out mentally sometimes because I was making 3 videos a day. Listen, you can make all your videos and then schedule them to go out 1 video a day, being consistent. Girl, use the power of automation. You ain't got to be sitting around there doing all that all the time. Use automation. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a small commercial break. And when we come back, I want you to share some more about who you are and what you do. You're going to take the floor, because that is not all that Geo does about monetization and affiliate marketing. She has a plethora of things that she does. And I want you guys to be able to connect with this mastermind. So after this commercial break, we'll be back in a moment.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms, and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
And I would like to give a shout out to our sponsor, which is the amazing Terry Coleman. She helps you with your mindset to millions. And she is the owner of Global Key Capital, LLC, a winning strategy for a path to success and freedom. If you're looking to buy or purchase or sell a home, give her a call, because she can actually help you get funding, okay, and explain to you how to do it and walk you through the process. Terry Coleman, thank you so much for being a sponsor of CTR Media Network. So go check her out at globalkeycapital.com. All right, so let me bring Geo back on, because before the commercial break, she was just blowing our mind about this monetization and this affiliate marketing. She be out here getting this little paper, and we got to change this mindset. So now, Geo, I want you to share with us more about what you do, because that's just 2 things. So tell us some more things that you do.
Of course, I'm an internet marketer as well as an affiliate marketer and a whole bunch of other stuff. But let's talk about the internet marketer. Is where I have a website of my own. It is called City Penny Saver Ad Board. And that's where people can put their ads on there for free. And if they don't want, they want to put it on there more, then they got to pay. And then I make that money. Plus, I do have an affiliate program on there too. It is called City Penny Saver Ad Board. And I just love it. And all I do is email market that one. Okay? Because you have to know what you're doing in order to make that kind of money with a board like that. You have to make sure that it gets out to people's emails and other affiliate marketers and things like that. So that's one of the other things that I have coming in. That's a stream of income. My next thing that I do is I have my own home business. Well, I'm an affiliate or independent associate of CTFO. It is called, that stands for Changing the Future Outcome. And I liked it. And the first thing that I liked about this, I just love this CTFO. So let me just take a deep breath because I'm getting beyond myself because I get excited sometimes, okay? Okay, CTFO attracted me because it sold CBD products. CBD products is one of the hottest products on this whole entire earth. And I was like, wait, I'm going to make some money out of this, So I became an affiliate, independent associate of them. And I started to advertise them on everywhere I could, social media everywhere. And I started to get a line really, 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 really fast, a downline across. Like I got over, in my whole entire downline, I think I got 12,000 folks. Okay. Wow. They sell CBD products. The main one that I like is this one. It is called CBDA. And it helps with my anxiety. Not only that, but my overall health. I've been taking this since when did they come out with this? 2019. Mm-hmm. I've been taking it and it's good, okay? I use all their products, their skincare, their vanilla shakes. They're coming out with a brand new shake, and it's a chocolate dust shake with collagen in it. Mm-hmm. Now, you know I'll hurry up about that. So CTFO is free to join. You don't even need any money to join it. It has a great affiliate program. It's beginning to go worldwide. So this is the good time to get in that particular home business. If you're looking for a home business with great pay, and you get paid every week, every Wednesday. I get paid. Okay, I've never missed a payday. Okay, so these people are very legit. If they wasn't, I wouldn't be telling you about it, and I would not be using their products if they don't work. All right, let me move on to my next one. I want to talk about I Am You. I Am You is a natural hair care company. It is owned by my daughter, CC Vance. She is the CEO of that company. And I am the marketing director for her, okay? That is going to be launching, even though the website says it's going to be launching December. She changed her launch date to sometime, I believe, February, when her birthday is 2023, okay? Right now, she's in Trinidad. The Trinidadians love her products. We went down there and had ourselves a ball, meeting all the store owners and people like that. She just heard from Target, Walmart, and the Brooks Brothers somewhere in a little bitty small town. So what we are trying to do is take this product and put it all over the USA. So I'm just asking for your prayers on that one. All right. Going back to the YouTube channel, I was telling Tina, I want 10 monetized channels because I want to make some money. Okay. And all you have to do is you don't have to make it hard. You know, you can schedule all your videos. You make a plan to where what are you gonna do? On Monday, I'm gonna work on Boss Life Online. On Tuesday, I'm gonna work on 2 because they're much easier. On Wednesday, I work on another. So I have 3. And then how did I get monetized so quickly? I got Team Build with Geo. I put together a team. I came up with a concept, said, look, let's do playlist buddies, okay? And my team, we all play each other's playlists. We all have 2 channels monetized. You know, I am the leader of that group, and we help anybody that want to get monetized. The only thing is that you have to play playlists. If you don't like to play playlists, then Team Build with Geo is not for you. But if you want to get monetized, that's what we do. Back to you, Tina.
Well, I tell you what, that's powerful. You guys, she is offering assistance if you want to play the playlist now. And so what I love is that you're showing us that are smaller YouTubers that it can be done. You don't have to wait till you have so many thousands and thousands of subscribers. You just need 1,000 and 4,000 watch hours. And you can just do. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I just say one more thing about your YouTube channel? YouTube, when you go live and you be putting it down and you be all live and stuff, people give you free money. They give you super chats. Okay, now they got into what if they really like your video, they'll give you a super thanks. Okay, now they have it where they have memberships for everybody that get monetized. Okay, you can have 3 levels or 4, 5, 6 levels on your memberships. I started mine out with 99 cents because you get a whole lot of people for that. That's part of that $100,000. I mean that $100 threshold that you need to make. So YouTube is free. I love it that it's free. Okay, but they offer you so many ways to make money. Even though they get their 30% cut, you get 70. Okay, so what's the big deal? Get as many channels as you can. 3. I suggest for newcomers, just only get 2. Get 1 and then get 2. But for old heads like me and Tina, you like to make that money. Hey, 10, 20, I'll go far. Okay. Because I know how to sit down and organize myself. And I know how much I can do. And I don't work for nobody but me. Okay, so I got lots of time. All right. So if you work and if you could get 2 monetized channels, trust me, you will make that $100 threshold so that you can at least get paid. And that's what I'm on here to do, is to get paid.
So that's
right. I'm also on here to give people advice like this, just like Tina is, and to tell you guys, I am a precious child of God. Okay, that's who Geo Monroe is. But I'm gonna tell you why, because without that, I couldn't have this. So back to you now, Tina.
Let me tell you something. And this is Geo all day long, 7 days a week. She is always the same way. So when you go follow her show, when you follow her YouTube channels, you're going to get the same love, the same energy. And she also shares her life. She has a blog. She has multiple channels that talks about different things. So make sure that you guys follow her on all of her YouTube channels so that you can get this information. She even have meditation, music that she plays, and I listen to it. Okay, we even play it here at CTR Media Network because y'all be needing to calm down. You be too wound up. You need to calm down. So you'll notice that we play multiple things dealing with Geo because she just have amazing content. And we're happy to announce that she was number 6 top podcaster. She hit the top 10 podcasters list this month. So congratulations.
Thank you
on that. Listen now. Affiliate marketer, YouTube channel, 3 monetized YouTube channels, affiliate marketing for like 15 years. I'm still a baby compared to you. I've been in it 9 years, but we understand the power of proper affiliate marketing. It is a win-win situation when you're with a reputable company because you can literally start falling into that category of a little bit of work that makes a whole lot of big results, okay? Because that goes into that passive income that we all hear about, that buzzword, passive income. Like I said, a video I made 6 years ago, literally 6 years ago, I still make money from it today. Every time somebody click on it, every time somebody purchase, it automatically goes to me. And then that particular business send me my money.
Right.
And so it's like, why you out here giving free recommendations? Why you out here giving free recommendations? Okay, for all of you out here who have Amazon Prime, for all of you that's out here recommending books, pillows, clothing, anything on Amazon, if you recommended it, you need to stop doing that until you sign up for the affiliate marketing program. And that is open to anyone. You don't have to have a whole lot of subscribers to do it, because it's an influencer program where you do have to have certain requirements. But the affiliate program is for anybody, right? And every time you recommend something, you get your little affiliate link and you send it to the person. You say, oh, yeah. You want to know where I got this from? You want to get this book? Here's my affiliate link. And you get a small percentage back on everything they purchase through that link. Whether it's the book or not, you're going to get something back. True. So we just told y'all the secret of affiliate marketing. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. Even Jotform got it. Everybody pretty much has affiliate marketing or referral links, because some things you earn credit on, some things you earn cash on, some things you earn free products on. And so it's a win-win situation, because it's saving you either way it goes. It's saving you either way it goes. Sure. So I'm just so happy that you on here. Now, I want you to tell us about, because I watch your super channel, especially when you start bringing people out. I be watching that, y'all. Y'all just don't know. I be watching all y'all on CTR Media Network. I be binge watching. Okay, so tell us about the super channel.
There is 2 channels I want to talk about: Friends with Super Channel, and then my Information Girls. Okay.
All right.
Now, Friends with Super Channels. Now I'm gonna be just flat out the truth, the 100 girl. If you're gonna have members on your channel that's gonna be paying you something every month to support your channel, you have to do something for them.
Exactly.
Okay. Now that could be, you can give them a shout out, make a shout out video and just say, so-and-so is a channel member, go over to their channel, blah, blah, blah. However you want to do it. I have shout out videos on my Boss Life if you want to see how I do it. But my main thing that I like to do to keep my members saying, ooh, I need to stick with Geo, okay, is that I have friends with super channels. Okay, you got to be a member at Boss Life Online, Geo's blogs, or Team Build with Geo to get on that channel. And that channel, Tina, I promise you, I didn't do nothing to it. I just put the interviews up there. I thought of the name, made it in red, and I got my thumbnails together, and it just took off. Mm-hmm. Okay. And now I'm getting ready to get it monetized. I think I need 600 more hours to 4,000. So it'll be monetized probably midways of November. So that'll be 4 monetized channels that I have. So people love it because I interview all my members and put them on there. Then I tell them, guess what? You're going on my podcast too.
I love it. I love it.
So you have to have some. So when I talk about my membership, I always talk about Friends with Super Channels, because that's what you have to do, something to keep your members, because people are like sales, in, out, in, out. But if you got something that's going to hold their attention, they'll stay for a long time.
That's true. That's true. So we have our virtual studio audience chiming in. Miss Jerry says, I love this. We're glad that you do. And we have Ashley. She said, I decided to do Patreon. You know, a lot of people use Patreon.
Right.
I want to quickly say that CTR Media Network Podcasters Facebook is now monetized, baby, which means that you can support us by buying what? Stars. So you can simply buy 99 cents, $1 if you're absolutely loving the content and you want us to keep bringing you this helpful, useful content that can really help change your life, just simply support us by buying some stars, and we'll give you a shout out. See how that works? See how that works? Okay. All right. She said, congratulations. So, G.O., you have a show. So tell us about your podcast. I'm so happy. Tell us about
my podcast show. Well, I'm going to tell y'all how I started that podcast show, because I really wasn't thinking about it. I interviewed a friend of Tina's. Okay. Tina saw that interview and told her that she wanted me to interview her. I'm like, I don't really know how to be interviewed. And then she talked about Dr. Tina James. I said, oh, no. I felt intimidated. I ain't going to lie, Tina. I did.
But listen, I'm so easy to talk to.
I didn't know you, nothing about you. But then, some just said, girl, do it. I said, okay, tell her, yeah, I'm going to do it. I sent you an email. And that's how, when I interviewed her, we stayed after the interview and we talked. And I just liked her right off, period. Bam, boom, And so she started telling me about what she was doing. And I said, well, wait a minute, I want to do that with you. And I got a friend.
That's exactly how easy it happened, because literally I saw the interview that she did on one of my other podcasts. A shout out to Joy, Be the Difference Clothing. She has a podcast on CTR Media Network too called Hello World, because Gio interviewed her on her Boss Life Online YouTube channel. I absolutely loved it. I very rarely reach out to anyone to come on their show. Everyone reached out to me. But it was something about Gio that was totally different. So I reached out to Joy, told Joy, I said, get me on her show. Can you get me on the show? I reached out. So she got me on the show. Gio was like, why this woman with all these credentials want to come on my show? I'm like, girl, I put on my pants one leg at a time too. I saw something in you. So I came on, had no idea that she was going to join us on this positive podcasting movement. I had no idea that she wanted to join. I was just simply sharing my business because I love what she was doing. And then she said, I want to be a part of it too. She didn't even have no podcast, but I tell you what, she got a podcast in less than 30 days. She was up running, and now this child is on the top 10 podcasts. She's not playing. She's not playing.
No, God is good, because Tina kept saying, just refurbish what you got. I said, okay. So I said, wait a minute, I'm going to start off with Friends with Super Channel. So when I interviewed all my members, I just started putting them on the podcast, and people started listening to it. And then I just started doing my own thing, where I'm teaching people about morning routines, because that's make you successful. You have to have a morning routine. You have to know, you have to sit down and be organized. So I started doing that on Boss Life Online, took those and put that on my podcast. And then I interviewed some other people and I put them on my podcast. And I'm like, oh, I'm ready now. Now, Tina, I'm getting my own YouTube channel. I already made it up that says the Gio Monroe Podcast.
Yes.
So let me just say this. I'm grateful I met you.
Oh,
I am truly grateful, because in the back of my mind, I kept hearing podcasts. 3, 6, 7 months ago, I said, nobody got time for no podcast. What is that anyway? And here it comes, Miss Tina Ramsey, telling me about the podcast. And I said, this confirmation. Okay, let's roll with it. And now I'm number 6.
Yes.
How long have I been on there? 2 months?
Not even 3 months. Probably about more like 2 months. But you're putting in the work, and you're consistent, and people see it, and they loving the content. So what I tell anybody, if you're out here creating content, if you're out here going live, if you're out here putting up pre-recorded videos, if you're out here even putting out written text and people are engaging with it, that is nothing but a podcast. The only thing you need to do is repurpose what you're already doing. You don't have to start from scratch if you already have content out there. I teach people like Gio and so many others how you repurpose what you do. And then when you get more time, you can start doing some things brand new.
Right.
But the content is golden. I mean, look at the Bible. The Bible is over 2,000 years old and we still using it. Okay. So, I mean, come on. Why? I mean, you can do it. And so I say this is the season for ones to share their voice. This is a season for us to start sharing these ideas, sharing our knowledge so that all of us can elevate. This is a year of, well, this year is going out. 2023 year of elevation and community, us coming together. And that's the only way we're going to make it in my opinion. Yeah. But Gio, I'm just so happy. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations for being on the top 10. That is not easy. I said, oh, it's been a shakeup. These new people coming. They're like, wait, see me. I'm here.
Oh, wow. And you know what, guys? I didn't even think I was doing nothing. You know, but Tina told me, just put stuff on there, just put consistent. Now I know how to be consistent and persistent now. Mm-hmm. And then I said, you know what? I'm just going to keep doing it. She'll let me know if I'm doing something wrong. And then I saw the Thank you. I have no words. I'm speechless.
Well, I am excited for you. And I'm just so proud of all the podcasters on CTR Media Network because we're a new standard of podcasting and media. We're all about positivity. We're all about knowledge, helping people truly learn from our successes and also the things that we had to overcome in order to get to this current place where we're at. So I love the content. And we put it out there. It's open to the public so they can enjoy it. But CTR Media Network is exclusive in the sense that we do not accept all podcasts and all content. It's very exclusive in it. So everybody, it has to be about positivity. It has to be something that's going to help make a positive impact in the world. So many people have come, but we're like, that's not that's not in line with what we want to do. This is a movement to bring hope, to bring a resource so people can start walking into their purpose. And if you're not dealing with something like that, we're like, I'm sorry, but this is not the place for you. But you can keep doing what you're doing, though, but this is not the place for you. So we're just happy that you decided to be a part of CTR and then watching you just grow in like less than 60 days. Like, girl, I'm like, Lee, you could have gave 90 days, gave everybody a chance. But I appreciate you and thank you so much for sharing about affiliate marketing, because the goal for today, because when we made the marketing, we was very specific about putting affiliate marketing because we know that sometimes as a whole, people have a negative mindset about it because maybe they heard something or maybe they had a bad experience, but there are more good experiences out here than bad. So in this season where one's looking for more income, I'm telling you, like, I don't care if it's $1. If it's my dollar, give me my dollar. Okay? Like, listen. So and this gas going up, utility bills going up, you need something to kind of offset these costs. And so affiliate marketing is the easy way for you to get into having a business without you having to pay all that overhead. You can literally be an affiliate marketer and in some cases just have a link and not even a full-fledged website at first. You can go and get you a link tree and put all your links on there until you be able to afford to buy you a website. It's so many ways to do it and be able to still make yourself an income. So, Gio, how do you want people to get in contact with you?
Okay. My Instagram is Team Bill with Gio. You can get me there. Yes, you can get me on my website here, gioandmonroe.com. Okay. Also, you can go to my YouTube channels and just leave me a message under any of my videos, and I will respond. My main YouTube channel is Boss Life Online because I am the Boss Life Online, and I love it. All right. So those are 3 ways that you can get in touch with me.
Yes, yes. And she is absolutely amazing. You want to be a part and support anything that she does. You can also check her out on ctrmedianetwork.com. This is her place on the website. You just simply click on her logo and then take you to all of her episodes that she currently have up right now. She even did a whole interview people because this is Cancer Awareness Month, or breast cancer, well, cancer in general, but we're talking about breast cancer. And you can listen to those very powerful interviews. And of course, she has all the different things that she was speaking about. I encourage you to be and listen to all of this right here, because she really be sharing so much about just marketing and life and experiences, and also bringing on other people, and they are just openly sharing all of this amazing information. So check her out at ctrmedianetwork.com and just click on the Geo Monroe Show. And from there, you can also connect with her, like she said, from all her social media platforms, because I encourage you. She's very consistent on what she's doing. It's just like the sun coming up. She's going to have some content coming up. So make sure that you tune in. I really love your videos that you do with the music to help you just calm down. Because sometimes I just play it at night so it can help me just go to sleep. Just calm down. So you put out some very good content.
Yeah, I started that meditation, a morning meditation, because I needed it. You know, I wanted to connect with my higher power, and I wanted to invite the Holy Spirit in, and I want to, say, okay, God, I got all of this to do, but I just need to thank you for just waking me up this morning and starting me on my way. And as I'm saying that, you can tell that I'm just calm, because that's some saved my life. Yeah. Trust me.
Yes.
That's a whole nother podcast there.
Yeah, it is. Well, I thank you so much for coming on to the show today and sharing with us the information and open our eyes in regards to affiliate marketing, YouTube monetization, and all of your businesses. And you forgot to say one more. Don't you guys see all that beautiful jewelry around her neck?
Oh, yes. How could I forget that? Okay, I am also a paparazzi consultant. Now, I just got in this business, probably why it slipped my mind, but I am a paparazzi consultant, and y'all already, a lot of you guys know about paparazzi. It's a $5 a piece, jewelry. And it is beautiful. Look at this. And then go to earrings to go with it. Well, let me turn them around this way. See? And this $5. So I just paid $10 for this. And then I look like $1 million. Okay, so I do have that. It's on my website, geoandmonroe.com. So you can click on there and go straight to my website for paparazzi. Or you can go on any of my videos on Boss Life Online, and it's always a link there. Right. Yeah, up there it is. Yeah, paparazzi.
Well, you guys, you see it. She has it all organized so you can get to it really, really easy. So make sure that you look at it from here. You can go to geoandmonroe.com. You can see all of her information, her blogs, get some more information. You can also learn more about how you can be a part of her website that she will mention, and where you can share your business. So make sure to get in contact with Geo about all the different things that she has to offer, because she's a serial entrepreneur, and she is always opening up more opportunities for not only herself, but for the ones who follow her in her community. So make sure that you be a part of whatever it is that she's doing, because this woman just magnetized monetization. All right. She just a magnet for monetization. I thought I was the monetization queen. No, she coming in like, she just monetization, monetization, And so I just need you guys to know that it's out here. It's stuff out here that you can do. It's legitimate. and it can help you in the time in which we're living in, and you can do it from your home. Stop just using this phone to talk on the phone, text messages, and scroll on Instagram. When you scroll, and make sure that it's on Instagram, you have your things set up so you can make you some income. Okay. Yeah. Use this phone. You got to pay the bill. Use it right. Use it right. On that note, Gio, thank you so much for coming on today's show. We enjoyed having you, and have a great, amazing rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
All right, you guys, that was simply amazing. For those of you who hopped on a little bit later, I'm encouraging you to watch the replay. And for those of you who are listening in on the radio and the podcast, of course, you can hit that download button, because we love it when you show the love and listen, or show it a little bit extra by hitting that download button, so we'll know to what content you want us to create next. Affiliate marketing is a great way for you to be able to make an extra income and have multiple streams of income, by the way, without having a high overhead cost, and sometimes zero overhead costs. And it's truly a legal way to make passive income when you're with a legitimate business. So if you want to know more about everything that Gio is doing and the affiliate ventures that she has to offer, reach out to her by going to her YouTube channel, or you can just simply go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click the contact us. And if you send that to us, we will send your information to her so that you can go ahead and jump into your next opportunity. You know what? This has been an amazing show. I want to give a shout out to all of our CTR Media Network podcasters. We're currently reaching 350 million global listeners in over 50 countries. We are setting a new standard of podcasting and media, because we stream on all major podcasting platforms and social media platforms. Make sure to check out the Gio Monroe Show on CTR Media Network. She talks about motivation, home business, affiliate marketing, and she have friends with her super chat. She says, let's get this show moving. And this lady, I forgot to even mention that she sing her own intro, baby, because she can sing. She got some pipes. She can sing as well. So thank you guys so much for tuning in on today and giving us some of your time. Make sure to come back this Thursday. Next Thursday. Sorry about that. Next Thursday, 7:30 p.m. EST, for the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, where we're going to have another amazing featured guest for all of you. I want you to keep smiling, and I want you to know that the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, we got you back. All right. So we'll see you guys next week. Talk to you later. Bye.
Greetings. My name is Jamal Brown, and I am happy, humbled, and excited to be here with you today. I won't be long, but I will be strong. I come to you from the Los Angeles area of Southern California. This is where I was born, but was born in a smaller town, smaller part of the Los Angeles County area, far away from the Hollywood sign, far away from Disneyland, in the least economically stable area of California, Los Angeles County in particular. There's mobile home parks. And in fact, my first memories in life were growing up in a mobile home park. Despite my parents' socioeconomic status, despite their meager funds, they always valued education. And they thought that by putting my brother and myself into a private school was the best way to insulate us from life's ills. And so they always allocated their funds so that we went to a private school in the neighboring city on the other side of town in that neighboring city. There, as you could imagine, perhaps, the students there did not look like me, did not walk like me, did not talk like me. They were primarily, Caucasian kids. I didn't know what that meant in terms of being different until one day, I think it was the 4th grade, the teacher gave us an assignment. She said, go home, find out 5 things you want to do, come back and share with the class. So like a good student, I went home and diligently began working on my assignment. I looked inside my family. I looked inside the family of some of my friends. Of course, the news and TV was on, and I got right to my assignment. The following morning, I was the 3rd person in line as we had to come up to the front of the class, stand on the X, and share with the class our list. Again, being 3rd in line, I got to hear some of the other people's lists. There was a young boy who went first. His list, from what I can recall of it, he mentioned he wanted to be an astronaut, a firefighter, a policeman, some noble things. The young lady in front of me, the only thing I remember from her list is that she said she wanted to be a podiatrist. It took me about 20 years to figure out what a podiatrist was. Podiatrist, for those who don't know, it's a foot doctor. Certainly that young lady, her mother did her homework. Finally, it was my turn. Made sure I was looking good, stepped up, stood on the X, with my shoulders back, loudly and proudly proclaimed, my name is Jamal Brown. I'm either going to be an athlete, a drug dealer, a gang member, or entertainer. That's right, my list: athlete, drug dealer, gang member, entertainer. The teacher walked me slowly to my desk, patted me on the head, and let me know that a parent-teacher conference would be taking place that night. I didn't know exactly what took place in that parent-teacher conference. I just know both my mother came out with tears and the teacher came out with tears. Throughout my life, I put varying levels of energy into each one of those things. I'll tell you about a few of my adventures. First, I thought about being a gang member. Certainly gang members were respected members of the community, so I thought. But it wasn't too long before I began thinking, when gang members aren't out there committing murder and mayhem, what exactly are gang members doing? There's no gang member stock options, no retirement plan, no 401k. So I didn't really know what gang members did. And, I certainly didn't think there was too much of a future in becoming a gang member. Plus, my father had been shot. So I've had a pretty good secondhand view of what a bullet could do to flesh. So thankfully, it wasn't too long before I scratched becoming a gang member off of my list. Next up, I thought about becoming a drug dealer. That's right. I was so convinced I was going to be a drug dealer because there was a drug dealer on my street. The statute of limitations are up. This was a long time ago. So I'll tell you his name. His name was Dwight. Dwight lived on my street. He had the nice car, the booming sound system. He had the attention of the ladies. And most importantly, Dwight used to give me candy. And so I thought certainly becoming a drug dealer was not that bad of a gig. Again, I was so convinced that of my career aspirations that one day I actually decided to tell my mother of my plans for my future. I'll never forget. It was a Sunday morning. Mom was in the kitchen washing dishes before church, handful of Palmolive soap. We all know the green bottle, washing dishes. I sat down at the bar stool in front of her, said, Mom, I figured out what I want to do. Matching my energy, says, what, baby, tell me. I said, I'm going to sell drugs. And I sort of dipped back, right? I dipped back because I thought that hand was going to come out the water and slap me in the next week. It didn't happen. She just kept her head down, kept washing those dishes. She was washing dishes for about a minute, but that minute felt like a year. Then eventually she says, baby, I don't think that's going to work out too well for you. I said, why not? She says, well, after I beat you, I'm going to call the cops on you and you're going to go to jail. So grand opening, grand closing. My whole drug career lasted those 3 or 4 minutes. I didn't sell anything. From that point forward, I dedicated my life to the game of basketball. I played basketball night and day and night. Played so much basketball, I wasn't known as Jamal Brown, but Jamal the basketball player. Finally convinced my parents in the 9th grade to allow me to switch schools from a private school to a public school for the first time. I certainly thought that becoming captain of the team would be my ticket to fame and fortune and notoriety. And so I made it my goal. I played hard, practiced well, and achieved that goal of becoming the captain of the team. One day I wasn't feeling too well. That same loving mother took me to the doctor after practice. They ran a whole host of tests: ears, nose, eyes, everything head to toe. And finally, the doctor said, Mr. Brown, you have apical hypertrophic myocardiopathy. Said, could you say that in English, please? Said, you have apical hypertrophic myocardiopathy. The tip of your heart, Mr. Brown, is about 2 times thicker than it should be. I sort of laughed it off, said, maybe that's why I'm so good. So there's no laughing matter, son. I said, well, we have a game against our rival next week, and we'll figure something out after that. He said, no, you actually have a heart surgery next week. So as a 14-year-old freshman, I went from a basketball court to an operating table. As you can imagine, that was a tough pill to swallow. It was surgery day. I don't remember much of it. I just remember waking up, room full of doctors, nurses, family members lined the room as I woke up. First words out of my mouth were, when can I play basketball again? Everyone was slow to speak. Finally, the lead surgeon spoke up and said, Mr. Brown, the surgery didn't quite go as expected. There's no additional surgeries. There's no medication, nothing we can do to fix the problem that you have, and I will never sign the waiver for you to play sports again. As you can imagine, that'd be a tough pill to swallow for anyone at any age, but certainly this young boy who at the time hadn't updated my list, athlete, drug dealer, gang member, entertainer, that's all still I saw the people around me doing. That's all still what I thought Black people did. That's all I felt I could aspire to. I was dejected, I was depressed, but eventually I realized I wasn't dead. And I realized that if you can look up, then certainly you can get up. And each and every day that the sun rises, you can go further from where you were to closer to where you want to be. However, I didn't have the skills, I didn't have the information, I didn't have the knowledge of anything else. Thankfully, what that time we're no longer playing sports allowed me to do was to discover that Black history is world history. I was able to discover things about Egypt and the Nile and the pyramid builders and Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, and all these wonderful people. And something magic began to happen inside of me, right? A fire was lit inside of me. I began asking myself, what will be my legacy and how will the world know me? Inspired by these people that I discovered on these pages in world history, Black history, I discovered, again, I had something magic inside of me, I had greatness inside of me, and I began to ask myself, what will be my legacy and how will the world know me? Inspired by all that, I went on to become my high school's first ever African-American valedictorian. I was accepted to 8 universities and received about $50,000 in scholarships. And again, I must attribute those feats to the love and support of my mother and father, but also the love and support of my ancestors, the information that I received from knowing that people who look like me have done great things. And so I want to share a few slides with you to highlight some of the individuals, highlight some of the instances and the ideas that inspired me in history. And so I have titled here these brief words, Black history is world history. What we call Black history truly is the missing pages of world history. There's my contact information, Jamal at black365.us, black365.com, latinocalendar.com. You can find out more about me. We'll talk a little bit about that there in the future. As I mentioned, one of the first things that caught my eye, one of the first things that excited me about history was the civilization of ancient Egypt. So I was so excited. I went from reading about it to actually visiting. I was there in Egypt for 15 days, learning, discovering, seeing the greatness of our people and our lasting contributions to history. One of my favorite pictures, one of my favorite trips was to Mexico as well, right? I discovered that Black people, people who look like you and me, circumnavigated the globe, went around the globe far before there was a Christopher Columbus who thought he was going east, went west, and ran into this place and misnamed people and contributed all sort of negativity to the world. There were African people, Black people, who intentionally traveled around the world, leaving clues to their leaving clues to their success. We brought pyramid building to the Americas. We brought the number 0, all sort of great things, the domestication of animals to the Americas. And again, discovering and touching and feeling world history, Black history, again, truly has been an intangible and invaluable piece that I love to do. I was so inspired by what I just discovered on this journey of self-discovery and discovery of Black history that for the past 13 years at this point, I've been producing a calendar that highlights an event in Black history every single day. My goal, my passion, my purpose for being on this planet, I've discovered, is to show and highlight the heroes and sheroes, Black women and men who have done great things. We'll talk about that a little bit more shortly. And for my contributions, the Barack Obama White House provided me with this pretty rare award, volunteer service award in the field of education. Because again, I've uncovered my gift to highlight in a special way Black history. And again, I've been recognized by the White House, the California State Senate, and a few other notable organizations. I always have to remind people that our motherland, the birthplace of humanity, is Africa. A few facts about Africa. Africa is a continent, not a country, whereas United States is one country with 50 states. The African continent is one continent with 54 countries inside of it. Africa is a very, very, very large place. About 20% of the Earth's landmass is Africa. Africa is naturally the wealthiest place on the planet. That's right. Some people are taken aback when I provide them with this fact. Say, hold on, when I turn on Discovery Channel, when I turn on CNN, I see nothing but despair and poverty. Well, there are systems that are being put into place that rob Africa. However, naturally, most of the world's gold, diamond, cobalt, coltan, the things that we need for our computers to work, the things that we need for our cell phones to work, the things that we need to make our economies work are indeed produced in Africa. Once again here, most of the world's gold, diamonds, platinum, cobalt, zinc, all of these things that make the world go round come from our homeland. Again, just some facts. Africa's a very, very large place. As I mentioned, you can fit not one, not two, but 3 United States inside of Africa and still have room. We come from a place of significance. When I was in Egypt, this is one of my favorite pictures that I took. You might say, what is going on here? This is a pyramid that's older than the pyramids that you might be familiar with. They call this the Bent Pyramid. And why I like this picture, it shows human trial and error. They didn't quite get it right. They didn't have their mathematics right. They didn't have their scheme right, perhaps their teamwork, their collaboration right. However, diligence, however, resilience, however, problem solving, however, I didn't get it right today, but tomorrow offers me a better opportunity is personified. These are the things I see when I look at this picture here. Here's another example of our ancestors not getting it quite right. They call this pyramid the Black Pyramid. It still stands to this day. It's older than the pyramids that you're perhaps familiar with. Again, here is a different mode, a different a technique that they attempted that didn't quite get it right. So what I learned by the fact that they didn't tear these down over the years, it was that it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to be adventurous. It's okay to search and try and give an effort. You might not get it right the first time, but that resilience, that stick-to-itness, that determination that you have inside of us, that we all have inside of us, will perhaps one day allow us to produce something great. Here are some photos of those pyramid builders. I see froze, I see bald heads, right? I see brown skin. These indeed were African people. Here are some of the tools of their trades: squares, levels, and plumb lines. These are tools that are still used by master architects to this day. Here's another photo of those pyramid builders. Again, their skin looks like mine, their skin looks like yours. What we call Black history truly is world history. We're gonna go dive a little bit deeper. But as I mentioned, once teamwork is put into place, once collaboration is put into place, once we do things and fail and do things and fail, do things and fail and try again, you can create something that's timeless. This here is the largest pyramid there on the African continent, over 2.5 million blocks, average block being about 5 tons, 478 feet tall. The pyramid of Pharaoh Khufu. I have this photo in here just to let you know I was really there. I really took these photos, no Photoshop, no right click, save as. I was really, really there. But as I was saying, once hard work, determination, internal motivation takes place, you can create something that's timeless. These 3 pyramids stand here over 3,000 years old. People from all over the world flock to these pyramids and to try to discover who were these master masons, who were these master engineers, who were these master mathematicians. And again, Egypt is in Africa. It always has been and always will be. And the people who created these things were indeed Black people. And this is a beautiful personification, the zenith, the high point in history, showcasing that what we call Black history truly is world history. Forbes magazine a few years back wanted to discover who was the richest person ever in the history of the planet. Some postulated, some thought perhaps it was someone from the Rockefellers, someone from the Carnegies, someone from the Mellon family. But no, Forbes magazine put together their greatest statisticians, mathematicians, and they came to the conclusion. It's not my opinion. These are what the people at Forbes determined, that this Black man right here, by the name of Mansa Musa, was the richest person in world history. He came from Mali, West Africa. You may have heard of him. He became the Mansa, or the king, in the year 1312. And in 1324, he took a historic pilgrimage, or Hajj, to Mecca. And along his route from Timbuktu, which is in Mali, West Africa, to Mecca, he gave away so much gold, they say that he devalued the price of gold for nearly a decade. Let me say that one more time. He gave away so much gold, so much of his wealth, and still has a bunch of reserve, that he devalued, disrupted the world economic system in every part that he visited for about a decade. Africa is the wealthiest continent on the planet. Our people are rich people in spirit and in resources and in our abilities, for sure. This is an image, an artist rendering of Mansa Musa, the most wealthiest person to ever live. What we call Black history truly is world history. He's outstanding. But let me tell you really, really fast about his brother. His brother's name was Abu Bakari. And the way that Mansa Musa became king of Mali, West Africa, is that his brother hopped on some ships that he had created and sailed to the Americas between the years 1310 and 1311. He actually sailed again in 1311, but sailed 2,000 ships to the Americas. Again, an example of an African or Black explorer, a Black seafaring person. What we call Black history truly is world history. You cannot, in my opinion, have a Black history presentation that is of any value, of any goodness, without mentioning this man, the right, excellent, honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Marcus Garvey had an organization, not just any organization, the largest Black organization ever in the history of this planet. Over 7 million members, over 1 million paid members. He had one simple theme. If you're Black, then you're African. If you're Black, it's important that we unify, we contribute our time, our talents, and our resources towards the upliftment of our people. And for that reason, Marcus Garvey will always, always, always be an honorable person, worthy of distinction, worthy of credit, and worthy of being mentioned. He gave us his flag, our red, black, and green. He said red, in essence, is the blood of our ancestors, those who lived, struggled, and died to allow us to be who we are and what we are today. The black is symbolic of the people that live here and now, who must understand it's not only our right, but our responsibility to make sure that those who went before us did not die in vain. The green, he said, is to remind us of the mother of all of us, that being Mother Africa, and also to remind us of the rewards of our efforts. Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey put together something called Black Cross Nurses. That's right. Did you know we had full legions, full numbers of Black nurses and doctors? Marcus Garvey led that movement. He was friends with this woman right here, Sarah Breedlove, AKA Madam C.J. Walker, the first well-known woman millionaire, self-made woman millionaire. She had a line of beauty products. She knew that Black women worked from can't see in the morning to can't see at night, and oftentimes developed scalp irritations and scalp diseases. She put together a number of salves and ointments in order to treat Black women's hair naturally. And she became, again, the first well-known self-made woman millionaire. She was friends with Marcus Garvey, and oftentimes when Marcus Garvey would meet with international and worldwide leaders, she would lend her home that was built in New York by the first African-American architect in the state of New York, beautiful home. She would lend her home to Marcus Garvey to have meetings and show that there was support for his movement. She made thousands of Walker agents, very, very wealthy as well. Again, using time, talent, and resources for the betterment of our people. Black history is world history. A few more photos of some of those lovely ladies, some of those lovely sisters who had immense amounts of wealth through the collaboration of Black women with Madam C.J. Walker. Lewis Latimer, a name that is a personification, a name that showcases greatly that Black history is world history. We know the name of Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison created a light bulb, right? Yes, that is true. However, Thomas Edison's light bulb wouldn't last more than about 12 and a half hours. Imagine having to change your light bulb about every day. That would be woefully inefficient and expensive. So when Thomas Edison couldn't figure out exactly the calculations in order to make a light bulb work, he put together a small team of inventors. Lewis Latimer was the youngest and only African-American to be a part of this team. And it was his contributions that give us the lights that power our homes to this day. He has the patent for the carbon light filament inside of the light bulb. If you don't believe me, here you are. Here his name is featured on the USPTO, US Patent and Trade Office patent for the carbon light filament there, September 13th, 1881. He had a number of other inventions as well, the parts that stabilize the light bulb as well. And also he has an invention, a patent for the toilets on trains. What they did on trains prior to his invention, I don't want to know, but I'm thankful that Black history is world history. I'm thankful that our contributions not only help Black people, but help the world. I'm thankful for our brother, Lewis Latimer. Charles Brooks, we interact with his excellence virtually every day as well. He discovered that neighborhoods all across this country were filled with trash. And so he created the street sweeper. That's right, the big truck with the big brush that sweeps the trash. Perhaps your parents get a ticket for parking on the wrong side of the street. He didn't come up with the ticketing part, but he came up with the device that makes our homes, our neighborhoods more beautiful. He also came up with the hole punch as well. What we call Black history truly is world history. What we call Black excellence truly is an essence and energy, efforts that make the world a better place. This man, Richard Spikes, I've never been able to find a photo of him, but this is just a small list of his inventions that have impacted the entire globe. The automobile directional signal, you know, the little tick, 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 the light that shows what direction you're going, the automatic gear shift. So if you aren't coordinated like me enough to drive a manual shift car, the stick shift was created by this brother. Horizontal swinging barber chair, what we call Black history, things that we interact with on a daily basis were contributed by people who look like me. Each and every one of us has inside of us the energy, the essence, a gift to make the world a better place. It's not only our right, but our responsibility that we discover that gift, unpack that gift, perfect that gift, and present it to the world. What we call Black history truly is world history. This man right here gave us the stoplight, Garrett A. Morgan, the red, yellow, green stoplight, as well as the gas mask. What we call Black history truly, truly, truly is the missing pages of world history. I cannot say that enough times. We all have in us the ability to create Black history as well. I want to give you a few of my closing thoughts. Remember that you come from pyramid builders. Discover, unwrap, present your gift to the world. And most importantly, let me go back to that last slide really fast here. These are some things that I've mentioned throughout the presentation, but I just wanted us to have a moment to reflect on them. Remember that you come from pyramid builders. Discover, unwrap, and present your gifts to the world. And this last one, know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. Let me say that one more time slowly. Know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. This important, this jewel, Jamal Jewel, certainly is important. That negative self-talk, that comes from our peers, the imposter syndrome that we sometimes feel that we don't belong in certain places, we don't belong in certain grades, and certain people, they are the people that are worthy of these good grades and this sort of lifestyle. No, we come from kings and queens. We come from Mother Africa, from the dawn of time. People who look like you, people who look like me, have made the world a better place. Our contributions are what makes this world go round. When we have negative thoughts about ourselves, when we have negative thoughts about what we are able to accomplish, we are disrespecting our ancestors. We are disrespecting those who had a tougher road to hoe. We are disrespecting those who contributed their greatness by saying that we don't have in us the same level or even greater greatness inside of us. So it's important that we eliminate immediately those thoughts of negativity, those thoughts of lack, those thoughts of we aren't capable enough. Know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. So have positive thoughts, have positive affirmations. I am love, I am power, I am joy, I am health, I am wealth, I am stress-free, I am greatness. I will impact this planet for the good. These are positive words, these powerful punchlines that we must provide to ourselves each and every day, each and every dark moment of our lives. I am love, I am peace, I am power, I am joy, I am health, I am wealth, I am stress-free. I have inside of me everything that I need in order to receive everything that I want. We must use our time, our talents, and our resources once again for the betterment of our people. Understand that each and every day you wake up, you're not only representing yourself, you're representing Big Mama and them, those who lived, struggled, and died in your family for you to be who you are and what you are today. We represent those in the human rights struggle, the civil rights struggle, Reconstruction, Black Code era, those who laid down their life for us, those who were enslaved on those ships, on those plantations. We represent them, our ancestors who were never enslaved on the continent. Again, those pyramid builders, those who made great and mighty civilizations. We represent them as well. We must honor them as well. We must represent our children and our future children. We must represent 7 generations ahead of us. Know that when we use our time, our talents, and our resources for good, all of these souls, all these individuals walk with us, and we must honor them again as we move forward throughout our daily lives. Wrapping up here, again, my contribution, my gift to humanity, to my people is this calendar here. You can find it at black365.com. It's the a calendar that's in its 13th year. It highlights an event in Black history every single day. When I say every day, I truly mean every single day. You can find an individual, an instance, an idea, an invention, something that someone who looks like you and me contributed positively to the globe each and every day. I sell thousands of these calendars across the globe. Organizations can use them as fundraisers. Organizations buy them in bulk to increase their diversity, equity, and inclusion plans. And it's truly something that I'm happy and I'm honored to be able to bring to the community. Here are some more things that I produce. There's a book, A to Z Character Traits in Me, Words of Wisdom for Living Your Best Life. It's a book that teaches about character traits and showcases people who look like you and me, who have demonstrated excellence and demonstrated the character traits that are ascribed to them. And there's 4 packs of cards: the Conscious Quotations Edition, African Americans A to Z, the African American Athletes Edition, and my favorite pack, a fan favorite pack, the 4th edition, the green one there, Black History Cards Edition 4, African Americans in Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Math. All of these can be bought individually. All of them can be bought as a bundle for some savings as well. Again, black365.com. I'm proud to announce in our 13th year in business, we have now launched apparel. The apparel, the leading piece of apparel that's been selling the greatest is the title of this presentation, Black History is World History. Check it out at black365.com. Also, I'm happy to announce that I'm part of a team that creates the world's first and only 365 days of Hispanic Heritage Calendar. You can find it at latinocalendar.com, latinocalendar.com, also at Black365 as well. But again, this is the world's first and only 365 days of Hispanic Heritage Calendar as well. Once again, I'm happy, I'm humbled, I'm honored to be before you. Here, again, is my contact information, black365.u, Jamal at black365.us, black365.com, latinocalendar.com, and there are my social media handles. Again, I truly am grateful. I truly am thankful for the organizers of this beautiful event, for thinking of me and allowing me to be here with you today. I hope I said something that will inspire you, uplift you, and encourage you. Again, thank you for your time. Jamal Brown. Peace.
nights, yeah, not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah, not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. Too many nights, yeah, not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah, not feeling right, yeah. One of a kind, yeah. What's on your mind, yeah. Well, hard to find, yeah. Beautiful mind, yeah. Still in my prime, yeah. Just know that I'm here. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. I can't be still inside, still inside, still inside. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. Too many nights, yeah. Not feeling right, yeah. I can't be still inside, still inside.
This is a very important message. Today, we have so many things bombarding us that put our health at risk. So many that we do not even think about them. And let's face it, we cannot live in a vacuum. I think many people have had a false sense of security with social distancing. I'm not at all criticizing cleanliness or maintaining safe boundaries, but with all these extra precautions, there are still so many risks getting through to us. How? All the contaminants in our air, our food, and our water. Think about it. The air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat. This next year, I'd like to see all of us really level up on our health. Here at the Movement for Global Health, we want to keep you informed. Little changes make all the difference in the world when it comes to staying healthy. Think about this. Most of what we buy in the stores isn't good for us. A lot of the soda, all the processed snacks, most of the energy drinks. The more we become aware and link arms and raise our voices as consumers, we will put our dollars to work. Together, we will shift to healthier beverages, healthier snacks, and healthier foods. And we need to get the word out. Word of mouth is still the best form of communication. So share important information with your friends and your family. Here at the Movement for Global Health, we are here for wellness, prevention, and a new era of health. Let this be the decade that healthy products become mainstream once and for all. We've made a good start, but we have a ways to go, and we can only do this together. Subscribe on our website, learn and take action, and most important, be well and live your best life.
A magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Dr. Liddy. Dr. Liddy is a renowned world-class attorney. She has been featured in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, USA Today, and the New York Law Journal for her work to protect small businesses and small investors. She presented a TEDx talk in London on what the original purpose of corporations was to do public good and what went wrong. Dr. Liddy has a BA from Columbia University, MBA from New York University, JD from Fordham University, and a PhD from University of Barcelona. Corporate executives hire Dr. Liddy to train employees to be more legally mindful in their employment transactions. The United Nations hired Dr. Liddy to instruct small to medium-sized enterprises across the globe on the laws that impact their businesses. Dr. Liddy has spoken at business, law, and tax conferences, from Amsterdam to Bogota, to Cape Town to Los Angeles to Paris to New York, to Barcelona to Miami to Warsaw to Costa Rica to Germany. Dr. Liddy designs legal structures and financial systems for entrepreneurs who are frustrated and disappointed that their business has not been as profitable and successful as they expected. By teaching entrepreneurs how to use the leverage of law, taxes, insurance, and estate planning, entrepreneurs can be 10 times more profitable and successful so that they can build wealth and create a legacy to pass on to their families.
I heard there was a secret legal code that David knew, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care about the law, do you? It goes like this: the law is good, the battle king composing, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. I am Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer and the good business coach. I want to spend a little time speaking with you today about what I call V4. And it begins with your vision, your value, your visibility, and your valor. I want to tell you a little bit about my story, and I hope it is okay with you that I begin at the beginning. So I am the daughter of an Episcopalian priest, and also he happened to be an attorney. And my dad was what I would call a community lawyer. He helped everyone in the community. He helped the butcher, he helped the seamstress, he helped the vegetable store owner, he helped the dry cleaners. And his office was the front porch of our house. So you can imagine that every day when I came home, there was usually a group of people at the front porch listening to him, asking him questions, and he would advise them.